Members of Council, if I can please ask you to take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Can you please rise? Please rise for a moment of silence, and during this time, remember the following persons who has passed away: Aileen Ben, Sarah Rosen, Chelsea May Stickley. Thank you. Members, we have a presentation this morning to recognize the Partnership to Advance Youth Employment Initiative. I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to come forward for the presentation.
Well, Madam Speaker and colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I think this is an important day to recognize some people that have made a very significant contribution to a very challenging problem that we face in the city. Last year, just upon taking office, I called on employers across the city to step up and to help us tackle the challenge of youth unemployment in Toronto. We all know that there are far too many young people across Toronto who are unemployed, who are struggling to find jobs and to start their careers. It not only has a corrosive impact on them, but I think it can lead to contributing to other problems that we face that are in front of us as a city. The City of Toronto, our public service, its divisions do a terrific job and a lot of good work when it comes to addressing this issue and helping young people to find meaningful employment. But the fact is that we can't do it alone. The successful programs we've operated have always been ones that involved partnerships. Last year, we announced a target, one that I had sought office and received a mandate to achieve, to double the number of companies that were enrolled in the city's Partnership to Advance Youth Employment, or PAY, as it has come to be known. I'm proud to say that we exceeded that goal and successfully connected more than 2,000 young people to job opportunities with some of the city's top employers. But to get there, we needed a whole bunch of those employers, including all the ones that signed up to the program for the first time, to take this seriously and to play a role. And we're here today, obviously, to say thank you to all of those companies for their participation, the new ones and the ones that have been there for a number of years, but also, in particular, to thank 3 companies who heeded the call and took real action to show very significant leadership that made a difference in others coming to the cause and to expanding, most importantly, the number of young people that could be served by this program. And it is my honor today on your behalf to recognize 3 exceptional leaders for the commitments that they have made to the city's PAY program. And so I'd like to invite Councillor Thompson to come up and join me in presenting these awards, and I'll just briefly describe, and it doesn't do justice to what these individuals and companies have done, but I'll briefly describe the 3 that we're honoring today. Under the category of involvement, our first leadership award goes to NPower, which is a leader in IT training for young people facing barriers to employment. NPower has provided skill development training and paid internship opportunities to more than 150 young people since 2014, and more than 80% of their graduates from these programs are now in school or gainfully employed, including many who have found work at the City of Toronto. The award will be accepted, and I'd ask her to join us now, by Julia Blackburn, Executive Director of NPower Canada. While you hate to single anybody out and say they were the most significant in terms of a contribution, I will say that the next recipient was largely responsible for the fact that 2015 was such an exceptional year for Toronto's PAY program. When we launched this program to dramatically increase the number of companies participating, Starbucks made an early commitment to hire 10% of its workforce through PAY. This inspirational commitment means that more than 160 barista and shift supervisor roles have gone to unemployed youth living in Toronto's neighborhood improvement areas. And Starbucks has now expanded this commitment nationally, starting with Montreal and Vancouver. And I should just say that one of the days I had a chance to go, and I can't recall if you were with me, Councillor Thompson, but to Scarborough, to see them recruiting some of the young people. And I met in the course of that some of those who were doing the recruiting for Starbucks, and they themselves had come through initiatives like this and were today managers. Every one of them had gone from starting off behind the counter, as it were, to being managers, and really were on track to getting valuable experience for themselves. And so I would like to ask Ross-Ann Williams, the Senior Vice President and President of Starbucks Coffee Canada, to come forward and accept our gratitude and this award of recognition for the contribution of Starbucks.
Bring her Louise with me. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Congratulations. It's a pleasure to meet you. So do that. And, yes, I will. Thanks very much.
I should say that we're used to people all wearing the same outfits up in the galleries because they're here protesting something, but today we welcome a large number of the Starbucks team here, and thank you very much for being here today and for participating in this honoring of the contribution made by Starbucks. By the way, next time if you could bring some coffee, we're a little short on that here. But it's just, I'm just saying. The final award for influence will go to Stephanie Sarah Amenta, the Director of the National Intake Team at CIBC. Stephanie is a key pay ambassador who demonstrated exemplary leadership, innovation, and dedication to this initiative in 2015. As a member of the Pay Board of Directors, Stephanie's been a major champion, reaching out to friends and associates to promote the program and make a lot of the key introductions that have connected countless numbers of young people to jobs. In fact, Stephanie's influence resulted in CIBC being the top financial services hiring partner for Pay, with 24 young people getting jobs at CIBC from the Pay program last year alone. I understand she's one of Pay's most enthusiastic and energetic champions, and I say thank you to her for her work and for the support of the whole management team and the entire organization at CIBC. And again, she has some colleagues here today. This is the kind of corporate leadership and individual leadership that we so desperately need if we're really going to make a dent in this most challenging of issues. So Stephanie, if you'd please come forward and accept your award with gratitude. I will just conclude on behalf of, again, Councillor Thompson and myself and the wonderful public servants who run this program by saying that I think you know, as members of council, this is a program. We run a lot of programs, and you know, they're well run and they perform a vital public service. But this is one that has an extremely high reputation for success. It can be measured for its success. It is respected by the public sector. It succeeds because we have a good partnership with the public sector. And today we have honored but three of the people who helped make this work. In this case, three people from the private sector. But this is a program that I have great confidence in. I'm sure you do as well. And again, I'll say congratulations to the three of you who were honored today, and thank you to all of the people who make this program the success that it must continue to be. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao, you would like to make an announcement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just would like to invite all my colleagues today to join Councilor Palacio, Mayor Tory today at the Portugal Day flag raising at 12:30 at the square. Join us for some coffee, some natas, and to kick off the Portugal Week festivities. I also welcome all of you this weekend to come along Dundas, Earls Court Park for the Portugal Day parade and festivities that the community organizes here in our city for the last 29 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
What? Everybody's helping.
Members of council, we will now review and confirm the order paper. To this point, council has completed 117 items. There are 27 items left on the agenda, plus 36 member motions. Council has decided to consider Planning and Growth Management Committee Item 12.8 on the Mimico-Judson Secondary Plan and Urban Design Guidelines final report as the first item of business this morning. The member motion runs through will be at 2 p.m. I will now take the release of holds. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. I have two that I'd like to release. First, on page 4 of the blue sheets, item EY 14.52. Councillor Grimes isn't here. He had a motion. So I've reviewed the motion Councillor Grimes moved, and I'm fine with it, so I'm happy to release it with his motion. And then after that, I have another one as well.
Okay, so if we can put his Councillor Grimes' motion on the screen. Councillor Perks, this is on page 4, EY 14.52, OMB hearing for 2 Ash Crescent. The amendment is on the screen. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 31 in favor.
Clause is amended? I'm sorry. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On page 3, EX 15.19, the capital variance report for the 3-month period ended March 31st. I thought after all the excitement on the operating variance, it would be better just to let this one go.
Thank you. So on page 3, EX 15.19, capital variance. Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Palacio.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm going to try once again, and page number 4, EY 14.53, enforcement issues on marijuana dispensaries. Councillor Fragadakis, she has some questions sent to staff, and I think she's okay with that. So I'm going to release that one, and with one amendment and that's on the screen. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank city staff, especially from the municipal licensing, for the good work on this file. Thank you.
Okay. On page 4, EX 14.53, enforcement issues, Councillor Palacio is moving to refer it to the Municipal License Standards Committee for consideration. The staff. Recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
The referral carries 30-1.
Thank you. Counselor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, on page 6, CC 19.12, it's the North Downtown Yonge Street and Area Site-Specific Policy Official Plan Amendment, Request for Direction Report. It's in Councillor Wong Tam's ward. I held it as the report wasn't here. To my colleagues, when she's present later on, subject to her not
right
having
here.
any problems, I'm going to just stand up to release it. If any have any questions, please let us know in advance.
Okay,
I'll be
so-
releasing it later when she's here, but the report did just show up now.
Right, okay, thank you.
Yes.
So we do have the report that was circulated. All those in favor of adopting the order paper? On favor? Carried. So we'll now go to our timed item, which is on page 4, PG 12.8. I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher?
Release,
Yes?
and it's something I held yesterday. I just want a chance to vote against it. If I could find it. It's the Arena Board. Sorry, Speaker, I'm having trouble finding it. Yes.
It's
Thank you. It's
CC
CC
19.2 on page 5.
19.2 on page 5, and I just want to be able to vote against it. I don't support citizens on boards that don't live in the city of Toronto, even if they're representing MLSE. I find that difficult, so I'd like to vote against it. I'll release it and ask for a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So this is on page 5, CC 19.2, appointment to the Lakeshore Arena. And Councillor Grimes moved an amendment yesterday, and it's on the screen.
So I'm voting against that.
Right, so we'll have a recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Am I still capturing these?
Counselor Cole, please.
Councillor
The amendment carries 25-8.
Okay. Item as amended, on favor? Carried. Okay, so we'll now go to the timed item, which is on page 4, PG 12.8, Mimico Judson Secondary Plan. Do we have any questions to staff? If you can put your name up, request to question. Oh, the screen is locked out?
Just hang on.
Okay. Yes, just one moment. Okay, Councillor Shiner, questions?
So, Madam Speaker, as much as it's a difficult application, I've been asked by some of my colleagues to request if the staff could make a brief presentation on what's in front of us. It may answer the questions in advance and allow you to understand why my colleague, Councillor Grimes, is requesting what he's requesting, and then open it to questions. If
Okay.
that's okay with you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, are the staff Staff ready?
Through the Speaker, as an outcome of the municipal comprehensive review that was undertaken in 2013, Mimico Judson was identified as one of 7 regeneration, he's still on, regeneration areas. A comprehensive planning study was undertaken in order to assess the land uses, to identify appropriate land uses, built form, as well as urban design guidelines. This also involved an assessment of the employment uses in the area, the number of jobs in the area, the potential for future jobs to be attracted to the area. It also involved an assessment of the compatibility of this land for a transition to mixed use as was requested, and it was identified that 50% of the area should be retained as core employment. The other 50% could in fact be recommended for mixed use. At PGM, when this recommendation came forward, there was a motion that was brought forward that is before you today to in fact transition a sliver of the lands that is on Judson Street from core employment to the mixed use. You have in front of you in your binder 5 letters from Metrolinx, including the most recent letter, which was written directly to City Council, stating their vehement opposition to the transition of this land from core employment to mixed use for a very simple reason. The Willowbrook rail yard is directly adjacent to this land that currently acts as a buffer to the adjacent residential neighborhood. As core employment, it currently has on it a cement production facility, mixing facility, ready mix, that has been an issue for the local residents for many years, in part because of the volume of trucks and the dust that is generated from this facility. This has been an ongoing and significant issue that has in some ways complicated the discussions. However, the area residents support the recommendation made by City Planning to retain this land as core employment, precisely because of the risk that would be presented if in fact residential uses were abutting and directly adjacent to the Willowbrook yard. It's important to know that we have a precedent from Calgary whereby mixed uses were placed adjacent to a rail yard, and as a result of conflicts with the neighborhood, the federal government in fact directed for the rail yard to be shut down. It's important to note that this is in fact about transit in the city, and it's about transit because the Willowbrook yard is a critical facility for delivering on RER and SmartTrack. In the absence of the opportunity to expand that facility, it is very difficult to in fact expand the transit uses along our heavy rail corridors in the region. So this is in fact linked up with a series of much broader city building objectives.
Is that it? Oh, okay, thank you. So, Councillor Shiner, do you have questions?
So, to our Chief Planner, the site is adjacent to the Metrolinx rail yard. Metrolinx recently did some expansions in that yard.
Through the Chair, over the last 5 years, Metrolinx has invested $100 million in expanding this yard and anticipates future expansions as well.
And might those future expansions also require the land that we're talking about here to the north?
Through the Chair, they do not have plans for those lands at this point in time.
But have we asked them to let us know whether there is an interest in it so we can understand whether they would be able to take over those lands or have an interest in doing that to resolve the issue of the cement batching plant?
Through the Chair, in the letter that you have before you dated June 2nd, they indicate that they require these lands to be core employment in order to anticipate changes that may come forward, but they don't explicitly state an interest in the lands.
And if I'm looking at the site that's in front of us, there's two parts to it. There's the part that is east of Kipling Avenue, and that area, am I right? There's
Royal York.
I mean Royal York. Sorry, I'm from North York.
Come visit sometime.
I do come visit. I was out there recently with Councillor Campbell, visit. I will not comment. Well, actually, if I could, Madam Chair, could you just stop for a minute? Could someone put a map up? It was asked by my colleagues if they could have a map, and I think that would be helpful. The map went on the screen,
Do we have a map that we can put up on the screen?
and then I would get the right streets. Thank you, Joe.
I'm not Vanna, but I'll try to help.
You're my Vanna White, Joe. It's okay.
Okay, need to zoom in. It's changing.
So, if I could then, if you're looking, the area that is on the right on the screen, which is east of Royal York Road, is an area that the committee and the larger box, it's an area that there has now been some land assemblies. Some of the property owners are now trying to change and go away from the use that staff are recommending, and they're not happy with the report. But there was a feeling that there's no way to resolve these matters at the committee, no matter what the decision was. Even if we tried to make some minor changes, it would end up at the board. So the committee supported the staff recommendations on the area to the right. Am I correct, Madam Planner?
That's correct.
It's the area on the left, the small box that's in contention, and in that there's two parcels to it. There's a small angular piece on the far right closest to Royal York that we're talking about where the cement plant is,
That's correct.
and the rest of it is what?
Core employment land, some of which is vacant.
So the issue now that we're considering at the request of my colleague is a small triangular box where the cement plant is that's causing and has caused a lot of concern to the area residents over the years.
To be clear, through the chair, the motion brought forward at PGM pertains to the entire area labeled as F in the map before you, not just the triangle where the concrete batching plant is located.
And what is, have you tried to get or find ways to have the concrete batching plant relocated? Has the city done that?
Through the chair, there's been an extensive process undertaken that includes a working group that has been led by the deputy city manager, looking to see if there might be an appropriate location to relocate the concrete batching plant. Of course, these are very difficult facilities to accommodate in the City of Toronto because of the adjacency issues.
And at the committee, some of the area residents came out, and their concern was that if there was mixed use on the south side, there would be residential homes in close proximity to the rail land, which was their concern.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And it's the councillor's recommendation that would change it to mixed use as an opportunity for him, he feels, to get the concrete plant out of the area, and the only way to probably do that. Am I correct?
Through the chair, that's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, I just wanted to ask about this letter from Metrolinx, please, to, I guess, the chief planner, that we got a piece of correspondence dated June the 2nd, 2016, and some councillors haven't seen it. It's kind of buried. But within this letter, they're commenting on the position that the committee took and sent to council. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. This is a response to the motion that was approved at PGM.
And they're writing, requesting City Council consider Metrolinx's position when this is being debated. That's one of the things they're saying here. They have an interest in these yards, do they not? They say here in their letter that increasing transit service in Toronto is a key priority for the city, Metrolinx, and RER in tandem with SmartTrack will represent a fundamental shift in the delivery system, and that they are basically looking at this as a critical transit area at Willowbrook as in tandem with RER and SmartTrack. Would I be right in saying that that's what they've written to us?
Through the chair, that's correct. Electrification will in fact happen in this maintenance yard, in this facility, and the letter states that a mixed-use designation will adversely affect Willowbrook's current rail yard, as well as the maintenance operations, and limit future expansion anticipated under RER.
So would it be fair to say that when the committee was looking at this, they might not have had the full information from Metrolinx about the electrification, the extent of interest in this particular area for the future of our transit planning in Toronto?
Through the chair, it's possible. However, Metrolinx did depute and write a letter to committee.
Well, Metrolinx was at the committee and indicated this was an important strategic corridor. And so your advice, your strong advice to us today is what?
Through the chair, my strong advice is to go back to the recommendation for core employment on these lands. This is at its heart a critical compatibility issue, and it is a tricky issue, but it is about compatibility and appropriate use, and it is about protecting for planned transit expansion.
And when you say the critical, you're meaning critical because of how they've identified RER and SmartTrack and the success of those two things being incumbent on electrification, the ability to use this rather large yard. Though from the diagram, it's fairly significant size, is it not?
Through the chair, that's correct. The reason that I would say it's critical is because we do have a recent precedent from Calgary whereby when an incompatible use has been approved close to a rail yard, it was the rail yard that was required to move, and we know that would be very tricky to do in this context. In addition, we are going to expect a doubling of activity in the Willowbrook yard, so there is going to be overnight noise because the testing of the braking systems and the maintenance of the trains happens during the nighttime. This includes revving of engines, bells, brakes, idling. Unfortunately, it is a noisy activity, this Willowbrook yard, and the extent to which we can keep residential homes from an adjacency will allow that use to function.
So this sliver of land that you showed us up there earlier really should be the buffer between the residential to the north and these yards. Is that your point?
Through the chair, that is exactly our point. That is correct. It serves as a buffer today, and it needs to serve as a buffer in the future.
I'm sure we have other places where we're having this conversation with Metrolinx about the future, and I know I have them in my ward, RER, SmartTrack, and what that's going to look like from a planning point of view. So would you not consider that this is essentially one of the issues within planning our RER and SmartTrack, this particular yard? So and this somehow Judson Peace has gotten ahead of a report on what we need to do for planning our critical infrastructure to expand transit, including RER and SmartTrack.
That was your last question.
Yes, it's important to note that we've had a working group that has been working on this secondary plan for 3 years. Metrolinx has been intimately involved, as acknowledged in the letter, and we are going to continue to work very closely with Metrolinx. This is a significant location because of the scale of the yard and because it is where the electrification activities will take place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, questions?
I thank you to the Chief Planner, through you, Madam Speaker. On page 22 of the supplementary report, on Block F is the subject land, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. I thought that was the one you had on your screen, which is why I referenced F.
So on the north side of Block F, there are residential houses, correct?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct.
So if Block F were to be developed with houses, those houses would be the same, would they not be the same proximity to the rail yard as if they would be if the rail yard were expanded? So if the rail yard were expanded into Block F, houses are just across the road. So I'm trying to understand the difference between houses in Block F or houses on the north side of Judson.
Through the chair, it's important to note that the compatibility issue with respect to Block F is not with respect to the north, but it is with respect to the Willowbrook Yard to the south. The proposed townhouses are 28 meters from the property line, which is extremely close and means that the noise and the vibration would in fact be felt by those residential houses and people living in those units.
What's immediately to the west of Block F, south of Judson, and east of our land? What is that section?
Through the chair, immediately to the west are industrial lands.
Industrial lands.
Industrial lands, correct.
And what kind of industry is occurring there? What's there? Do you know?
Through the chair, yes. Currently, there is a roofing facility, and also Metrolinx is located on that parcel.
So, in the letter from, have you spoken to Greg Percy? The author of the letter, Greg Percy, is the Chief Operating Officer, Metrolinx. Because it doesn't matter. In his letter, he writes, the RER program will introduce two-way, all-way electrified service on many GO rail corridors and is expected to double the size of the GO transit fleet over the next 10 years. So, within the next 10 years, they are anticipating significant growth, and they may need some of this property. They may need to access some of this property. Is that, would that include Block F?
Through the chair, they will need to expand their operations. At this point in time, we don't have clarity as to whether they have an intention to use the employment lands on F. Our concern is the buffer between the very loud, noxious activity taking place in the rail yard, the Willowbrook Yale yard, and the adjacency to proposed residential.
Is their see, I'm reading this like their concern isn't the buffer. He hasn't referred to a buffer between residential, I don't believe. They're referring to having the opportunity to purchase the land in Block F, I would presume, because of future expansion.
Through the chair, through our conversations with Metrolinx, we have clarity. We don't need to presume. They are concerned about the incompatibility of the existing facility and residential. And in the site plan that you have in the report on page 13, you will notice that there are residential units proposed directly adjacent to the rail corridor. It's our opinion in city planning that this is not good planning and that these would not be livable units. And in fact, if residents moved into these units and chose to complain, we would in fact be risking the future of expansion of this facility, which we know is forthcoming.
So you mentioned the buffer being 28 meters?
Through the chair, this is in the preliminary report on 4 Judson Street, and it is currently a 28-meter distance between the residential houses and the rail corridor where the maintenance facility
Proposed
is located.
residential houses, right?
Yeah, residential, yeah.
And does the city have any authority, or could the city make that buffer wider?
Through the chair, of course, through designation of lands, and that's precisely what we're talking about today, is how they are designated.
Okay, so I guess the last question is, if Metrolinx were to expand their facility, the rail yard, they would do so, when would it be foreseeable that they would do so? Would that be within the next 5 years? Because what I'm thinking is if it's within the next 5 years or 6 years, certainly they're planning out, like everybody's planning out 5 years, 10 years. That's why I'm surprised they haven't given any indication that they may need these lands.
Your last question.
One would presume within 5 years they would have a plan if they were intending to expand. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Through the chair, we have absolute certainty with respect to the expansion of the intensity of use. There will be more trains with more frequency and more trains and more activity taking place in maintaining those trains and electrifying those trains in the Willowbrook facility. So we know there will be a significant increase in the amount of noise. We have certainty about that. We do not have certainty about the expansion of them into other lands in the area. We have less certainty about that.
Thank you. Councillor Al-Jamari.
Thank you. I've been dealing with cement batching issues for quite some time because, as you know, in my community we have two substantial ones directly across the street from one another on Wilson Avenue. And throughout the planning process and the redevelopment process, I've been told repeatedly by planning staff that we do not have the ability to get rid of these cement batching plants, these concrete batching plants. I've been told that they have a right to remain in perpetuity, and that if in fact we redesignate the lands and rezone them, they still have the right to remain in perpetuity. What makes this site different?
Through the chair, nothing makes this site different. It is exactly as you say.
Thank you. They have the...
Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been answered, but this one has not yet. So let's say council was to go with the recommendations of the local councillor. Can you play out what would likely happen at the, if anything, at the Ontario Municipal Board? And this related question is, does Metrolinx, I know the feds have the ability to call paramountcy. Would the province have that ability as well if it's in the strategic interest of the province's agency, Metrolinx?
Through the chair, it's in fact the Canada Transport Agency that would make that call, and they would not make that call until there has been a decision of council, which is why you don't see anything before you from them today. Metrolinx has made it very clear that they will appeal this decision at the Ontario Municipal Board because it threatens their operations.
Okay, so they would appeal it, and then it goes before that other body. Well, so that would play out. So let's say it plays out in favor of the applicant. Then there's an ability of the Canadian, whatever that title of that body was, to declare paramountcy. Would that be fair?
Through the chair, they would need to declare paramountcy once it has been appealed. They would not do that before it has been appealed.
Right, okay.
Madam Speaker, I believe that you should also be aware that the province certainly could declare this a matter of provincial interest, in which case the matter would be at the board, but ultimately it would go to cabinet for a decision.
I see. So just on the cement batching plant, if I'm hearing you and reading between the lines, you're saying that the cement batching place stays as long as it stays, it would be grandfathered. But in the end, it is possible that there would be a scenario where there would be a provincial interest in negotiating with the owner to purchase the land, and as their last recourse, there might be a provincial interest in basically expropriating a part or all of the land for its purposes. There may be. One could speculate.
Through the chair, in keeping with the first part of your question, it's important to note, and following the line of questioning from Councillor Al-Jamari, that the cement batching plant is a legal non-conforming use, and there is no way to remove them from the site. The irony is this proposal puts more residential directly adjacent to a noxious use, which from our perspective is another reason why we wouldn't want, we already know that there's a compatibility issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to the Chief Planner. The provincial policy statement on growth plan and for the greater Golden Horseshoe established in 2016. What are the ramifications? Because I understand this is sort of overarching that speaks to the issue around decision-making as it relates to protecting existing and planned transportation corridors and so on, and associated facilities. It seems that if we were to make a decision to support what we're being asked to do by the local councillor, it would be in contrary to the intent of that proposed policy. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, that would be correct. In fact, that would likely be the underpinning of the argument that Metrolinx would make at the OMB. Section 1.6.9 of the provincial policy statement identifies airports, marine and rail facilities and protecting their long-term operational and economic role in the region as being a critical provincial priority.
Right, and the city's priority with respect to improving and building more transit facilities, we would be in direct conflict with that, given the position that you've communicated and the questions that you've responded to about the impact that this would have on Metrolink, and clearly with respect to Metrolink's letters as well. So would we then not be in conflict with our own position moving forward if we were to support this application?
Through the chair, from a city planning perspective, it would seem so. We are aggressively trying to advance this transit infrastructure.
In my ward recently, I've supported a cement batching facility. It's actually almost completed. We'll be creating some 180 new jobs. It doesn't have an impact with respect to immediate residential impact and so on. So I get how that works. Why would we as councillor and as council, this body, support an application in which we would be putting residential development next to a cement batching facility when we've heard it's noxious and noisy and a variety of things? How it would be possible for this council to make such a decision?
Through the chair, it's not something that can be recommended as good planning.
In your opinion, as a
In
chief
my
planner?
opinion.
Right. So I'd heard prior about this situation when I asked questions. I was simply told it related to a concrete batching facility that residents and others wanted to get out of the community for a very long time. You have indicated here that there is no way to remove it because as of right and the fact that I think councillors Mahavik had talked a little bit about I believe it's the component part of the federal government having the right to supersede with respect to transit. So we have two component parts. One is that we can't move this cement batching facility. The other is that we have the federal government, Transportation Canada, could intercede. The other component is that our own provincial government's own policy for the greater Golden Horseshoe policy position. So we have a number of things that are stacked against us making a decision which would be contrary to what we know legally, what we know directionally from the province, and how is it possible for us to go against all those elements in making a decision? And I can ask it any
Through the chair,
Thank you very much.
the recommendation of committee, of course, is to
If you've got
do.
questions, you can ask them.
The recommendation of city planning, of course, is to do otherwise precisely for those reasons. And it's important to note that the area residents also support the city planning
That was
recommendation.
my next question. Okay, so you've answered that. Thank you very much. And Councillor Davis, if you've got questions, you should put your name up.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on this list? No, hold on. Councillor Grimes, question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Chief Planner, you mentioned the yard has it's a large obnoxious use. Is that what you said just a minute ago?
Through the chair, the Willowbrook Yard is the largest commuter
Oh, we just mentioned it was a
transit
large
yard.
obnoxious use, right?
It's in the country.
Would you agree we have one right now, abutting residential with the concrete batching plant?
A large
Obnoxious
obnoxious
use right now with regards to the residents with the concrete batching plant?
We have an adjacency challenge, absolutely.
Okay. Did they seek city approvals, this concrete batching plant, when they came in? Have they got city approvals to put that plant in there? Or they just open up and start operating?
It's my understanding from staff that their building permits are in fact before the court. There's some dispute related to that question.
Is it true they built buildings without any city building permits whatsoever?
It is our understanding that yes, that is correct, that some of the buildings were built without permits.
Okay, Metrolinx and the Willowbrook Yard, when they built the Metrolinx, did the Metrolinx come to the community and go through a consultation process with the community when they built that large facility?
Through the chair, it's my understanding that when that facility was expanded, there was not a community consultation
Thank you.
process.
And would you agree that Metrolinx is buying property further to the west and on the other side of Roy Court? They have been making some major acquisitions in the area for future expansion?
Through the chair, that's correct. They are purchasing additional properties for office space.
So if they wanted these properties, there's a mechanism for Metrolinx to take them. If they really wanted them, they would take them, if they really required them.
Through the chair, absolutely. They also have the right of expropriation as they've used widely across the city.
Okay. In 2013, the guideline published by FCM, it recommends that residential development be set back 30 meters from a principal main line. That's a standard setback. And there's ways to reduce that 30 meters design, correct? Through the design? There's a way to do that?
Through the chair, to clarify, that guideline pertains to an active rail line. A yard has a different regulatory framework.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that. A freight rail yard. There's different classifications of freight yard. You said this is a rail freight yard, but in the noise consultant report, it says it's a shunting yard. What's the difference between a shunting yard and a freight rail yard?
Through the chair, to be very clear, this is a rail maintenance facility. Shunting is where they're backing up and changing tracks. This is actually a facility where maintenance takes place, construction takes place on the
There's no
vehicles.
shunting happening here. For the noise reports, there's no shunting happening. It's just a maintenance yard.
Through the chair, there would be shunting to the extent that it's required to move the trains simply for the maintenance function, but the rail yard has idling, revving, and brake testing that takes place overnight. Those are the primary
Which happens indoors.
activities.
Indoors.
And outdoors as well.
Can we just go to the map here, please? If you look on the map there, there's the question. So just south of the trash from my Penn's Point, I circled the area there. We have infill townhouse, and there's the rail yard just to the left of it, that the city approved, city planning approved it. It's coming out of the ground right now. How did that get approved? And there was no noise consultant. The same noise consultant they've hired for Block F is the same one. How do we approve that and not have this big rigmarole with Metrolinx?
Through the chair, for a variety of reasons. There is, in fact, 140 meters between the townhomes and the area where the maintenance activity takes place. There has also been noise mitigation measures that have been put in place, and importantly, there are intervening buildings that act as a buffer between these infill townhomes and the activities that take place in the rail yard. There's also a new full-length sound wall that has been built as part of this development to mitigate the impact of the noise precisely because there was a concern about
There's
it.
buildings on the back of that townhouse development.
They are single-loaded towns.
But are you saying on the back there's buildings to mitigate? There's none.
Through the chair, there are some open areas, but there are also some buildings spattered between the infill housing and the maintenance facility yard.
I disagree with that. The Judson lands are located 75 meters radius within the Mimico GO station. Is that correct?
Okay, that was your last question.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to that triangular piece where presumably the cement batching plant is located, is there any city interest that we can think of that would be deemed to be in the public interest that we could acquire the lands for that purpose?
Through the chair, would you like?
I would say no, Madam Speaker, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, speakers. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be moving a supplementary report, which you should have before you, and also have an amendment. City Council amend the proposed Mimico Judson Secondary Plan Attachment 1 to the secondary supplementary report, June 6, 2016, from the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, by redesignating the land south of Judson Street between Royal Road and Willowbrook Yard to mixed-use areas as described as Option 2 in the Urban Strategy Report, dated April 2015, in reference to the Directions Report, October 28, 15, from the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, with a stipulation of the employment lands has to be built prior to any residential use that shall include 100% family-sized units, with the exception of 29 Judson, which must provide 15% two-bedroom units, and direct the city solicitor to utilize the appropriate tools available under the Planning Act in order to ensure that the requisite employment uses be constructed prior to any residential uses, including but limited to those tools available under Section 36, Holding Provision Bylaw, Section 37, Subdivision of Land, and the Planning Act, including the requirement for landowners to enter in agreements with the city where applicable and would be registered on title, binding our successors owners. So with this, I have a major nightmare right across residential. ML Lumber comes in, they open up with no city approval, start a concrete batching plant. The neighbors are livid, to put it mildly. I do want to thank John Livy, who's headed up the working group. We have MLS that's there, the tremendous amount of time they've put into it. We've had public health. Metrolinx has been at the table. The Minister of Environment's been there, plus the community, the Residents Association are there, and they're absolutely livid. So again, we've heard questions from Councillor George. Is there any mechanism for us to buy it? No, there's not. Is there options for Metrolinx to buy it? Yes, there is. There's options. If they needed that property, they would take it. This is a spur line. This is not a freight main line. It's a spur line that comes off, that comes out of the maintenance facility. What the deal would be on Section F is the developer would take the first piece. They would build commercial industrial units along the rail yard, go up 3 stories, build that mitigation wall that would help all the noise that would take place. That would be built first. That would add jobs, number one, to that piece of property, the first piece of property. And then the towns would go on to Judson Street, which would be compatible with the residential directly across the street. Then that developer has a deal to buy the concrete batching plant. It's a small liver. It's a very unusable piece of land except for one space. There'd probably be a 15-story building there, which is within 75 meters of the GO train platform. And that's where we want to intensify. So it's all great to stand here and say this is a big, important piece of land, but we have a major nightmare with this concrete batching plant. The neighbors are livid. And I have to get them out of this. It's the only mechanism I have. And again, if Metrolinx wanted that property, there's mechanisms to it. I don't buy that this is land that they could use for expansion. And again, it's a spur line that comes out of a huge concrete wall maintenance facility. That also acts as a buffer. So when we put the commercial industrial, there's no jobs on there now. There's nothing there. You heard from our chief planner. It would add jobs. That would be the buffer. Commercial industrial, beautiful units with a roadway in behind, and then the townhomes that would be out of that 30-meter setback. They would meet that requirement onto Judson. That would be compatible with what's happening across the street. So I ask you to support this. And again, it's a nightmare I'm trying to solve, and I want to thank the Deputy City Manager and all the staff that have been working on this for over a year with no light at the end of the tunnel, but this is the light at the end of the tunnel for the residents of my ward. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you from... Oh, you took it off. Okay. Are there any more speakers? Councillor Fletcher. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Shiner wants the question. Councillor Shiner, question to Councillor Grimes, clarification of the motion.
Councillor Grimes. So I'm just trying to clarify for my colleagues here, and I was trying to do that with staff. Committee recommended that the portion on the west side of Royal York Road be mixed use.
The east side.
West side. That's what you asked for, that the west side of the concrete plant be mixed use.
Right.
And asked for a report that if it was going to be mixed use, what should be required for that. right?
So
And that's, so you're moving the motion that continues to adopt the committee's recommendations to make the west side mixed use with the conditions as to how it should be mixed.
That's correct.
But that's not the staff recommendation to make it mixed use?
That's, well, on the one side of Royal East side, it is their recommendation. This is the side they disagree with me on in the committee, but the committee agreed that all of it should be mixed use.
Thank you.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry I won't be able to support the amendment to the supplemental report. And I'm pleased that staff have developed that supplemental report and added a few other things in from the consultation and the main staff report. I will be supporting the staff report, which said basically to maintain this for core employment. And the reason really is got to do with our transit planning. This is our first moment where we're actually dealing with a planning application that is going to affect a big Metrolinx yard. And having big yards in our wards is something that many of us do have. So I'm seeing nodding. Plus, we're putting in, remember the McNichol bus garage, and when we moved that around, and then we allowed the seniors' place next door, and now the seniors don't want the bus garage. We have to be very careful when we're citing strategic infrastructure and maintaining strategic infrastructure that we don't override it with uses that will make that impossible. And this is a concern to me that perhaps that wasn't at the front of everybody's mind. It is at the front of Metrolinx's mind because they sent us a letter on June 2nd and said, hold on here, better be careful. This is a large yard. The Willowbrook yard is a strategic asset for the development of our RER and development of Smart Track, which I think we should really pay attention to. And I certainly understand the desire of the councillors to change the area. I have cement batching plants, as does Councillor Thompson, as do many people, as does Councillor Ojameri, and understand that when they're there, that you spend a lot of time making sure that they clean up after themselves, that they're driving safely, many things. But having these plants, we can't move them all out to the 905. We can't just be moving them around from one ward to the other. They are there. They have been there for a long time, and they're probably going to be there for longer. But the real issue to me has to do with the strategic infrastructure and transit planning. That if we're going to be taken seriously in our development of Smart Track, which is coming at the end of June, that to impede the electrification and expansion of the Willowbrook yard in beginning of June and come to a June 28th executive and say, we love Smart Track and RER and we're moving it ahead, doesn't seem to work. So I would suggest that at this juncture, we go with the plan, we see what's going to happen. If for some reason we don't have Smart Track, we don't have RER, none of those things pan out, there's no money, there's no strategic transit development, then I think I'd be happy to revisit some of these pieces. But until that time, I think we need to leave this as suggested by our planning staff.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, while I have an appreciation for the concern that houses be situated 28 meters or greater than 28 meters from rail lines, my own experience in my own ward and in the ward to the south of me from Councillor DiCiano is that in historic neighborhoods, we have many instances where homes are closer than 28 meters. In fact, some people have GO trains literally running through their backyards. I will be supporting the recommendation and the motion put forward by Councillor Grimes because of the irritant that the batching plant has posed for this neighborhood for many years. There is a solution. The solution is relocating that or replacing that batching plant with a housing development. The mixed-use component will allow for additional employment in the area and will actually replace some of the employment that is already there found at the batching plant. I'm a little perplexed why Metrolinx has come in more or less at the 11th hour with their objections to this. If this is land that they intended to, or they intend to have, or they intend to need, one would think that, given planning cycles, they would have indicated by now that this is land that they will require for future use. So given those considerations, and also given the consideration that any residential development, I mean, realistically, residential development, when it happens, if it happens, won't happen for probably 4 or 5 years. At that point, Metrolinx will be along its planning cycle to the point where they will know if these lands are required. They have means at their disposal to obtain those properties.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be supporting the local councillor for a couple of reasons. First of all, it seems to me that there's a responsibility on the planning department that if you are dealing with a situation where you have an obnoxious use across the street from a residential area, the very first thing, yeah, actually the asphalt or the cement plant is deemed to be an obnoxious use. Absolutely. Well, no, it's the same thing. You can use the word toxic as well. But the reality is that planning staff, at the very least, should rezone the properties, not employment uses, not core employment uses, but very light industrial area. Light industrial uses. We can't impede or affect the legal nonconforming status of the plant, but we could rezone it to say in the future, if this particular use ever leaves, then we can only have, let's say, a lighter industrial use come onto the property. That's something that can be done. I also believe that when we have public bodies that are in a position to help us out with situations like this, where you get the juxtaposition of uses that are just tremendously incompatible, we have to call on that public body to come forward and actually acquire this site. Now, don't be afraid of we don't have places where we can put these uses. There are a multitude of places where the zoning is correct and the surrounding uses are also very similar. There's no shortage of places to put these uses. The problem is when you get, for whatever reason, you get situations where someone worms their way into a situation where it just doesn't make sense to allow these kind of incompatible uses to continue going forward. This is not something that's sustainable. You can accept it as being sustainable because presumably they have a legal nonconforming status. But how did that legal nonconforming status ever get created? What part did the city have in creating that legal nonconforming property there? Across the street from residential areas. Who made that? What went in there first? Didn't the industrial use go there first? Or was the residential there first? All those things, we don't have the information. But all those things would be brought out whenever this goes to the OMB. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Perks, you just wanted for the clerk to give clarification.
Yes, Speaker, on a point of order, I'm trying desperately to understand how it is I can vote to get the staff's advice in front of us. I don't know if I vote for the supplementary report or if I someone needs to move a motion to strike the committee recommendations and reinstate staff's advice.
Well-
So if I could just have the clerk explain what the effect of the supplementary report is,
Right.
so I can know how to proceed.
So if the clerk could just clarify exactly what's before us and what needs to be done to bring it back to the staff report. Okay.
Madam Speaker, I understand that the supplementary report dated June 6 from the Chief Planner is a result of additional consultation that was undertaken following the Planning and Growth following the committee meeting, and that the official plan amendment recommended in the supplementary report does in fact replace the official plan amendment that was recommended by committee. It does not give effect to the committee's recommendations. It gives effect to an official plan amendment as a result of some additional consultation that was undertaken post-committee. Councillor Grimes' Amendment 1B, which amends the Mimico-Judson Secondary Plan, is actually itself an amendment to the supplementary report that is moved in 1A. So 1A would replace, in essence, the official plan amendment recommended by committee, and 1B amends the staff recommended official plan amendment in the supplementary report.
Okay? Clear?
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so just one moment, please. Does she has a motion?
She doesn't, because we're just trying to straighten it out. It's reasonable that we need a little bit more time.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, your motion is not ready yet, so we'll go to the next speaker. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to speak in favor of what's before us and in support of Councillor Grimes. This item has been at the topic of your Community Council too many times. I believe that this is a good compromise that will create a balanced approach that will benefit not only the industrial community but also the residential community. These concrete batching operations that we have and have been the subject of many, many complaints, many meetings in the past. So actually, I can speak from experience. I do have a concrete batching operation in my area, and I have spoken about that in the past, and that's on St. Clair in Caledonia. A very obnoxious industrial use that it doesn't belong in that residential community and commercial at the same time. An operation that's in the middle of people's backyards that affects the quality of life and business as well. And that's the kind of businesses that we are talking about sometimes that are not compatible, do not maintain the spirit and the character of the land uses of what we are trying to do. So, and that's exactly what Councillor Grimes has been doing, trying to bring a compromise that's satisfactory and that will be functional and create a good environment to do business in the future. So from that perspective, and we have other uses as well that I can relate to. We have the National Rubber Industries in the area that has literally put the brakes on economic development, on economic revitalization in my area, and this is the kind of thing that's happening in Mimico as well. So I think we have to be mindful in terms of what's compatible, what maintains the spirit and character of our neighborhoods, what enhances it, and I think this is a good compromise, so I'll be more than glad to support what's this compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Councillor Wong Tam's motion ready? Okay. We'll skip to the next speaker. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I wish I had been here in time for staff questions, but I'm grateful that you had the clerks clarify it for us. I think that was procedurally very helpful, that the motions are clarified. When I couple those with an email that I received in my office from the community, I'm grateful that one of the things asked for in the committee was that staff use the brief time between committee and now to do a bit more community consultation, because clearly there is concern in the community, and we've heard it many times before. This part of Etobicoke is unique. It must be a tough place for Councillor Grimes to represent all the interests, because for the city, for the greater interests of the city, these employment lands need to be able to function well. For the good of the entire GTHA, these rail lands have to be able to function unimpeded. And that's why it is so important not to set in place a land use that in fact is going to impede the very busy rail yard that Metrolinx is using, because that system and the uses that will be needed there are growing by leaps and bounds as Move 2020 is developed. And so I'm very grateful for the explanation that you, Madam Speaker, asked clerks to give us, because I understand now that while there were some minor mistakes, and they were a question in media and a question for some of the members of community, if I adopt 1A, I put the staff supplementary report in place, which is the best outcome for us economically, infrastructurally speaking, and for the community if we look into the future and look at, is this the best place to put residential uses? Well, of course, the plan says not. And so 1A gives effect to what I think is in the best interest of the city and of the community that reached out to each of us councillors. 1B, unfortunately, then goes on to amend it and I think places that correction in jeopardy. So I'll be supporting 1A by Councillor Grimes, and with all due respect, I cannot support 1B, and I thank you for your work.
Thank you. Is it ready yet, the motion? No. We need to get this right. Yep. Okay, and actually, members of council, if you can just give us a few minutes to straighten everything out, because it really is a mess.
I think we should stand the item down.
Stand the item down?
Yeah, do a little bit more and we'll try and straighten it out.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Thompson, okay, the reason we want to stand the item down is that we're not sure exactly what we're voting on, and the comments that the clerk's office made earlier is not correct. Like, no, yeah, it's kind of confusing. It's kind of confusing. Yes. So, okay, Councillor Thompson, did you want to wait?
No, I just wanted to make the comment. There's a delegation that's in from India that I have to meet now, Speaker, downstairs.
Yeah.
And so what I'd like to ask is, if you're standing this down, when will you stand it down until?
Well, we'll have to stand it down until we're able to straighten out.
My point is, I have to leave for a few minutes. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Well, how long will you be gone?
Half an hour?
Madam Speaker, I don't think it'll be long.
I don't know.
So
if
I don't
Councillor
have to move a
Thompson-
motion. Can I just speak and make my point?
Okay, yes, you can speak, yes. Go ahead, speak.
Okay.
Go ahead, speak.
And I'll be brief, Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
okay.
Madam Speaker, I rise, as the Chair of Economic Development, there's a real push and there's a pull at the same time with respect to employment land and its uses and so on. Every one of us have in our own respective communities challenges, and there are folks coming wanting to change the land use for a variety of different reasons and so on. And I get the notion that we tend to respond. I certainly don't have a negative perspective with respect to Councillor Grimes' desire to bring forward, obviously, this matter in the way he has. However, we understand that there are a number of reasons why this should not be supported. As a city, the mayor has been very focused on transit, his efforts. All of us here have been, have in a position where we're demanded by the public to improve our transit infrastructure. And clearly, this plan would impact that greatly in Mimico. We've heard from the letters that's been submitted by Metrolinx, and we need to pay attention to it as a body. We've seen as well that in terms of our own position, the provincial policy statement with respect to growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, it seems that we would be in total conflict with respect to that. It's a guideline that helps us to make decisions. And so we need to either A, be serious about protecting our employment lands, or if we're not, then fine, go ahead and make such decisions that obviously the local councillors is adhering to bring forward. As I understand it, this is some of the arguments that have been put forward. It is that an effort to remove the cement batching facility. Well, we know from the chief planner that she says, look, you may want to do that, but they're going to stay. We don't have the right to move them. However, we're being told as well that the mixed-use designation that we want to implement as part of motion 1B would then put residential elements next to the cement batching facility, where at the same time we're saying we want to remove that. How is it possible for this council to make such a decision? It's totally contrary to everything that we, I believe, stand for in terms of making appropriate decisions. I understand the intent of the local councillor, and I understand what he wants to do, and I think that is admirable. However, this body is a decision-making body that asks us to bring all pieces of information forward in order to be able to make decisions. I think we have the necessary information to make the appropriate decision. We've been told by the planner, the chief planner, quite frankly, this matter is going to go to the OMB, and I do believe if it goes to the OMB, we're not going to be on the right side of this, in my view. And the other piece that I think which is extremely important, every one of us have challenges as it relates to, the decision to switch and to change zoning in order to accommodate other use. But I don't think that we need to send the message about how we deal with issues that we don't like. In this case, the cement batching. Some have said, well, we're going to put all of these measures in so that will give us the ability to get them out of there. Well, that is not the appropriate way for us to conduct ourselves. We're trying to sell this city as a place that's open for business, as a place that has an even playing field and so on, that when decisions are made or policies are made, we adhere to those policies. And this council would actually do something totally contrary to that, knowing all the things that we know. I get it that people want to support their friends and so on council, and I get that. But at the end of the day, we're asked to do the right thing. It's a tough business that we're in. We make tough decisions every single day. This indeed is a tough decision, but for me, I can actually make it with clear conscience with respect to the policies that are in place and the indication that we want to have a better transit system. And Metrolinx has spent over $100 million already in this area. Are we then going to say, no, this is inappropriate? How do we stand this in good stead in decision making? If we make the decision that's being asked for by the local councillor, it would be the wrong decision. Let's do the right thing, and I think you know better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you guys don't want to raise residential property taxes, don't be kicking businesses out.
So we don't, are we,
Oh, Madam Speaker, microphone?
okay, I just, Mr. Shiner, you were going to be the last speaker. Councillor Wong Tam is on the list to speak. The clerk is still not ready with Councillor Wong Tam's motion. And so it's been suggested by the staff if we can hold the item down until everything's prepared, and then you could speak at the end. Is that okay? All right, so we'll hold. Sorry.
Sorry, it's like dealing with a pumpernickel bagel when people actually think it's a real bagel and it's not. Real bagel is from Greif's Bagels, I'm sorry.
Oh, Grice is good.
That's Greif's is a real bagel. I grew up on them. Anyways, on a different topic.
I thought you were bringing in bagels today. No? Okay,
Now,
Council-
so on the item that's in front of us, yes, if I could move that we stand this down for 15 minutes. The clerk is trying to come up with a motion for Councillor Wong Tam, which I'll speak to after, so there'll be the opportunity for the council to vote for or against the recommendations that are here and understand what it is. But they have to have a motion, the appropriate motion for Councillor Wong Tam to do that, and then we can go on with this.
Okay.
So could we get a 15-minute, stand this down for 15 minutes? And Councillor Thompson, will you still be here then? Okay, so if we stand it down for 15 minutes, I think we'll be set. That will be my motion, to stand this item down for 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to continue with the agenda, and this item will be held down. When we're ready, we'll go back to the item. All right?
In between the next item if we have to?
Pardon?
In the middle of the next item if we have to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, our next item would have been on page 3T 14.9 for Councillor Cressy. Is Councillor Cressy here? Okay, then the next item is on page 3EX 15.20, which is disability access. Councillor Coe held the item down. Is Councillor Coe around? Our next item is page 3, EX 15.21. Request for provincial review of special investigations unit. Councillor Wong Tam held the item down. Are you ready?
She moved a motion. Yes,
Madam Speaker, I am. Yes. So this was yesterday, and Councillor Wong Tam moved a motion, and I asked if she can circulate the motion so members of council have the opportunity to read it because it was quite lengthy. It's the green sheet. Has everybody had the opportunity to read it? Is everybody okay? Okay, so on the amendment, it's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Clauses amended, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is on page 3, Community Development, CD 12.5, 2016 Community Festivals and Special Events. Councillor Aljamari, you held the item down. Questions?
My questions have been answered, so I'll just make a comment, if I can. Okay, so, Speaker, I was trying to get information about this since I saw it on the agenda a while back, and it was very difficult for me because I didn't get callbacks. But I want to draw people's attention to something, and it might be something that you care to note. In the decision history, under comments, It says, "The original request was not recommended for funding, as other grant proposals were identified as a higher priority for support." If anyone is listening?
I am.
Okay. On the next page, the work plan lacked significant detail. Next, did not provide timelines, did not provide measurable outputs, ineligible budget items. Outreach and engagement was limited. Appeals Committee did not recommend. So I ask, how did this get recommended? And I don't begrudge this community. I love this community. I don't begrudge it at all. And I asked staff, and they said it was a political decision, which is fine. It was the chair of the committee, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Nunziata. So, that's fine. We are a political body. It's not a point of order. It was a political
Okay,
decision.
just one sec, okay, hold on. Point of order, Councillor Pasternak. Sorry, I was speaking
you.
to the clerk and I didn't hear.
There was point of personal privilege, and Madam Speaker, I would urge you to pay close attention to this item, as it is your ward, and you work.
That's not a personal privilege.
No, I would simply say that my understanding was that this was an applicant who was denied original funding. The local councillor worked with staff to work out a
What's the
compromise.
privilege?
That's...
Yes. Yes. If you're ashamed of what you did, don't. Okay, so, Madam Chair.
Councillor Archimary, if you don't mind, and I apologize, the clerk was speaking to me
Yes, it's
about that
fine.
other item, so I really didn't hear what you said. Can you just repeat it,
I said I
please?
love this
Okay.
community. I love Mount Dennis. I'm supporting this. I said it's great. I will say that you go to bat for your community, and I appreciate that. I elucidated in the report the reason staff did not support it, and they included that it was a very bad application. So my point is, in the political decision, let's admit it. We make political decisions here. We're politicians. Sometimes you have to go above and beyond staff. Sometimes you have to disagree with staff. And that's what I wanted to point out. Because it's done in this example, I am taking no issue at all with the local councillor. But we have to admit and recognize that it's done sometimes. And so when it comes time for other people to do it, let's recognize what we do. Thank you. And Madam Chair, I leave it up to you whether you want to move it or not. I can move it.
We have staff questions.
Who has staff questions? Well, we already went through that. We're at speakers now. I asked, nobody had their name up there.
Let's just vote.
So, there's speakers list. Okay. Councillor Pasternak, okay. I don't know.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to alert my colleagues that we get hundreds of applications for finite dollars every year. And many of these organizations are community-based, and many of their applications have merit. And many approved applications have some problems within the paperwork, only because the paperwork is fairly onerous, and some organizations lack some of the tools and resources to fill it out in the most professional way possible. This application was originally denied. The local councillor did work with staff to ensure that they had a small amount of money to continue with their good work. This, for staff to say it was a political decision, I think is inappropriate, although that's hearsay from the previous speaker. And I would also say that from what I've heard of this group, they do fine work in their community, and it received the unanimous support of committee for a very nominal amount of money to ensure this good work continues.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I have a quick amendment that I think might help us proceed with this event. It's not typed, but I see where we're going, and I simply think that we need to add an amendment that staff attend the event and review the execution of the event before the following year's applications, because it might be very successful, might be a fabulous event, and they will then be back the next year with a stronger application, lessons learned, and looking for more money. So we just need to attend and evaluate But it's the fact is, we do sometimes go over and above. That is the point of having an appeals program for these things. And that is the point of it visiting committees. A committee's allowed to make a decision. But people are nervous. Let's have make sure that staff know they're directed that we really want them to attend the day and review it for next year's appeals board.
Yeah, do you have that amendment made up? Just,
I think it's difficult because they're still working on the event that stood down.
So why, because maybe I should be speaking on it, but do you know, it's a great, I can't speak, I know, okay.
I think this will facilitate proceeding.
But let's wait until that, let's hold this item down too, okay? Yeah.
Let's hold it all down and all go for coffee. We're not doing very well.
Yeah, we're going to hold it down. So, Councillor Mihevik, are you ready for yours? CD 12.6, 2015 allocations, community legacy initiatives. Pardon? Oh, you're working on a motion too? Oh. Councillor Mihevik, do we have questions to staff?
Are you guys done? Okay, they don't have it ready. Staff doesn't have it ready.
But do we have questions?
Actually, Madam Speaker, I had a question, but I thought we would close questions because the staff can actually illuminate this quite easily.
No, this is a
The
different
next
item.
Oh, sorry.
This is the next item. Okay, do we want to take a 15-minute break
No,
here?
no. Keep going.
No.
Keep going.
Well, this is the problem. The staff are trying to work on the other item, and we're going back and forth. I suggest that we just get a break so the staff can get caught up, and we'll come back to it. Okay? Please, because it's too difficult for the staff to be worrying about what we're saying and working on this other item from Mimico. Let's have a 5-minute break. Okay, members of council, if you can please take your seats. Yes. Okay, members of council, can I please have order?
Good job. This is
Members of council, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Jamari, please. Yeah. Okay, members of council. Hello. Hello. Is anybody there? Okay. So, the decision is, we spoke to staff, spoke to the councillors, Councillor Grimes. We are going to hold this item down to later this afternoon because there is going to be motions that have to be reworded, and because there is a confusion, and so we're going to hold the item down and give enough time for the councillors and for the staff to draft up the appropriate motion, okay, on this item. Councillor Wong Tam?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I believe that the clerks are almost ready.
No, I've been told by the clerk we want to hold the item down, Councillor Wong Tam.
Okay, I think the preference for myself and the chair of the committee is to resolve the matter before lunch.
Well, I'm sorry, but they're not ready. They're not ready, and Councillor Grimes has to redo his motion as well. So we're going to hold the item down to later. Okay? Councillor Shiner?
All right, I think what my colleague was saying, if we're able to resolve the motions by a reasonable time before lunch, could we bring it back to the floor and finish it before lunch?
Well, okay, the suggestion was later this afternoon. We'll see how it goes. Let's continue with our agenda.
I say that because we have a very heavy agenda. We have notices of motions. We're going to be quite involved in other items, and I think council has seized this now and understands it. They just want an opportunity to have the motions in front of them to vote.
Okay, Councillor Shiner, we'll see how
Okay, I'd
what
appreciate
happens.
if you could help.
Okay, we're ready on Councillor Carroll. We do have your motion on CD 12.5.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm putting this just to give comfort to folks because this is an application that didn't make it through the first round, didn't make it through the appeal, but the committee did choose to fund it at a minimal level. So to give comfort to council, I'm simply moving that City Council direct Community Development and Recreation staff to attend the event, evaluate the event, and therefore be able to speak to the next round of appeals in the following year. That way we'll know. The only reason, really, the principal reason why this was not granted is that if you haven't been part of a grant process, you'll learn this as you do it. Some of us already know. When the envelope is really too small for the community need, priorities are set. There's a priority type of event. This type of event is priority 1. These types of events are priority 2, 3, and so on and so on. This was a lower priority type of event. And so with scarce dollars, because we don't have dollars, we talked about that all day yesterday, it's lower down the list of priorities, and so it didn't make the list. That being said, it has some very strong partners, agencies, tenant associations, the TRCA, because it's in Eglinton Flats. It has some strong partners. So a minimal level of funding's been adopted. It'll be looked at and monitored, and we'll know whether or not it was a good investment before we ever grant it again. And that being said, I hope the next speaker will call the question, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Carroll, all in favor? Carried. Clauses amended, all in favor? Carried. So, Councillor Mihevc, are you ready on the item for 12.6?
Yes, Madam Speaker. In conversation with Councillor Palacio, there is an agreed to, and in dialogue with staff, there is a motion that is coming forward, and Councillor Palacio is going to be moving it. So I I'm fine with the motion that he is about to present.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask the clerk to display the motion there. So that's what's before you. Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment is on the screen. We're on page 3, 12.6. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed, if any, carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So our next item is Economic Development, ED 12.1, Mayor's Mission to Los Angeles. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
Asked to have this put off till the afternoon. There's a video that I can't test the sound. The AV staff wasn't here before the meeting. Plus, the mayor isn't in the council chambers, and I understand he wants to make an amendment.
He's not here?
So
All
he's
right.
not here at the moment. If we
We'll
could
hold
do
the
that
item
for
down
later.
to later.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next item is page 3, 12.5, 2016 Major Cultural Organizations Allocations. Councillor Campbell, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Okay. Yep, I do.
Okay.
Well, I was hoping to actually direct questions to the mayor, but in his absence, I'll direct them to the city manager. These amounts for the major cultural organizations were, of course, allocated through the budget process. And could you please remind me what the city's goal is in terms of funding the arts, in terms of on a per capita basis, and when that was arrived at?
So in the 2013 budget, after the sign tax court dispute was settled, council adopted a policy to bring it to, I believe it was $24 or $25 per capita, and we adopted a 4-year phase-in plan to do that. We are on track. I believe there's, so it was 13, 14, 15, 17 is the last year of that plan.
So we have one more year of this
one more year, right?
Increase.
I believe so, yes.
So these increases amount to, for these major cultural organizations, amount to 9%.
It varies because the funding isn't applied across the board. There's allocations that are made, so I couldn't tell you exactly who's getting what and whether it's a 9% increase.
So 2016 is cooked, let's say. So
yes, that's been done.
For 2017, what is the anticipated increase to the arts community?
I believe, I'm going off the top of my head now through the speaker, I believe there was another about $6 million increase in because there's tax funding and there's reserve funding. I think the impact is 6.
And these, and the requests that are made from the Art Gallery of Ontario, the Canadian Opera Company, National Ballet, and so on, Artscape, Pride Toronto, those requests are vetted by the Arts Council. Is that correct?
I think Julie should answer that question.
That is not my understanding, but we have, sorry, we have the director here that can provide more details.
Okay. So the Toronto Arts Council does administer $18 million at arm's length for the city, and those are mostly the mid-sized and smaller organization grants.
Okay.
These applicants apply directly to the city, staff review them, and then we strike a peer panel, which is quite like what the Arts Council does, but then we report them directly to committee and council.
So these are, for the most part, well, these are mostly, well, with two exceptions, I see these are Toronto organizations, with the exception of the National Ballet School and the National Ballet of Canada. Am I correct in that?
They're both Toronto organizations, Councillor.
Toronto-based organizations, but are they national in scope, or?
Well, part of the reason that the city actually funds these organizations directly is that they do actually have an international reach, and that's part of the calling card of the city. So you could say the same thing about the Toronto International Film Festival. It's an international event.
So how is it determined that the Toronto Symphony Orchestra gets 4% of an increase, The National Ballet gets 5%, and the Art Gallery of Ontario gets 9%. How is this? Why is it not? Why are the increases not equitably distributed?
Because we review the application against a set of criteria. We have external advisors, and some organizations are doing a better job at certain things than others, and so we're recommending that they get additional funding because of those things.
So I'm not really sure why. So some of these organizations, all of which merit our support, some of them are doing a better job at delivering service, or how is the criteria?
In terms of perhaps drawing more tourists, having a higher artistic product, have extensive community outreach. There's a variety of things that we look at, and they didn't get a score, and then we sort of allocate the funds accordingly. Now, sometimes, like the Art Gallery of Ontario, for example, their increase is actually fairly modest, because that is actually the increase they asked for. We can't actually give them any more than they actually asked for, so sometimes that's one of the caps.
No, I see that a number of organizations got everything that they asked for. Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, maybe I can ask some illuminating questions. It's also true, in terms of the criteria that we use to score the majors, and indeed to classify a cultural organization as a major, were actually arrived at collaboratively with these very organizations, were they not?
Yes, that's correct. And actually, we brought a report to Council last November, which laid out new and
It's unfortunate the councillor's not actually listening to the answer.
clarified criteria.
Yes, so they actually collaborated in these criteria. So is it not also true that the reason that perhaps they seem to be applying in inequitable numbers, some apply for less than others, because they actually know what criteria they are to meet, and therefore the classifications they already know in advance of applying that the classifications don't really allow them to apply for more. It's based on things such as, well, they might be national in scope. What they deliver in Toronto is where we target our investment.
That's correct.
Right. So, for instance, TIFF is an international festival, but an agreement was struck a long time ago that in the neighborhood of $1 million, what we are funding is what they deliver to key communities and community initiatives that can help us build an audience for our film industry, but delivered within Toronto. They receive other monies and lots of private sector monies to do the things they do internationally and across the country.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just have a few questions to staff. Could you speak about the economic impact of obviously the investment that we make in these cultural organizations, and maybe you can expand on that as well?
These cultural organizations are important artistically, but they're also important to the economic life of the city. The city makes, even though it looks like a substantial contribution, these organizations also get funding from the provincial and federal governments and from the private sector and earn revenue. So every dollar that the city puts in is leveraged by about $15 from other sources of revenue. So in terms of tourism and economic activity and also creating a livable downtown, these are important organizations.
$17. And then, so do you measure then the benefits? And I know you talk a little bit about the economic benefits and so on, but when you look at the investment that we make, do you measure sort of beyond simply the economic benefit, which would be, for example, the cultural benefit that accrues as a result of the environment and so on? How do you measure those particular impact for the City of Toronto?
It's not a particularly easy thing to do, Councillor, but we do look at the number of events that are staged in the city and then what the total audience of those events are to try and understand how much participation there is from the people in Toronto in these events. And And then also anecdotally, I mean, the Arts Council also does the same kind of work, and when they do their reports, they often have a lot of anecdotal evidence of the kind of neighborhood impact that's taking place.
So an organization, for example, like what we've got here, the Festival Management, otherwise known as Toronto Caribbean Carnival, how much money does that organization bring in terms of its economic impact to the city? We are investing $625,000 in that organization. My understanding is over a 3-week period, they bring in significant impact of fund that comes in. Can you tell us what that impact is, the funding impact?
I don't have that number right in front of me, but it's in the tens of millions.
So you have not seen some of those reports that say it's $400 million?
I have seen those reports.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Campbell to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly have an appreciation. I have an appreciation for the contribution that these organizations make to the city and the well-being of Toronto, to our prominence as a national city, and to the vibrancy of Toronto and the GTA. I would like to illustrate, however, that no city division received a 9% increase. And I know that this stems from an earlier council direction taken years ago. But we've had from the city manager this week a fairly direct message that our finances are strained and that we're going to have to watch how we spend our money very carefully in the year and in the years to come, and that we're going to have to change the way we do business. Children's services did not get a 24% increase. Long-term care did not get an 11% increase. Many areas, many important areas of the service, shelter, did not get a 15% increase. My message is just that I think the time will come, and it will come quickly, when we have to reassess how we're spending on the arts. A lot of these organizations, when they came and spoke to me personally in my office, they did not actually ask for more money. They seemed quite content with the level of spending that they were already receiving. And yet, we've raised it this year, these organizations 9%, other organizations more, some organizations as much as 62%, 20%, 15%. And so my personal view is that these are well supported, and that at some point in time, the spending increases will have to, the spending and grant allocations will have to come in line very quickly with how we allocate to all of the other city organizations.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Carroll to speak.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm very glad that Councillor Campbell raised this, because we take for granted sometimes that we all remember how we got to where we got in each and every line of the budget, in each and every part of the city's corporation. And we forget that we're not sometimes all on the same page. So in this case, it's important that we note that since from amalgamation until now, the culture sector has gone through a huge amount of collaborative and consultative work to get to how we deliver our culture program. There are major cultural institutions that, you could consider them in the world of culture too big to fail. Because we know if we read you can read Florida, you can read Friedman, you can read any economist you want. Anyone you want. And all of them will tell you that if you want to be the spiky city, the leading city, you'd better have a darn strong cultural sector. It draws businesses, it draws the best labor pool that those businesses will want, and yes, it makes money. The majors in particular, because the majors, if you look down the list, these are the ones that actually make everything around them thrive. Try to imagine the corner that the light box is on now without the light box. It was Ivan Reitman's parents' dry cleaning store. It was a nothing corner for a very long time. Metro Hall went in there, and then nothing else. And we thought, why'd we build that thing there? That whole neighborhood is a magnet known around the world because of the culture sector and the investment made in it by both the provincial government and us. And similar stories can be told for all the rest. Now, collaboratively, all these groups got together and agreed to what is the criteria, what is a major versus what is a minor. We have an opportunity now because it now has a revenue source that grew it, a revenue source of its own to grow it. We have reason to celebrate. We have now got, in terms of funding on a per capita basis in culture, comparatively, compared to Montreal, Calgary, Vancouver, and New York City, we have reached 2005 funding levels. Hooray! We're now funding on a per capita basis at the level those cities were funding in 2005. We have a ways to go, and the billboard tax is only going to get us so far. So the reason that Councillor Campbell wasn't asked for money on Arts Day when the arts sector came to visit him is they know the shape of this envelope. They've all been collaborated with, and they know when the increase that is being built in by the billboard tax, their special own source of revenue that has nothing to do with the taxpayer, they know that when they reach there, we're going to build it into the base where the taxpayer is contributing to culture, and then the sharp increases will end. And here's the sad news. When we get to that end, we won't have reached today's funding levels in other cities. We're trying to get to $25 per capita spend in culture. Do you know what they spend in Montreal? $85 per capita on culture. They're trying to build their economy, and they know that that's one of the key ways to do it. We'll never get there. We certainly will never get there. But through economy of scale and the kind of collaboration that we do and the great partners that we have in culture, both the minors that all apply to the TAC and the majors, we may not need to get there. Because these people are very, very good at spinning a lot of cultural worth out of what dollars we do give them. But to give comfort to Councillor Campbell and others, you should know that the organizations themselves help to build this model, and they know when the windfall is over. They know the billboard tax program backwards and forwards. They help to build it. Many of us will remember Devin Ostrom and the whole young group. This gallery was chock-a-block with culturally invested millennials who told us how we ought to build the model, and we did. And that's why the culture group didn't say, give us more. They know what they're getting. And I've been in their grant appeal and allocation meetings, and I cannot get over how well they have managed to disperse those funds without creating any kind of rancor in their community. There is harmony and there is new culture happening on every corner, and in a way that is still collaborative to this day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the speakers. So we have no motions. We'll just vote on the item. Recorded vote. This is on page 3, ED 12.5. Recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Campbell?
The item is adopted unanimously, 28 in favor.
Councillor Fletcher, are you ready to go back to your item on the mayor's mission to Los Angeles?
I'm not, Speaker, because I have to test the sound, and I can't do that during council, and the staff is not here to do that prior to the council meeting starting.
Okay.
So I'd like to do that later. I'm going to show that.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, page 3, ED 12.6, 2016, Local Art Service Organizations. Do you have questions of staff?
Yes, questions of staff. The report provides information on how the $1,700,000 was allocated to 6 local agencies. It doesn't, however, indicate what the organizations requested. So Arts Etobicoke was granted $438,795, a 17% increase. Was that what they had requested?
Usually, in this environment, the organizations actually always ask for more than they know is in the envelope, because that's the nature of the organization. So they didn't get it. None of these organizations got exactly what they asked for in this situation.
So were they cut back from what they asked? So I find it. So you're telling. So Lakeshore Arts received a 27% increase, $295,000.
Nope.
Am I to understand that they requested more than that?
Yes. So in 15, Lakeshore Arts got $232,000.
Right.
The increase that's been allocated to them is $63,000, and so their new amount would be $295,000.
I see that. That's in the table. And what I was asking is, what did they actually request?
I don't have that right in front of me, Councillor. I'm sorry.
So-
But I can tell you that each of the organizations ask for slightly more than they know they're going to get.
So these organizations, well, and some of them 27%, 28%, 26.8%, 55%, 35%. These are all the increases that they received. And so I'm to understand that they actually requested more than that, which would be in the 30 to 40% increase ranges.
Yeah, these local art service organizations were, I would say, the understanding was that they were underfunded earlier after amalgamation. And so they presented a plan to committee and council where they would be ramped up through this process. And we're also, staff are actually working very closely with them as partners on things like the Cultural Hotspot program. Right. And so they are our key community partners. And so, I think when this whole program started, the entire envelope was only $500,000.
So now there are 6 organizations receiving our support, and I know these all do good community work with youth and seniors and so on. Are there other organizations that applied but that did not receive money? Because the report doesn't indicate that, I don't think.
No. So this group of sort of local art service organizations is a finite group. There used to be 4. As part of Creative Capital Gains, we helped to create 2 new ones, one in North York and one in the East End. And so any other community organizations would go to the Toronto Arts Council.
I see. All right. So there are no other. Okay. So that's that. All right. Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Again, I'm glad that the councillor is asking these questions so we can illuminate. In the case, we're now at a point now where we have some lassos. They call themselves something different, but we've labeled them, and some are umbrella groups. Some have a lot of programs. Some don't. Do they collaborate in the distribution here? Of course, Etobicoke Arts does a lot of things and gets twice as much almost as everyone else. But that's a collaborative decision, is it not?
Yes, they actually came together as a group of 6, and actually they presented a phase-in plan to the city to consider.
They came together, and so the 6 organizations together made that presentation. And the 2 newbies, the North York Arts and the East End Arts, they're getting a big increase this year. They're getting a jump, but it's because, is it not, the year before they really didn't have the capacity. We're funding them as the capacity develops year over year. So you wouldn't fund them if you thought this organization's not fully baked yet. You'd simply say no, would you not?
That's correct.
Okay, those are my questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Along the same vein, I appreciate being illuminated by councillors with information on the importance of the arts and cultural community, because I was heretofore unaware of that. My concern is that is that we are in financial straits. I know that these monies were already allocated, and I know that these organizations do very good work and valuable work. But what I find disconcerting is that these organizations are receiving such hefty increases of 27%, 28%, 55%. The major organizations, they're all receiving these substantial financial support allocation increases in what are essentially times of restraint. And make no mistake about it, if we're increasing property taxes by 2%, we're in a time of restraint. So I, of course, support these organizations. I know they do good work. But at some point in time, council's going to have to say, and these are a bit of a sacred cow. If you speak against them, you're seen as some sort of Neanderthal. But we are limited with the amount of money that we can offer in terms of support to all organizations, be they children's services, be they extended care homes, be they shelter support. We have lots of plans and great intentions, and at some point in time, we're going to have to rein in the amount that's being allocated to the arts community, and I think that they are going to have to be aware of that.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, and I rise in support in the recommendation, and I understand where Councillor Campbell is coming from. Much of this money, I remember that when I was sitting on economic development, and I had made a proposal at that time, amendment, that any new monies that are allocated to arts should then be distributed to the outlying areas. Because what I found was that much of the money that's allocated to the groups were actually very concentrated downtown. So I had moved the motion back then to we allocate any new money so that there's equity among all the arts organizations. So this is implementing that policy that we made, and much of this money is coming from third-party advertising sign revenues. So this is new money, and if you compare Toronto to Vancouver, Montreal, we just do not fund our art community, our creative communities, well enough as compared to the other cities. So I think we are trying to rise to the occasion, because the arts and culture economy adds about 8%, forms 8% of our GDP in Toronto, and rising. Because of automation and so on, factory jobs are not going to be created, new factory jobs are not going to be created in abundance. So we're going to have to depend on entertainment, on creating new ways of new economy. So this is one way of generating that new economy. So I fully support this. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will probably echo some of the comments by my colleague. Certainly up in North York, since we opened up North York Arts just a few years ago, we moved from very much a central pedal policy in the city, where we're putting enormous resources into the downtown and the arts, and it was only through the lassos that we were able to create fairness and reach out to our diverse communities who are in the suburbs and who can greatly benefit from many of the cultural and artistic programs that have been going on. Just to give you an example, North York Arts has certainly helped in our communities with the creation and ongoing support of the Earl Bales Arts and Music Festival. The Cultural Hotspot is currently taking place across North York now, and it's met with remarkable success through the various lassos, as well as through community groups. Example is Ward 10, we're rolling out a second set of 8 bell box murals. The first set were so popular that we managed to secure funding and support and artist participation in a second set. When you look around and see your parks animated, your theaters animated, and you're bringing people who would normally not experience the arts into your local communities, you can see the great value that it creates. And it is true, we have to be careful with every dollar we spend here, but we can make smart choices by investing in the arts, because every economic study I have read shows that the spin-off dollars make the case that it is truly a worthwhile investment. And when you look at the student volunteers who come out and help with these various cultural events and festivals, when you look at the seniors and others who are enjoying these free art exhibits or these free performances or concerts, you really see the value beyond money and the importance that it can be in attracting people to city facilities and having them enjoy their local community. So I can speak firsthand from some of the things I listed, as well as the great things that were going on in North York and in Ward 10 for the Pan Am Games, that this is truly a solid investment. While all groups have to be accountable for their funds, we need to make sure we're spending our dollars wisely, that we support initiatives that have spin-offs and value. At the same time, I have seen firsthand the great profit that this investment in the arts shows.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Well, Madam Speaker, Councillor Pasternak just described so well what happens when you go into an area that doesn't have a local arts service organization and establish one. It was established with $100,000, and Councillor Pasternak just described what's happened in just 2 or 3 years. And what's happened is the service organization serves all of those smaller arts endeavors that would like to get something going in a specific area. It's particularly hard to do in the suburbs. And a local arts service organization with a base and a bit of executive direction is able to foster and mentor and make those types of things happen. I would only add to it Cultura, that happens every Friday night all summer long in North York, under some help and some private sector sponsorships gathered and pulled together by Councillor Fillion, who is our arts advocate. So let's review. Let's review. We had this mixed bag of folks all over the town, and in some places not really much of anything going on, like North York, at Amalgamation. But in some places there were very strong service organizations, and that's why we saw lots and lots of good community arts types of things, dealing with at-risk youth, engaging people that are hard to engage, and it was going on very, very strongly in a part of Etobicoke, in a part of Scarborough, out by the Guild, and of course in downtown Toronto. And in other places, nothing at all. And over the period of time, and particularly when we set that new source of revenue in place and dedicated it to the arts, the billboard tax, we were able to make sure that equitably this was going on across town. But equitable doesn't mean equal. And so it still happens every year that we have cultural staff whose job it is to make sure that we're not giving more funds to an organization that they really have the capacity to spend responsibly. We're not granting funds to an applicant or a service organization that doesn't have that strong base of volunteers and patrons, because that really would be a waste of money in a time of financial constraint. But here's what we learned on a sort of a back-of-the-napkin basis, not using a third-party consultant, using staff. A couple of chairs of economic development ago, Councillor Kyle Ray said to staff, tell me, these grants that we fund, if you were to do everything they do without their volunteer base, without their private sector donations that they get, if city staff had to do all of the things that happen out of the Community Partnership Investment Fund, which includes the arts, at that time we were funding them about $40 million. And in a rough calculation that didn't even take everything into account, it became clear that it would cost us, in property tax dollars, $185 million to deliver what the CPIP people were delivering for $40. So yes, we've put more funds into it to make more things happen in this city, to drive the cultural sector that drives our economy and drives our brand all over the world. And for every dollar we've put in, we keep getting 8 back. And the more you put in, economists will tell you, the more you get back. You can get to where that dollar put in gets you back 17 if you're funding at the appropriate level and in the appropriate areas, small, medium, and large enterprises, on the ground without bricks and mortar and major with bricks and mortar. You can get to the point where for every tax dollar you put in, 17 are coming back to the city coffers, to the businesses' bank accounts, and to the quality of life of every resident in this city. That's why we have lassos, and then we have the Arts Council, and finally we hope that on Saturday and Sunday they're off to the majors. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I sort of have two hats here, and I can really understand where Councillor Campbell is being on the Budget Committee. In my role, when you're looking at the fiscal aspect of, as is Councillor Carroll too, I apologize. I understand when you look at it fiscally. I'm a huge arts supporter, as everybody knows, and I have fallen on the side of supporting the arts, even being a fiscal conservative in my role as the budget chair. And it really comes down to the importance of the investments that we're making into this particular area. And we made the commitment a number of years ago to increase arts funding. That was a commitment full council made. We have one more year of that commitment, and that is a commitment I'm going to be living up to, and I think all of council should be. It's going to be a challenge next year, no doubt, in our 2017 budget. Don't kid yourself. I mean, when we sort of start seeing the numbers, and I'm slowly starting to see them now, we're going to have some huge challenges. This will be one of them, the increase that is expected to come. We're going to have to deal with that priority among a lot of others. But when you're looking at this particular priority for the city, and Councillor Carroll, and I know Councillor Thompson and the other speakers have mentioned how important the arts are to our city on a creative level. When you're looking at our creative economy, which drives a big part of this city. You're looking at the film industry, you're looking at the music industry, you're looking at the performing arts and tourism. It is a big part of what makes this city incredibly important. That's an investment. Yes, we're putting money into it right now, and we have to figure out where it's going to be going, but that's an investment. And those are the big ones. But the local arts service organizations, the LASSOs, contribute just as much to that. And I'll use two examples of you sort of this kind of seed money. And I look at the local service arts organizations as sometimes seed money. You got hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars going out to them compared to the hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars to the majors. But that money, whether it's $1,000 to do a program, has huge benefits across the city. And I've been on the Toronto Arts Council, and I've seen the results of those $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 grants. And I'll just two examples that came up to me very quickly. Kim's Convenience. I think everybody has heard and knows about Kim's Convenience, how successful that has been. That's a homegrown Toronto production that happened at Soul Pepper. Very local. This is a very local. This is somebody who produced this in the city. Now, I don't know where the grants came from initially, whether it came through the local arts service organizations, but it's a small event that is now huge, and it's continuing to grow because it started off small. Yeah. And the other one, and I don't know the timing, but many, many years ago, the Toronto Arts Council gave, I think, a $5,000 grant, or maybe a little bit more, to what was, or what is now, TIFF. That was an organization that very new, but the Toronto Arts Council took a chance and thought, here's something good that they can do on a very local level. I think it's around a $5,000 grant, not that much more, and look at what it has accomplished and where it is right now. So when we look at investing small, we can have, or putting a bit of money or small investments, we can look at it growing over time. And I think in many ways that's what the local arts service organizations, the LASSOs, do. So, I mean, I'll be supporting it, but I mean, understanding that, yeah, we do have a bit of a challenge. We'll look at the commitment next year, and we have to have that conversation after that. And I know there's a notice of motion coming later on that looks at what do we do after the 4 or 5 year commitment. And we're going to have that discussion. It won't be an easy discussion, but we're going to have to look at that amongst a lot of different priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Coe? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just put your name up? Okay. Reopen? On favor? Carried. Councillor Davis, you must have put your name on after.
I only wanted to rise to say I am fully supportive of what's before us. And the funding that has come from our lasso, Councillor Fillion and I, over the last several years, worked hard to get new local money in the arts in our communities, and it has made a huge difference. And I think it's important that we continue to commit to the lassos because they are quite consistent with the work that is being done at the Arts Council around building community, and we have to continue to support this. I just wanted to recognize the work that's done by these organizations in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, oh, sorry, Councillor Arjamari, you want to speak too?
No, recorded vote, please.
Oh, okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor Papadakis, when you're seated, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 28 in favor.
Okay, members of council, before we recess, we'll do quick releases. Put your name up, request to question staff. Councillor Cole. Councillor Davis, you told me you had one too. Councillor Cole?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find, it's EX,
Page 3, EX 15.20.
yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release that. I had some questions, and then most of them have been answered.
Okay, on page 3, EX 15.20, disability access. Councillor Cole is releasing. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Maria, are you trying to get...
Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Davis. Councillor McMahon, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 27 in favor.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release NY 14.28, the final report.
What page is that, please? Page 4, NY 14.28. Councillor Robinson, you have an amendment?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
No. Okay, so... Yes, and you're moving the supplementary? Oh. Okay, so you're just releasing the item. Okay. On favor? Oh, hold on. Yes, Councillor Shiner on the item?
I just wanted to give a little comment, somewhat in support of my colleague. Do you want me to do it now? So then hold it to look at the supplementary report.
Are we talking about the mimic items?
The
I can speak to it. I can speak to it briefly without
The supplementary report, I believe, has been circulated.
So at Community Council, I requested the applicant to see if they could provide some on-site
Okay,
parkland.
yeah, go ahead, Councillor Shiner, go ahead.
I requested if they could
Yeah.
provide some on-site parkland because this development was extremely dense across a full site and left no open space. They did come with an offer to try and make some amendments to this. It wasn't the space that the city staff were looking for to be parkland. My colleague did meet with them and have some discussions yesterday, met with her community. Her community is still quite upset that this application's gone on, as she said to me, without a lot of consultation and kind of feels at the last minute. And at this time, I think she wants us to support the refusal of the application. I'm sure it will get appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board. I believe the community will probably get some professional representation, and maybe then we'll be able to see if this can be settled without going through a full board hearing. And I hope that the applicant will allow their offer that they did make to provide some on-site parkland at least stand until that time. And maybe we'll be able to work it out later, but there's no way to work it out right now. There's too many people that were too upset about this application that my colleague has told me to be able to find a settlement for it at this time.
So supporting the
So
refusal
supporting the refusal.
is
well,
a yes vote?
If you support the refusal now, I'm sure we're going to hear about this later on.
No, but is that a yes to support
Thank
the
you.
refusal?
Thank you.
Recorded vote to, in upholding North York Community Council's decision.
Thank you. Recorded vote is requested.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor DeGiorgio, thank you. Councillor McMahon, thank you.
The item is adopted unanimously, 31 in favor.
Do we have any more quick releases? Councillor Fletcher?
Speaker, I don't have a quick release, but I'd just like to take this opportunity to introduce two young women, Lulu Zosky and Charlotte Hayes, and they're here in the chamber, standing up, and they are the counselor for a day. They are my counselor for a day. And they'll be coming to sit here at 12:30, practicing. The mayor suggested already perhaps they could permanently replace me, but I thought we should wait for a couple of years for that. At least till 12:30.
Okay, thank you. So, point of order.
Kidding when I said that.
Yes,
Well,
and so
well,
was I.
sort of kidding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
50-50 kidding.
Councillor Fletcher, would you like clarification?
Yes, clarification on which 50.
No. Councillor Matlow, you're standing.
Madam Speaker, just while we have a brief moment before we break for lunch, I just want to acknowledge any one of you who are on Twitter or check our website may have noticed that the clerks have figured out in real time, every time one of us moves a motion on any item,
Don't tell them.
that very moment, in real time, it now is on Twitter and on our website. The public is able to be engaged in real time in our decision-making process. So I just want to, I know on behalf of all of us, once again acknowledge our clerks, our staff, for the remarkable work that they're doing to engage the public in our decision-making process.
If they go to @JoshCole on Twitter, they might think that they're going to @Josh Matlow.
Okay, members of council, we're recessed to 2 o'clock. Thank you. Do we have... Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats, please. Okay, members of council, we do have quorum. This meeting is now resumed. Yes, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Speaker. I spoke with you about this earlier. All technical problems have been overcome with the sound, and so perhaps after notices of motion, we could go to the economic development mirror strip to Los Angeles.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before the recess, council stood down item PG 12.8 to give staff an opportunity to clarify the supplementary report and motions on that item. I understand from the clerk staff that the motions on that item are close, and we will return to that item later this afternoon. I will now take release of holds. Please put your name under request to question staff. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to release with an amendment, page 3, TE 14.9, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, 158 Pearl Street. I'll be moving the recommendations in the staff supplementary report, if that can be put on screen. And secondly, I have an amendment for the Chief Planner and the Manager of HPS to consult with the property owner in the event City pursues designation, and I've spoken with our Chief Planner on this.
Okay, on page 3, the top of the page, T 14.9, Councillor Cressy is moving an amendment. On favor? On the first one, yeah. On favor? Carried. And then the second one is on the screen. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 5, TE 16.5, the final report on the Lower Yonge precinct, it's been a bit complicated, and so I have two motions which I believe that the clerk has. You don't have them? I can stand down. I'm sorry.
It's not ready yet.
That's fine. No problem. They're very, yeah, it's not a problem. I can wait.
Do we have any more releases? No more? Okay. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, page 5, at the bottom of the page, CC 19.7, 20 Les Mill Road. I'm prepared to release that.
Okay, on page 5, CC 19.7, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong is releasing 20 Les Mill Road. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
And then CC 19.8, 844 Don Mills Road and 1150 Eglinton Avenue East. If you'll just indulge me, I'm prepared to release it. I just want like 30 seconds. So the reason why I held this and I was speaking with staff is, so this is a massive, massive piece of land, and we're changing the land use on it. And I understand that this matters a settlement in front of the board. But this arrangement where we go through the comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw, or sorry, we changed the land use, and we're changing this to mixed use from the use that Celestica uses it currently right now. There's no process for community consultation. So what we're deciding here is a massive change in land use, and there's a confidential report. And and I've talked to our lawyers about this. There has been no public meetings about this. So we actually haven't gone to the public and asked them what they want. And now, there are a number of councillors involved in this, and I think the public has some sense of it, but we haven't had any public meetings. And I just want to identify and state publicly that there's a problem with the process where we're changing, I think, 60 acres of land, and this hasn't gone to North York Community Council. There's no proposition for a statutory public meeting, and it's a problem with the system where when we go through this review, that we sign off on a confidential report, and essentially we haven't asked, which we should be asking, what the public wants to use for this land. And I've talked to staff and they say this is just the way it is. I'm not sure I'm particularly happy with it, and it would be nice to see, nice to see if there was an arrangement where we could do that.
Okay, thank you. So on page 5, CC 19.8, on the item, all in favor, carried. Do we have any more releases? Councillor Fletcher, do you have any releases? No? I've also reviewed some urgent motions to be added to the agenda. We don't have 30? All right. So we can introduce them because we don't have 30 members. Pardon? Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you have 2.
Yes, I do. I have one to put in, a strategic plan to address gun violence summer months. I'd like to have that circulated. It's a notice of motion, please.
On favor, carried. Okay, we have another one.
And the second is regarding folks that have actually accountability and consumer protection for pre-construction condo and townhouse buyers, how the city might be able to help generally, and in particular, the situation with Urban Core and a number of properties in my ward, and assisting the buyers.
On favor, carried. Councillor Wong Tam, you have 2.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the clerk to move the first one onto the screen, so I will know how to speak to it, because I'm not sure which one they're moving first. Bloor Street first, folks, or? Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm hoping to add this motion onto the agenda today. This is a rather time-sensitive item because we want to make it, we want to release some money to Heritage Toronto for plaques in anticipation of the 155th anniversary of Joseph Bloor.
Okay, on the item, on favor, carried.
Ugly man.
His face is going on that plaque.
No. Oh.
And the second item is to ensure that we can actually release some funds to put in street lighting onto Ancroft Place in a neighborhood in Rosedale. We want the work to be done this summer.
On favor, carried. Councillor Palacio, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the indulgence of Council to introduce a motion without a notice. And the urgency of that is that we do have, at least in my area, a number of establishments that have become chronic in nature with the guns and stabbings that's taking place over and over again. So I'd like to bring this motion forward.
Okay, on
Thank
favor, carried. That's it. So those motions will be circulated. Oh, Councillor Shiner?
Sorry, my name was on the top of that list there, but not to add an item, but because I had held an item.
Okay, what
And
page?
On page 6, CC 19.12, North Downtown Young Site and Area Specific Policy 382, OPA 183, and I'd held it because the report wasn't here. It's in Councillor Wong Tam's ward. I didn't want to release it when she's not here. I have no questions on it. It's a great report. Just like to release it.
Yes, you mentioned that this morning. So on page 6, CC 19.12, Councillor Shiner is releasing. On favor, carried. Okay, so if we can just clear the screen on that one, I think they had their names up. Okay, we'll go through the members' motion. MM 19.1 was withdrawn yesterday. We'll go to MM 19.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Growth Management Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Grimes, please. Councillor Crawford and Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor, thank
Councillor Cole, when you're seated, please.
The item carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
MM 19.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Crawford, please.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Carroll,
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Burnside, please.
The motion to adopt the item carries, 38 to 1.
MM 19.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor McConnell, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Shiner,
The item is adopted, 38 to 1.
MM 19.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving recorded vote?
Counselor Grimes, please. And Counselor Palacio. Thank you.
Counselor Lee, please.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 24 to 16. The required two-thirds majority has not been obtained.
MM 19.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Okay, recorded vote to waive referral.
Counselor Perruzza, please. Counselor Cho.
Counselor McConnell, please.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 23 to 17. The required two-thirds majority has not been obtained.
MM 19.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Government Management Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Okay. Yes, the hold is by Councillor Carroll. That's on MM 19.9. MM 19.10. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote.
Counselor Fragedakis.
Counselor Perruzza, please. Counselor McMahon.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 16 to 24.
MM 19.11. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Growth Management Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded? Huh?
Mayor Tory, please, and Counselor Burnside.
Counselor Perruzza, Counselor McMahon.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 25 to 15. The required two-thirds majority has not been obtained.
MM 1912. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
No trip to Australia, no.
Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Fragedakis, thank you. Councillor Robinson and Councillor Crawford, please.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 14 to 26.
MM 19.13. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.14. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. Okay, all in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1915. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1916. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor, recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Holland, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Bailao.
The item is adopted 38 to 2.
MM 1917. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1918. There's a revised motion on that one. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1919. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded?
Kelly, wait to hear her say it.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Perruzza, Counselor Carmichael Greb.
Counselor DeBaremaker, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 30 to 10.
Okay, on the item, on favor, carried. MM 1920. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.21. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.22. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.23. Notice of this motion has been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. Yeah. So all in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Counselor Campbell, Counselor Mihevc, and Counselor Cressy, please.
Counselor Wong Tam. Counselor McMahon. Counselor Perruzza, please. Counselor Matlow, please.
The item is adopted, 37 to 3.
MM 19.24. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcon Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. Okay, members of council, I'm finding it very difficult to hear when everyone's talking, please. All in favor to waive notice? All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.25. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcon Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.26. Notice if this motion has not been given, a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion relates, this motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.27, notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 12.4. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. Oh, sorry. Councillor Al-Jamari?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to declare an interest in this item as I have property on Roehampton, in that area.
Okay. Thank you. So, all in favor of waive, Councillor Al-Jamari, okay. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. Oh. Councillor Al-Jamari, you need to leave the chambers. Okay? All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor waive on the item? On reopening the item, all in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.28. Notice if this motion has not been given, yes, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. Recorded vote to waive notice.
Oh, it's next. Oh, it's this.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Did you vote?
Yes.
Me too.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Perruzza, may we please have your vote?
The motion to waive notice carries. The vote is 30 to 10.
Hold on, not yet. We haven't done it yet. A recorded vote to waive referral, and then you can hold it.
Why, what was that?
Waiving notice. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Wait a minute. Look at this reckless expense of public money.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Perks, may we please have your vote?
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 22 to 18. The required two-thirds majority has not been obtained.
Okay? So it's going to committee. MM 19.29. Notice, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Recorded vote on the item.
Counselor Holland, please. Counselor Cole. And Counselor Mamalidi, please.
Counselor Wong Tam, please. Counselor Perks, please.
The item is adopted, 39 to 1.
MM 19.30, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 19.31, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to a reopening of item EY 13.2. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 19.32. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor on the item? Carried. MM 19.33. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to a reopening of items EY 12.2 and MM 17.33. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen those items. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening the item? Carried. On the item? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sorry. Recorded vote to reopen.
Counselor Crisanti, Counselor Fletcher, Counselor Fillion, please. Counselor Cole, please.
The motion to reopen items EY 12.2 and MM 17.33 carries, 35 to 5.
Councillor Carroll would like to hold it. Okay. MM 19.34. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor? The item? Yes? All right. You would like to hold it? Yes, we didn't, it was already there. MM 19.35. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On, who said that? Okay, Councillor Shiner would like to hold that one. MM 19.36. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, recorded vote.
Counselor Grimes, Counselor Crisanti, and Counselor Mammoliti, please.
Counselor Perruzza. Counselor Pasternak. Counselor Carrie Giannis, please.
The item is adopted, 35 to 5.
Yeah, the others will be circulated. Counselor Fletcher. ED 12.1, Economic Development, the Mayor's Mission to Los Angeles.
Wait for the, we're getting it as soon as I can get, I think the AV in this place is very hard.
Put it off to the next council meeting.
No, now I have to get the laptop with everything. 1 minute, please. Go to the next. Thanks, Speaker. Thank you.
Page 3, LS 11.3. Multi-residential apartment buildings. Deputy Mayor Min Wong, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
This is the MRAD?
Yes.
I do. Where is staff? Oh, there they are.
Right there
Hello.
behind you.
So I'm just looking at this report, and it looks like your MRAP program's a success. Would you describe that as a success?
Through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely. It's a fantastic program.
And so,
Why is that funny?
so and I'm just looking here on your chart. You've got a compliance rate of 92%. Up from 20, you started at 28, now you're at 92%, yes?
Yeah, so the program was initiated through you, Madam Speaker, in 2008, and over those years we have gotten to a point of approximately 92% compliance on orders dating back, and we have seen an improvement in in-year compliance rates with our new approach to this program.
So you've seen it, so in-year compliance means you conduct an investigation and in the same calendar year, all the deficiencies that you identify are remedied. Is that fair to say?
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, we're still only at about a 34% in-year compliance rate, but certainly our approach through last year to catch up on all the outstanding orders from years prior and our new focus on driving resolution and more diligent on the re-inspections, we're starting to see much better progress on in-year compliance. But we still have a ways to go.
So this is an arrangement, this program is an arrangement that's complaint generated where someone calls in with they have problems with their apartment building, and you and your staff go in and respond to that, and they do an investigation to see if the person who makes the complaint whether there is a problem or not, and if you do believe there is a problem, then you require them to fix that problem, yes?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes. We receive our complaints through a multitude of sources, tenants, tenant groups, councillors' offices, or our officers that are there for one specific issue. And when we identify a building that is a chronic state of neglect or disrepair, then we bring in and do our full audit of the building.
So if you think it's chronic, you do a full audit of the building?
That's correct.
Yes, and so would you say that most of the people that complain are fairly satisfied with the work that you do under the MRAP program?
Through the chair to councillor, I'd say the majority of people are satisfied. Unfortunately, we always have some building owners that are willfully negligent in maintaining their buildings, and those are a constant challenge to us, those types of buildings.
Yes, so in that arrangement, you also have the capacity to, and I look at your attachment 3, you can actually make those repairs yourself or rectify those deficiencies, yes?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we will undertake and do the remedial work if the landlord does not do the work.
Yeah. Does that happen a lot?
We have started to do it more frequently, again, to help deliver the message to those landlords that choose to ignore the rules, that we will do the work and they will pay for that work.
Would you characterize how would you characterize, you have like 3,300 apartment buildings, yes? Something like this?
Correct.
Is that fair? And the ones that need assistance and guidance and enforcement would capture what percentage of the total amount of the apartment buildings that in the City of Toronto that you oversee?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's difficult for me to answer. We're only aware of buildings that are brought to our attention, but we find every year there are new buildings that we become aware of that have been obviously neglected over a period of time that we had no previous knowledge of. So it's hard to gauge what percentage of the 3,300 odd buildings are in that condition.
You generally go into those buildings anyway and you do what you do.
Well-maintained or buildings where we receive no complaints from, we don't get to and we're not aware of their situation.
Okay. And you're able to do all of these things without a licensing regime?
We are able to do our audits without a licensing regime, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fragedakis.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. So MRAB focuses on rental non-condo buildings with 10 apartments or more, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct.
So how many such buildings are there in the city?
We have estimated over 3,000 multi-residential apartment buildings.
Great. So how many of those have you inspected?
So since the inception of the program and we started tracking the audits in 2009, we've been to over 1,000. Some of those have been repeat visits due to willful non-compliance on behalf of the owners.
What percentage is that?
I wouldn't have that number exactly with me. Generally, we've been on the track of 200 audits per year. Usually initial audits. We had up until last year not been very good at following up and getting real resolution, so things dragged on. Certainly through 2014 and 2015, we took a very harder targeted approach on clearing up these old issues of compliance and demanding a more expeditious response to new issues.
So you said there's about 3,000 buildings like that across the city. So how many tenants would you say live in these buildings?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think our total number of unit count over those 3,000 some odd buildings is in excess of 250,000 units. I'm going off the top of my head. Number of tenants. I think actually Councillor Matlow through the Tenant Issues Committee has made reference to almost 50% of City of Toronto residents are tenants in multi-residential apartment building or other rental properties.
So that's about 1.5 million.
So I think that would be about 1.5 million people.
Okay. So you have increased outreach to tenants to assist them. How many such tenant cases did your MRAB mobile offices deal with last year, 2015?
Do we have the number? So through you, Madam Speaker, you're speaking about the mobile office we bring to deal with tenants when we intend to do a building audit. I don't know if we track exactly the number of visits. We may have in the report. I would just have to look for it. In addition, we did implement an outreach program and have implemented a website, and we've started a campaign the end of last year to reach more tenants.
So you don't have an exact number, but it's a fair statement to say that it's possible that some tenants' problems are not being addressed.
Oh, through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm out in the buildings in my ward and I see that these audits actually really make a difference. So I'm just wondering, how much would you say these inspections improve the day-to-day lives of over 1.5 million Torontonians?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as I opened, Councillor, I think this is an important program. I think it's a valuable program. I think we have had good success. I would also say it's an unfortunate program that we've had to implement a dedicated team to do follow-ups on residential apartment properties that weren't being maintained. That was the impetus to the start of this program in 2008.
So you would say that they are improving the lives day to day?
I absolutely would say that we are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Tracy and your staff for the work that you are doing on this. So there are, to our knowledge, there are roughly 3,300 apartment buildings in the city. Is that right?
That's correct.
And after 7 years, and by the way, this is not a question of MRAB as a successful program or not, and I know that some are, putting it in that way, but just factually, over the 7 years of its existence, it's visited maybe a third of the apartment buildings that I just mentioned.
That's a fair estimate, yes.
So the difference, would it be fair to say that the difference between just continuing with MRAB or even enhancing MRAB, rather than looking at the other option, which will be on our next item on the agenda, which is the landlord licensing initiative, would be analogous to only inspecting restaurants if somebody is seen a rat or a health concern, rather than having a licensing regime where there are annual inspections and a plan for health and safety?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly MRAB has been focused on those buildings where problems or complaints have been registered, issues identified, and it is enforcement focused on a complaint basis generally. So that's fairly analogous, I think.
Okay. Thank you. And to reiterate, did you just say earlier in your reply to Councillor Min Wong that there's a 34% in-year compliance rate?
We did attain that through 2015, yes.
So 34%. Now, are one of the challenges with MRAB that we might be able to attain through landlord licensing is that we might be able to get the ability to have administrative penalties through licensing to codify it rather than the status quo?
So through you, Madam Speaker, speaking in respect to the item that we're discussing with MRAB, I've actually forgotten your question.
So I'll repeat it.
So many.
Would it be rather than the status quo, which
The
is
authorities.
what we have,
Thank
the
you.
authorities?
Sorry, through you, Madam
Would it be
Speaker.
helpful to have administrative penalties?
Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker. The MRAB program has its authority and is leveraged off our enforcement of the property standards bylaw.
Yeah.
And that is the authority that we use to issue orders for and right of entry. We can certainly, in respect to the next item, discuss other opportunities that we may have in respect to how we address multi-residential apartment buildings.
And my last question is, I know some are going to try to set this up as though, what the landlord lobby wants, which is to kind of have a question of either or. You either support MRAB or you support licensing.
Councillor Matlow,
Would you-
licensing is a different.
I know,
Yeah.
but I'm asking a question that I think is important to have the answer to, which is, does it necessarily have to be a question of one versus the other? Or, in your professional opinion, would it be helpful to have both?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think I would answer in a more general frame. All of the bylaws that are enacted by this council are intended to improve the quality of life and standards of our communities. They don't act independently of each other, rather they act collectively. So certainly any efforts made to enact bylaws to better quality of life are holistically used as we attempt to do this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. Well, thankfully, I'm not on the Licensing and Standards Committee, so I'm not entirely familiar. I'm not entirely familiar with some of the language that's used there. What is a reinspection? It said that you did 1,917 reinspections.
So through you, Madam Speaker, as a result of our audit where we have issued orders to comply, orders to fix issues, then we will attend after the amount of time we've given them to rectify the problem, we will attend and reinspect to ensure that the deficiency has been remedied.
Okay, so I believe you did work in, sorry, how many buildings? I'm just trying to see how many buildings was 2015? It was 193 buildings.
So in 2015, we pre-audited 193 buildings. That's where we determined the extent to which a full, comprehensive, common element audit would be required. 84 of those properties ended up in a more comprehensive, full audit.
So the re-inspections, 1,900 re-inspections, is that in 1,900 buildings, or is that maybe several re-inspections within one building?
Through the chair, Councillor, yeah, the re-inspections could be a multitude of re-inspections on a building. Where we have non-compliance with a violation and we've identified a compliance date, we will continue to go back to drive for compliance. So we may attend to a property 3, 4, multitude of times until we get compliance with that, or we take the remedial action or initiate court action.
And so compliance identified during audits increased to 89%. What was the 34% number that was referred to?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's where we've issued an order in 2015, and they complied with that order in 2015.
Oh.
So historically, our average was around 23% compliance rate, and through changes to the program and focusing on more on the enforcement issues with these, we've improved that compliance rate to 34%.
So is compliance not done because it might involve certain investment and complexities to get the job done? Is that why it might not be done in year?
In certain instances, yes, some of the compliance issues are significant capital expenditures or improvements, and they, just because of the nature, they can't necessarily be repaired in the year. And it depends on the time of year. An order issued in October, November may not be possible to get compliance until early in the next year.
So there's, I think it was 31 or 3,300 apartment buildings in Toronto that fall under this jurisdiction? Is that around roughly the number?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes.
And over the course of the years, how many have been visited?
Since this program has started, over 1,000 buildings have been audited.
So generally, would you not assume that if you're not getting calls from a building, it's because the landlord is keeping the building up to standard? Is that a safe assumption?
Through the chair to the councillor, unfortunately, no. We find buildings where, because of the tenant group, and that they are not either aware they can call 311 for assistance, or for fear of perceived reprisals from landlords, they're reluctant to contact the city for assistance.
So do we as a city ever go into buildings without complaints?
Through the chair of the councillor, no. Our officers do not attend private properties unless we've been contacted by somebody to go and do an inspection for one reason or the other.
Do they have the authority to go into a building and do an audit without a complaint?
Through the chair, yes, we do have that authority.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask questions around, you talk about the actions, remedial actions and so on. My experience has been when MLS goes into a property, and in many instances the matter goes to court. And so the court obviously provides timelines for the work to be done, which I find unsatisfactory. How do we affect that as part of this process in terms of going forward?
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, to be clear, when we take a property owner to court, there is no granting or extension of timeframes. I think you might be referring to the Property Standards Appeal Committee, which is a committee that has the authority to modify property standards order. But when we take a property owner to court for non-compliance, that is for the purpose of levying a fine against the property owner for that violation. It's not about granting more time.
No, but my experience has been, at least I've been told, as part of the process, we have a number of properties in my ward where we've had this situation. The matter has gone to court. Courts has given the landlord a certain amount of time to get the work done. The work's not done, it goes back to court, they are granted more time. What I'm trying to understand, how does this process going forward, how does this minimize that, or is there a way for us to work better so that the courts will understand the severity of these challenges that are faced by tenants?
Through the chair to the councillor, with respect to the MRAP programs and the changes we've made, and our focus is we'd much rather affect the change and do the remedial work ourselves than taking somebody to court to get a fine. The only reason for going to court for a monetary penalty through the fines is where the work is such that it has no true impact on the living conditions for the residents.
All right. And so when you take on the task of the work, the city pays for the work to be done by a contractor? Is that the process?
Through the chair, yes. When the city does the remedial work, we hire the contractor and we pay for the contractor to do the work, and then those costs are placed directly on the tax roll for the property.
So it rolls in, it's part of the payment that if it's not paid, what happens?
Then ultimately, the tax sale proceedings can take place if property tax is not paid.
Right. And so with respect to staffing, do you have enough people to do the work that's necessary?
Through the councillor, I would say in terms of staffing, we are able to fulfill our goals and obligations with the current staffing levels we have.
Oh, terrific. Okay. Thank you. My experience has been
Thank you.
different with respect.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Davis?
Thank you very much, Speaker. To the Executive Director, if I could, or the Director, who probably is more familiar with the details, of the 2 case studies that are used as examples of the success of the program. Would you characterize the work that was required here as being fully completed and all of the outstanding deficiencies have been remedied at these 2 addresses?
Through the chair to Councillor Davis. So with respect to the case study 500 Dawes Road.
I would rather not name the addresses because
Okay.
I think these addresses have I just would rather not name the addresses.
So with respect to the one case, we have a landlord that is still constantly willfully non-compliant, and we have to
Yes.
spend a significant amount of time and energy on enforcement and compliance issues there. On the other property, there was because of our efforts in doing some remedial work, it caused a change in property management by the owner, and we've seen a significant improvement in how that building is maintained and operated. There's always room for betterment, but compared to where it was, there's been significant improvement. And in the third case study, we've had significant improvement by that property owner
Okay.
going forward.
So, but would you agree that this was a monumental effort on the part of the city and significant resources required both in terms of an actual cost for remedial action put out and in terms of staffing to achieve those changes?
Through the chair to the councillor.
It was significant.
Whenever we undertake remedial action, there is always significant efforts made
Right.
before we get to that point, and doing the remedial work requires significant manpower to oversee the work, especially when we're doing a large action.
And what I want to identify is, though, what are the limitations that we have currently with respect to the MRAP program? We are currently using the property standards bylaws, but, for instance, tenants have been asking for, and so has council, to have notices posted. Can you require a landlord to post notices of any kind under the
Through chair to
property standards bylaw?
No, we cannot require notifications to be posted in the buildings under our current bylaws that we have with respect to discontinuance or repairs of services such as elevators, hydro, water, or heat.
Are we able to require them to undertake a very specific plan of action with respect to bedbugs? Very specific.
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we are not.
Are we able to require them to provide copies of work orders that have been requested, for instance, by tenants who have said, I've already submitted that work order. In fact, I've already submitted that work order 3 times. Are you able to actually get at records from landlords on their records of repairs?
Through the chair to the councillor, no,
Sometimes.
we're not.
Okay, and are we able to specifically give them advice and give them direction on how to deal with solid waste or other environmental initiatives?
Through the chair, no, our property standards bylaw does not address those issues.
Okay. So, finally, right now, MRAB is a complaints-based process where you are, for the most part, finding out about which ones are worst buildings simply through calls from residents. So you really, do you know the state, the quality of housing in the stock of housing here in the City of Toronto?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we're only aware of those properties where we're called to investigate for complaints.
And was that not one of the objectives of this program, that we were going to set out to do a proactive inspection of all buildings, and that we were going to bring them up to standards, and that we would have an
Councillor Davis.
understanding of the state of the quality of the stock of housing in the City of Toronto?
That was your last question.
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we have not.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What's your normal policy when you get inquiries or complaints from residents of TCHC buildings?
Through to the chair to the councillor, whether it's a TCH building or a privately owned building, our process is the same. However, with TCH buildings, we have worked several years with them to develop a direct rapport and relationship. They have a single point of contact that is tasked solely with working with us on addressing and correcting deficiencies that we identify through our audits.
And in general terms, how would you rate their compliance response?
The compliance response, since they've implemented that program with us, has seen a significant improvement of their compliance rate to over 80% compliance rate, and I believe historically it was much lower than that.
The staffing models were touched on earlier. How many staff, what's your current complement of property standards officers and backroom staff supporting them?
Currently, the MRAP team is comprised of 16 officers, 1 support staff, and 1 supervisor.
That seems pretty thin for 3,300 buildings. Have you come to Budget Committee for more resources in recent years?
No, we have not. We're having the capacity to deliver the program's goals and objectives on the number of buildings we will audit a year.
Would you describe any backlog and what would be the length of a backlog? Let's say the inquiries are coming in and your staff are working diligently. Would you say the average inquiry has to wait 3 weeks before inspection or 2 weeks before inspection?
From the time of a complaint to our initial going out in the field to do the pre-audit or assess the building, that's a couple of weeks. 2 to 3 weeks is our response time. Scheduling of the audits, we prioritize after we've done the pre-audit. We do prioritize those buildings that are in worse state of a condition than others, so we are constantly adjusting our priority schedule week to week, month to month.
So you would open a file within a couple of weeks? Is that
We will open a file immediately, but getting out to do the actual on-site assessment will take 2 to 3 weeks.
What's your judicial relationship with the Landlord and Tenant Act? Is there a relationship under any provisions? Do you enforce any provisions of those act, or that's simply provincial statute and you leave it at that?
Through the chair of the council, yes. We have no relationship other than when our officers can be subpoenaed or summoned to attend a landlord-tenant board hearing on behalf of either a landlord or a tenant that's subject to a hearing.
Just very quickly, you mentioned in passing that if you're unable to get the property owner to do the work, you actually go in and do the work yourself. That must be tricky business to get access to the building and the electrical room and the furnace systems and send a crew in, even if they're experienced. Do you order a cooperation? Do they have to, under law, cooperate or under property standards?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. If an owner was to obstruct us, they would be charged with obstruction of an officer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask about the landlord building. There's a 10-day notice period before you go into a building. Is the landlord, are they given a set of standards that they're expected to adhere to with that notice? Or I read there's a notice posted in the common areas in the building. Does something go to the landlord and say, we're coming in 10 days, here's a set of standards we expect your building to comply or conform to?
Through the chair to the counselor, when we're doing the pre-audit, and we've done a pre-audit of a building, we do share with the property owner or their representative the findings of our audit and what the issues were. And what we are finding now is some property owners are proactively taking that information and correcting the deficiencies, and when we show up on the date of the audit, they've actually already corrected those deficiencies. However, when we are doing an audit, no, we do not provide them with a comprehensive list of all the requirements in the property standards bylaw, our graffiti bylaw, our long grass and weed bylaw, because all those are the bylaws that we're enforcing at the time of our audits, not just one single bylaw.
Okay. Thank you. And then in terms of those standards, is there a benchmark that they have to adhere to or conform to in terms of, like, I saw the correspondence from the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association that talked about the height of handrails and the stairwells and
Some of our bylaws do have prescriptive requirements, and some of them speak to the well-maintaining and cleanliness of a building, for instance. Those do not have specific prescriptive requirements.
Okay, all right. And then recently there was somebody used one of our data sets and created an application or an app where they had a top 100 worst list of buildings in the city. I was just wondering if you looked at that application and whether the statistics or the complaints in that building, are they in sync with the complaints that you're getting in your office for MRAP?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, I've seen the app. I'm familiar with the information there. That is based upon our data that we contain, a number of complaints or investigations we've done on a building, yes.
Okay, all right. And then in the report where it talks about the features or the areas that an MRAB audit encompasses, I didn't see anything about building security features. So one of the biggest complaints I get in some of my buildings is about the fire doors don't lock, the cameras in the hallway are there, but they're not actually functional, and I didn't see that listed in the areas that MRAB looks into.
So, through the chair to the councillor, our property standards bylaw speaks to some of those areas. Particular doors shall secure, closing mechanisms shall operate. If it's a door that's required in a fire separation, we do joint audits with Toronto Fire Service accompanying us. They would deal with those issues, but we don't have requirements for operation of security cameras in a building.
There's, no obligation?
No obligation for the operation of security cameras in a building. That's not prescribed in our property standards bylaw.
Really? Even so, if the cameras are there in the hallway, there's no obligation that they have to be functional?
That's correct.
Really? Okay. All right. Thank you. And then the other question I had, you can't sit down yet, was that I noticed the one about where MRAB is mostly for common areas, but it says when you have the trailer on site, the tenants can come in and ask for an in-suite audit of their apartment. I was just wondering about the confidentiality around that, because often I get tenants in some of my buildings, they're scared or worried about speaking out because they think that then MLS will be going into that apartment. Obviously, you went and asked for an audit of your personal apartment, and they're afraid that the landlord, they're not going to get anything from the landlord once the landlord gets his or her knuckles wrapped.
So that is a concern for tenants, and it's one we're trying to help alleviate and educate them on their rights. We have a lot of new people coming to Toronto that aren't familiar with the idea that they can call the city for assistance. So it's educating them, it's informing them there is confidentiality, but obviously if we're going to go talk to a landlord about in-unit, in-suite issue, we can't it's pretty apparent who called us to complain about that issue. But we just have to reassure tenants of their rights and protections under the provinces and the municipal bylaws that they're entitled to. And just to be clarified, we did assist 329 tenants last year through our mobile audit office on site.
And how many buildings? Sorry, that was
84 audits last year, 84 buildings. We had 329 tenants that came to us on the mobile site to ask us to come and look at issues in their suites.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, I didn't notice the time. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the report in your report, there is quite a bit of emphasis in terms of re-inspections and in terms of increasing the level of compliance. Now, the rate of compliance, and according to it, it's for private as well as strong community housing developments. And it seems like even the number is quite impressive that the level of compliance is between 82 to 89%. So we still have an 11% of no compliance. So my question to you is, do we have enough manpower that could bring full compliance if you had the tools that are required to do that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, it's not always a sake of manpower. Often it's a sake of the nature of the deficiency that needs to be remedied. I think the way we've reframed the MRAB program into last year particularly, and with the pre-audit process, the audit process, and then the diligent resolution, I think as we continue through that, we're going to continue to see improvements. So it's very difficult to say 30 more people would give us a 100% compliance rate, because that's a fallacy. Right? It's solely dependent upon the nature of the deficiency, the work required, the length of time required to remedy the deficiency. But I would say that we have been a lot better with the staffing that we have to address resolution and driving towards that with this revised program.
You mentioned that there is 3,300 buildings that we have in City of Toronto. Now, from that number, I'm thinking that if inspections and auditing was to be done for all these buildings, do we have the manpower that's required? I'm trying to get at, because the next item that we're going to be dealing with will bring additional pressure on the division in terms of auditing and also enforcement and compliance.
So through you, Madam Speaker, it depends on what you're defining as an audit and what the expectation is. For us to undertake a full MRAB audit like we do right now with our program, absolutely no, we would never have enough people to do all 3,300 buildings in a year. With the team that we have, we carve out the number of buildings that we can address, mindful that this is not the program of the past where we just went into 200 buildings a year and didn't see problems resolved. Our focus has been go where we need to go, be focused on those more significant health and safety, impactful deficiencies, and drive resolution to those. To undertake that level of effort and across 3,300 buildings, unknowing the extent to which any deterioration or deficiencies exist in any of these buildings, and to drive to that compliance would take an army that nobody could afford if the properties are not being properly maintained.
Great. Now I'm going to change the gears a little bit more to our Toronto community housing buildings, where we are the biggest landlord in the country. I did ask this question at the committee level as well, in terms of getting letters of information as opposed to notice of compliance or notice of violations. How do we ensure that there is a follow-up and on that letter of information when there could be something more, as is being noted all along, that serious problems with some of the units within the MTHA?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, Councillor Palacio. I can tell you that our engagement with TCHC has been significantly improved. The commitment that TCHC management have been making to addressing deficiencies that we've identified has been significant.
Allow me to rephrase that one. With the private sector, we're very clear. Either we
Yes.
issue notice of violations or orders of compliance. With our own and Toronto Community Housing, we are issuing notice of information. So my question is, in terms of fairness to tenants, what process are we going to use that's going to make sure that full compliance is going to take place?
So through you, Madam Speaker, irrespective of it being a TCH property or a private sector landlord, we take the same approach in addressing the deficiencies that we're faced with and what we need to approach. On private sector landlords as well, there may be some issue on the property that doesn't necessitate the issuance of an order. We'll work with the landlord or the property manager through a compliance plan. So we take a similar and, well, same approach, despite who owns the property, focused on the nature of the deficiency, the extent of the problem, and the condition of the property.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm just trying to square, councillors have asked questions about the mobile units that come out, 84 instances last year, and my understanding from the answers and anecdotally from councillors is often as not when they come into the on-site visiting area, often as not they are interior unit complaints, quality of life stuff from right inside the unit. But the risk assessment tool that we use when we go out to do inspections doesn't have any interior unit evaluation as part of the criteria. So I'm trying to square those two sets of actions.
Through the chair to the councillor, when we're doing a pre-audit assessment of the condition of the building, we are there to assess the common element areas of the building.
Yes.
If we receive complaints from an in-suite unit, then we will deal with that in-suite unit specific, because not all in-suite units are typical of an issue throughout the building. It may be specific to that one suite. But it also then, when we're walking through the building to address that in-suite, we obviously do get a chance to see other areas of the building as we go through the common elements areas, and that gives our officers a sense as to the maintenance and maintaining of the building. But when we are on site doing our audits, if anybody wants us to come and do an in-suite inspection of their unit when we're there doing our audits, we will do that and address any deficiencies at that time.
Sorry, and I would just add through you, Madam Speaker, we also have the sense of the nature of the premises based on individualized complaints from tenants on an ongoing basis through 311. So we do have a sense, and that often informs our audit decisions as well. So it's not just waiting till we're at the building for the audit. We do have some of that information on an in-suite basis from individualized complaints in advance.
And is your authority over those in-suite issues, is your authority and your ability to require compliance and up to and including court proceedings, is it the same for those in-suite issues as it is for common areas?
Yes, our enforcement of all our bylaws, whether it's the property standards bylaw or any other bylaw that we enforce, such as waste, graffiti, is all the same, whether it's in somebody's suite or it's in the common element area.
Okay, and well, it's unfortunate that my colleague, Councillor Campbell, isn't here anymore. I heard him ask, if you're not receiving complaints, then doesn't that mean the building is okay? So what do we do in a case where clearly we know that the landlord or the property manager, whomever is on site, is engaged in real intimidation, and you're never going to get a complaint from anyone other than the councillor? Is that complaint coming from the councillor greeted with the same zeal?
Through the chair to the councillor, all complaints that we receive, we treat equally. Only differentiation we would make is if the nature of the complaint is one that makes it clear that there's an immediate health and safety concern, then we will respond immediately. But otherwise, it doesn't matter who the complainant is, we treat them all equally and with the same significant weight.
And do the managers of an MRAB focus on a building, the caseworkers, do they look for signs of tenant intimidation?
Through the chair to the councillor, we don't and cannot control the conduct of property management with respect to tenants. It may form how we react and respond from an enforcement perspective if we perceive that we have a landlord that is willfully non-cooperative or neglecting what they do. We may not be as tolerant, but ultimately we're not the enforcers of that relationship between landlords and tenants.
Okay, and my authority to enter the building and that of my Ward 33 team is different from your authority, is it not? If I'm asked to come there by a tenant, and when I get there, the property manager meets me at the door or meets the Ward 33 team at the door and says, you have no business here, it's not election year, what authority have I got to enter? And in your case, what authority have you got to enter?
Through the chair to the councillor, I can't speak as to what authority you may have in regards to that question, but we have rights of entry enshrined in the Building Code Act for property standards, as well as our bylaws.
So when I have been asked to come because the conditions are abysmal, and they've called me there because they're afraid to call you because of intimidation, is MRAB resourced enough such that if my team or myself calls you and says, I need you to come with me because they want us to come into this building and I need you to come with me, is MRAB resourced enough that you could prioritize that and come and do the pre-audit?
That was your last question.
Through the chair to the councillor, we always make ourselves available to assist councillors, whether it's attending a property such as you described, attending tenant group meetings or other public meetings. We are always available for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the appropriate staff. I believe it was the last budget cycle, this council adopted a motion that MRAB go to full cost recovery. Is my memory correct? I remember moving the motion and I thought it passed, but was I dreaming?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe, and I've just looked at that as well, Deputy Mayor De Beermaker, yes, July of 2015, there was a direction, and I believe it was a unanimous vote of councillors present, that we move MRAB to a full cost recovery.
So you will be discussing that as part of the 2017 budget process?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so we've put that off while we remedy our approach going forward. In respect to the next item that's on the agenda as well, because we think this is part of a larger picture discussion. So we've not done overt work on that right now, and unfortunately, we were a bit taxed on time last year, this past year.
Through you, Madam Chair, and I know we have a licensing regime next, and we have the MRAB now, but your direction from council is to come back in 2017 with full cost recovery for MRAB.
That is an outstanding direction, yes, sir.
But you will do it?
We will endeavor to do that, sir, yes. So, through you, Madam Speaker, certainly it's the manner in which the cost recovery would be structured and what tools that we have available to us that we would use and how that would be structured. So
are you, in effect, saying if this council was to adopt a licensing regime, that the cost recovery would perhaps be different than if it was under MRAB?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly to myself, they're two separate, though intertwined issues. The cost recovery is not contingent upon licensing. Licensing is not contingent upon cost recovery.
Yes.
I think we have opportunities to address the program and its intent as a whole. So there's certainly flexibility on how we come back with ending the ultimate end goal on this.
And through you, Madam Speaker, I think your budget for 2016 for just the MRAB program specifically is about $1.7 million.
You have a great memory, sir.
And that gives you, I think, 16 officers for auditing.
That accounts solely for the 16 dedicated MSOs in that group. It doesn't account for the additional FTE equivalents.
So if we wanted you to increase that level of auditing, you would need more staff.
So through you, Madam Speaker, again, it comes down to, in the prior years, we did a certain set number of audits.
Yes.
Our focus through last year has been fix the problem. So, we've been dealing with some problematic properties, which takes a lot more of our time, but we are getting to better resolution. So it's very difficult. We don't know what conditions we're going to encounter when we are going into an audit and how long that will take. So it's a difficult quantum to provide.
But I think you had said earlier, on average, every year you audit about 300 buildings.
So through you, Madam Speaker, prior years, sir, there was a 200 magic number. What we've accomplished through 2015 was about 194 pre-audits, but then 84 full audits. But what's not captured in that number is the extent to which, and Councillor Davis referenced, re-inspections, revisits, ongoing work, remedial action. That's not captured in that one audit. There could be hundreds of visits of hours after the fact.
So if, through you, Madam Speaker, if generically this council said to you, we don't want you to do just 200 audits or pre-audits and or the 84 in-depth deep dives, we want you to do twice as many. You would need more staff and resources to reach out to more buildings and do more audits, correct?
Yeah, if the nature of the audits are as they are now with pre-audit and the full audit, and bearing in mind the extent to which the issues are at the buildings we attend, we'll speak to how many we can get to, which would speak to how long it takes to resolve the issues, would speak to how many people that would require.
And through you, Madam Speaker, and so that I'll call it is the SWAT team that comes in, hits the building, sets up, people can come talk to them. But when an individual tenant calls you and says, I'm on the 10th floor, I've got mold in my bathroom, the ceiling keeps falling down, those people, that team is a separate team. It's not included as part of MRAB?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we did look, sir, at the number of individualized in-suite complaints we had, and over a year, that equates to approximately 6 FTE, MSO FTE time.
But you don't
to address
classify those as
in-suites.
MRAB?
Pardon, sir?
You don't include those under your MRAB budget?
They are not currently under the MRAB, no. They are part of the district teams, and they respond on those individualized complaints.
That was your last question? Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is a follow-on to questions asked by Deputy Mayor. And my question is, at this point in time, your budget for 1.783 million, and how, although you have been directed to go to full cost recovery, what is the deficiency right now?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure which...
Your best estimate. To your best estimate, how much is it in terms of revenue we are getting out and expenses that we are expending? So how much are we short?
Okay, so through you, Madam Speaker, we have no cost recovery beyond what we may charge in re-inspection fees. And the re-inspection fees collected in 2015 was approximately $98,000. So the 1.7 million is the 16 dedicated MSOs. Fees collected in respect to this program were the re-inspection fees of 98. Just call it 99,000.
Now, there were fines imposed on the bad landlords. Don't that come to MLS?
No. So through you, Madam Speaker, as Director Shraga mentioned, going to court for penalties or fines such as that is our last resort. We aim for compliance and fixing the problem. But any fines that are assessed through the courts are returned into court services. They do not return to this division as part of the program.
So to become full cost recovery, since we are not getting the fines, what will be involved with doing that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, and that's where, when Deputy Mayor de Beermaker asked, it's a little bit more complex. How we're going to approach cost recovery could be a quantum of whatever other fees are identified, if fees are identified, plus what is charged on re-inspections, plus if there's a plan which would require consultation to charge additional fees in respect to inspections. So it's not that straightforward. It is a body of work that would need to be done in consultation with the industry to get us to what the approach to cost recovery would be, what the mechanisms to cost recovery would be, and they could be a variety of tools that we use.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. This report that, when it came to LNS, you requested that we instruct you to do a report and do some findings in order to come back with a licensing regime for building owners, correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, sir, that's actually the next item on the agenda. That was related to LS 11.4. MRAB was separate.
But the next item on the agenda pretty well ties into this one.
It's very interconnected, yes, sir.
So if I was to sort of ask on the next item on the agenda.
No, Councillor Karygiannis, we're at this item now.
But it's through, about this item, Chair.
Okay, just
You know,
about
just-
this item.
Once the MRAB, you are looking to either interconnect the two things together or to move to the next stage where you are looking to license every landlord.
So through you, Madam Speaker, it's not a one or the other. MRAB has been our enforcement approach to enforcing the property standards bylaw and the other bylaws mentioned previously. The matter in respect to the next issue has a different take or a different approach or other context that I guess I wait to speak to. They are both together intended to provide an appropriate regulatory regime to advance and benefit the tenants and the quality of living and housing that they have in this city.
If we didn't have the next one and we were going to concentrate on this one, how would you then be able, how would we instruct you as council to make sure that the betterment of people's lives in Toronto is looked after?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the enactment of bylaws that governs regulation and obligations on parties to undertake certain work or maintain certain standards is what's being addressed in these two items together. The MRAB program relies on the authorities and the provisions of the property standards bylaw and other standards-based bylaws. So they are a component piece of a property owner's responsibilities. They are not the entirety of the property owner's responsibilities.
MRAB giving you the right amount of tools, the set of tools that you need in order to address the amount of complaints that we get, be it through our offices, be it directly to you?
Councillor, can you speak into the mic? Speak to
Well,
us.
yes,
I know
thank you,
she's
thank you,
behind you,
thank
but
you.
Okay, so I did hear. So through you, Madam Speaker, the MRAB program was developed in 2008 in response to the deterioration of the rental housing stock across the city. It's an enforcement-focused program. It is complaint-driven, but also proactively oriented towards addressing common element deficiencies. It was staffed to address a certain number of residential rental property or multi-residential rental properties per year. That was around 200. We reframed the program because we weren't getting resolution and improving quality of life standards. So we've stepped away from a number and focused on resolution. So we are staffed to undertake the body of work from an enforcement perspective relative to enforcing the property standards and other bylaws at the speed and scale and complexity and resolution focus that we have.
Just to make what I heard in layman's terms and trying to bring it down, you're trying to tell me that you need more tools in order to look after the betterment of the people of Toronto.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think there are opportunities from a regulatory standpoint to codify additional responsibilities and accountabilities in respect to how rental housing, especially multi-residential rental housing, is addressed in the city.
So the next item that comes up for us will give you those tools that you need in order to address them, the difficulties that you got from MRAB.
So in respect to the next item, it speaks around codifying some of the activities of what we do with the MRAB program, but also an opportunity to identify accountabilities and responsibilities for parties that the property standards bylaw and other bylaws we have do not yet do.
If residents want to speak to you or speak to us, certainly we don't have the right to gain access except if it's during election years, that we can only go in to knock on doors. And people are terrified because they got a landlord which could be a landlord out of hell. How do we find out about these folks?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly what we've done, sir, is, as Director Schraga mentioned, started a bit more on the outreach side as far as making people aware that they have a right to call the city and they have a right to quality, safe, clean living conditions. We also are quite involved with with other initiatives that deal with persons who are in vulnerable conditions. Certainly, if any of my officers attend a property and found somebody that's in a vulnerable condition, we would seek assistance from other relevant city divisions and make sure that's addressed. Go ahead.
Okay, that was your last question.
Just to expand on that too, Councillor, there are other tenant groups and associations that are out there that assist those tenants as well. They have helplines, there's legal aid clinics that assist tenants with the Landlord-Tenant Board. So it's a combination of all of us working together.
Excellent.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, my questions are with respect to compliance. So I notice here in the report that you have a very high compliance rate. That's in 2015, it's higher than it has been in most other years. What is the non-compliance rate?
Through the chair to
So
the
what are
council.
the percentages between compliance and non-compliance?
So currently, we're compliance rate is running at 89%, so that would be 11% non-compliance rate
11%,
with respect to
okay.
orders.
And by the way, I've experienced MRAB up in my community, and they do an excellent job. When they arrive at one of our buildings, we get results. And in terms of the non-compliance rates, or the 11%, what is the process for that? So what timelines are given to the landlord to comply? What are those timelines? And what happens at the end of that timeline?
So through the chair to the councillor, with respect to compliance timeframes, there's variables depending on the nature of the deficiency. So for instance, graffiti in a stairwell would have a very short compliance timeframe because that's easily addressed and fixed.
Right.
If it's dealing with something like a deficient parking garage structure that will require significant reconstruction work, then we obviously have to work with the building owner to see, do they have in fact a capital plan in place to effect that repair? They may, and they may say that was planned for a year from now to be the repair to be undertaken. We would work with them in compliant and working to achieve that. Because us putting forward a unrealistic compliance date will not get us any further. We'll end up with an appeal at the Property Standards Committee, which ultimately would probably grant that extension of time. So we're trying to avoid expending resources and time and effort and working collaboratively with willfully compliant, willfully partnered property owners. Those that want to ignore us and be willfully non-compliant, we'll set different expectations with them.
Okay, and that's understandable, and we're flexible. However, how about something more health and safety related, such as elevators that aren't working properly or not working at all? So what timeline would you give a landlord, or what time would you give them to fix that before we step in and do something?
Through the chair to the councillor, with respect to certain elements in a building, we do not have the jurisdiction in regards to those. So for instance, elevators are regulated by the Technical Standards and Safety Authority. So we have recently worked with them and partnered with them where they will come out with us to assist, and that is their jurisdiction and responsibility for enforcement, so they will deal with those issues. We bring Toronto Fire Service and Electrical Safety Authority into buildings with us because they have the jurisdiction with respect to fire safety or electrical safety. That's their domain, but we work with them and collaboratively they come with us when we request them to. Or in the case of Toronto Fire, they now come with us on every audit.
Okay, so then you're telling me we really don't have any teeth or any way of enforcing directly ourselves when you have a 30-story building and you have elevators that don't work, and mom with a little child can't get down or has to be forced to take stairs.
We do have a provision in our bylaw that deals with they shall have operable elevators in the building, so we can enforce that provision and would enforce that. But with respect to your earlier question about the safety of the elevator and that's not our domain.
All right. So just back to the full cost recovery, is this something that is already, how does that work? What's the process for that? Is it already in play?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we did receive a direction in July of 2015 to fully cost recover MRAP.
Yeah.
As I mentioned earlier, there's a number of paths to get there. We have a certain number of tools that we can use. One of the examples is on re-inspections and what we charge on a per hour basis, per MSO, and go that approach, and which we do. In 2015, we charged about approximately $99,000 on re-inspections. And the re-inspection fee structure right now is solely based around where there's been non-compliance. So, it's a body of work that we need to undertake with the industry, with all interested parties to determine what an appropriate approach to cost recovery is. Bearing in mind, re-inspection, right now, the structure we have is only charged where there is non-compliance on repeat visits. So if we have very compliant property owners, then the re-inspection fee or the cost recovery through re-inspection fee would be zero.
Last question, is a full audit fully recoverable in terms of cost?
Under the current regime, no.
That was your last question. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. I wondered if I could get some comment on the channels at which the MRABs are kicked off. Is it a phone call request? Is it an email? How do we learn about the need to do an MRAB?
Through the chair to the councillor, so there's several channels. 311 is our most common channel, but also through councillors' offices, constituents reaching out to their councillors to express concern about the condition of their building. They may contact our officers directly in their district offices, or our officers may be going to that property to inspect an in-suite complaint. And through that, they identify, walking through the building, it's readily apparent if it's a building being neglected, then they would bring that to the attention of the MRAP team for further audit investigations.
Okay. So the report talks about increased partnership with other agencies, even those within the city. And I wondered if there has been work to cast our net larger. It seems to me that TSSA is in those buildings doing inspections independent of us. Fire and EMS are responding to calls, and they may see issues that could trigger concern. Maybe even Bell or Rogers are in there doing work, and there may be an opportunity to report something that is of interest to your organization. Has there been any headway in making the net or the funnel that brings these concerns in wider, so it's not just reliant on the residents inside the building?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we have not had those discussions with our partner agencies. We started last year developing those relationships with them, accompanying us on the audits, but it is a very good point and a natural evolution of our ongoing partnership with those agencies.
Great. Can you tell me a little bit about the breadth of the type of issues that you encounter? So I would imagine that at one end of the spectrum, it is something that is life safety important. How far down the other end of the spectrum does it become more aesthetics or optional type improvements that are needed, notwithstanding something that's broken needs to be fixed according to our bylaws?
Through the chair to the councillor, so when we are assessing a building for whether it needs an audit or not, first of all, we are identifying if in fact it has deficiencies that have an impact on the quality of living within the building. If it's purely an aesthetics issue or perhaps an isolated issue, we will deal with that at that point in time. We would not do an audit. But most of our audits, when we're dealing with an audit in a building, we're dealing with everything from the fundamental cleanliness throughout the building, graffiti, garbage throughout the building, damaged and broken holes in drywall, corridors, partitions. We see everything. One of the case studies, case study 3, for instance, was originally reported by one of my managers as being a landfill site minus the seagulls because the tenants were throwing all their waste and garbage off the balconies at the rear of the property, and the ravine and property looked like a landfill site.
Right, I
so
remember that.
we see a whole range of deficiencies in that regard.
And through you, Madam Speaker, I just want to add, sir, that with Director Schraga coming on board and taking over this program, and reframing, as I mentioned earlier, to Deputy Mayor de Beermaker, we are focusing on more substantive, meaningful repairs versus running around to 200 buildings and issuing orders for dirty light switches. Mark has really brought that rigor behind when we do an audit. It's because we need to do that audit, and there are important issues being addressed. I just wanted to add that.
Right, and a risk assessment in there too.
Well, that was the impetus to developing the pre-audit program. Yes, sir.
Got it. So I know in my experience, dealing with other service issues in previous career and even dealing with building issues right now, there's a very important aspect to showing that the landlord had an opportunity to try to make a repair or that somebody made a complaint or there's maybe a paper trail of complaints or evidence that, you know, the deficiency was pointed out, a reasonable amount of time was offered to try to repair it, and yet it's not done. Can you tell me a little bit about how you examine the circumstances leading up to an audit, and where you might say to a landlord, look, you know, you're obviously deficient here, you've been asked 5 times, or here's 50 emails, versus something that just popped up for the first time, and how you address it with them?
Through the chair to the councillor, with respect to a building where we've determined an audit is required, there's not been just one complaint that's been ignored or service request. This would be a building where, again, there's been a mindful intent to neglect the maintenance and upkeep of the building by somebody. So those are where we go in. We don't need to know what the history is of how many complaints they've received in that. We will look at our own records to see if we've had a lot of complaints coming from a building. That's an indicator to us over time. But we don't, when we're showing up and we determine a building needs an audit, we're not asking them, how long have you been knowing about this and why haven't you dealt with it? The deficiency is such that that's not of relevance to us. However, we do work with the property owners once we identify the deficiency. We say, here's your deficiencies, here's the whole list, what's your intention and your plan to correct them? And again, we've had property owners now that are more mindful and willing to work with us and indicate, okay, I can get this done by this date, I can have this done by this date. We'll take that into consideration. They'll still get an order from us, but we'll take into consideration what they've indicated, their ability to achieve it. And if it's one that we agree with is reasonable, we will set that date.
Thank you. No, Councillor Fletcher, the answer took over a minute. That's what the time was. Yes, it wasn't the questions over 5 minutes. It was the answer. Okay. Councillor Mammoliti.
So, just, what is the difference between our enforcement officers and the provincial enforcement officers? Is there a difference?
I'm not 100% clear. We do our enforcement of our property standards bylaws and our other bylaws. With respect to the province, they do not, that I'm aware of, they don't do any enforcement with respect to our bylaws. What they enforce at the provincial level, I can't speak to.
So, through you, Madam Speaker, where a municipality does not have a property standards bylaw that prescribes the standards, then the standards of the RTA are enforced provincially. But I don't know what their performance is on that. They do not come into this city because we do have our property standards bylaw.
The act that's there suggests that it is a provincial, it's a provincial act that monitors and deals with multi-residential, is it not?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think you're speaking of the Residential Tenancies Act. There's a provincial statute that governs a variety of relationships between tenants and landlords, expectations, the legislation that governs rent increases as they apply, and does speak to minimum standards where a municipal property standards bylaw is not in place.
And if a municipality didn't have the resources to be able to inspect and enforce, does the province take over at that point?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I mean, certainly that would be a repealing of our property standards bylaw and a default to a provincial body. I would suggest, though, given the fact that we have had a property standards bylaw for many, many years, we have had municipal enforcement officers for many, many years, we still needed the creation of this program to address the conditions in multi-residential, with the caveat that there are many very good operators as well. I just want to make sure that that's clearly stated.
That's not my issue. Is
that's me.
The mandate and whether or not we're actually forced to have to enforce, or whether or not the province should and could do that work for us. And that's the reason I asked for the difference between their enforcement officer and ours, and whether or not they have certain rights that we don't have.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I would say it is our responsibility to enforce the standards that we have within our city pursuant to the bylaws enacted by this council. That is our responsibility. In respect to powers, theirs that differ from ours, I wouldn't be able to answer with certainty. I suspect they'd be the same.
But we should know that, because if they're able to enforce with bigger teeth,
with their officers, why wouldn't they give us the same sort of teeth with our officers?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I'd be quite suspect to think that they had an additional authority greater than what we have.
That's why I asked the question, 'cause I'm
think,
not sure myself.
Yeah, I think with the authority we have through the City of Toronto Act, the Property Standards Bylaw with its authorities under the Building Code Act, I think we do have municipally a fair suite of authorities that would not require provincial intervention.
So if a municipality chose not to enforce, they'd have to change the bylaw or inform them that we've chosen not to enforce, and for them to take over the ownership of enforcement.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think we may be entering into an area that wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on. I do know the section of the Residential Tenancies Act that I recently referenced, and I forgot to bring it with me, was that the province's enforcement arm only addresses municipalities where no property standards bylaws exist. If we repealed our property standards bylaw, which bearing in mind would be applicable to every property in the City of Toronto.
Oh, you're reading my mind, and most of the councillors are trying to read my mind. But
there's a lot of interesting things in here.
At the end of the day, I guess at the end of the
That
day...
is mine that you're saying that, or?
It's a power you didn't know I had.
At the end of the day, it's my belief that the provincial enforcement officers have more teeth in order to do more around this issue.
So, through you, Madam Speaker...
I'm not sure who just threw that, but that's completely inappropriate in the chamber. And again, it just seems like when someone stands up to speak, it depends on who it is, that these sorts of antics go on.
What happened? Did somebody throw something?
Stronger than she knew.
Speaker?
So...
Okay, please stop interrupting now.
So, through you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
We are provincial offences officers. We operate under the Provincial Offences Act. With the Residential Tenancies Act as a provincial statute, it points to our Property Standards Bylaw. Our authorities in the Property Standards Bylaw are driven off our provincial statute, being the Ontario the Building Code Act. So the authorities are generally the same. Whether or not the RTA has additional penalty provisions or higher fines, that I'm not sure. Generally, they drive off of the penalty provisions under the Provincial Offences Act, so we would be like for like generally on enforcement. I will undertake, if there is a difference, to find out and let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Mihevc. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. To the question to the General Manager of MLS. I'm wondering about the relationship of MRAB, and I might ask the same question next time so you can answer both at once, to to insurance policies. If you have had an audit done in your apartment, does that impact, to your knowledge, on the ability of that property owner to hold their insurance? Do insurance and just to ask all the questions perhaps at once, do insurance companies sometimes ask a property owner of a multi-res building, do you have any work orders against you?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm not aware of what insurance companies may ask of their property owners or their clients, but if our information is available on our website and we are exploring and talking to the Insurance Bureau of Canada, it's one of our outstanding asks to have those discussions with the Insurance Bureau.
I know that in other jurisdictions, and maybe this is more appropriate to the next item, that there's actually a tick box that you have to have if you that you will not be granted insurance unless you have a license. But so there's no relationship with MRAB, but there might be a relationship at some point with a licensing regime.
Hey, that's the question on the next item.
Yes. So I'm asking about MRAB at this point.
At the moment, I'm not aware of such a requirement or relationship, no.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pardon me if I asked already question raised. According to the report here, up to now, since 2008, only 1,046 rental programs are building. They have MRAD program enforced, right?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. There's 1,046 buildings we've conducted audits at since the program started.
So if I divide that number by 8, up to 2016, roughly 130 buildings, they get this MRAD enforcement program.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes. And just to be clear, in the year 2014, we stopped doing audits of buildings while we were focusing exclusively on addressing outstanding deficiencies. So that's why the numbers, if you average them out, would be lower than the pre-stated 200 audits per year.
So this MRAD program is conducted by the city MLS, or it's also conducted by provincial enforcers? Purely is ours.
Sorry, through the chair to the councillor, yes. The audits are conducted by municipal standards officers assigned to the MRAP team in MLNS.
Okay, do we get any kind of financial support from provincial government? It's all by our taxpayers' money.
Through the councillor, that's correct. It's all tax-supported funded.
I see. Why is only 130? Is it because all the apartment buildings in the city of Toronto, they're in good shape, or we get so many complaints, but we don't have enforcers to conduct the program?
Through the chair to the councillor, originally when MRAP was first initiated, it specified that there would be 200 buildings audited per year. In 2014, we changed the program to focus on those buildings that truly need it, because doing 200 buildings a year meant some buildings our officers were going into really did not need that level of scrutiny. They were well-maintained buildings, but because they were identified for an audit, they were audited nonetheless. So we've changed that approach, and now we're focusing on buildings that truly do need that, what I call tender loving care from our officers.
So I like to focus more specific. For example, say we get complaint from one apartment tenants and that there's no screen on the window. They live on 5th or 10th floor. So we go out and it's really unsafe. Then what happens? We give warning to the landlord and you have to fix it 1 week time or 2 weeks. Or if they don't do, then there's a fine we give. Or?
Through the chair to the councillor, when we have a deficiency such as that, no, our officers will not leave that site until that deficiency is corrected, and if need be, we will call in our own contractor to correct that, because those types of deficiencies, once we're aware of them, do pose an immediate health and safety risk to the occupants of the building, of the unit.
It's very interesting because I'm serving THC board, and so many buildings in my ward, there's no screen doors. Those are not fixed, but they remain for a long time. So if they complain to our MLS, then you go there, then it'll be fixed immediately?
If there is a window that's missing a screen or a window restraint, and I should be clear, it's not the screen itself. The windows are not allowed to open more than 4 inches when they're a certain height above the floor, and those are the issues that we address. So I can't speak to, and if there's buildings that you are aware of or see, may not be buildings that we are aware of or attended to, because we have not been to every building in the city. We only can address those where we're asked to go.
So whether it's a THC or private building, we provide the same service?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Chairman Wong to speak. He held the item down. You don't want to speak? Okay. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion.
Okay.
My motion is to direct the Executive Director of Municipal License and Standards to report to Licensing and Standards Committee on an enhanced full cost recovery model for multi-residential apartment building audit enforcement program with additional supports and other potential measures to support tenants. The reason that I move this motion is because, as you heard from Executive Director Cook, it's not a either-or question with regard to landlord licensing versus MRAP. In fact, on this item, we are talking about an important tool that has been helpful, unequivocally helpful. What we do know, though, is that it's not the only tool that we need in the toolbox, as Tracy Cook said. As Tracy said, we need a holistic, comprehensive approach. So, on MRAP, we know that after 7 years, only a third of the apartment buildings have been visited. In other words, as good of a program as it is, it's a bit of a game of whack-a-mole. It is analogous, as I said earlier, to if restaurants, we'd only inspect restaurants if somebody saw a rat or if somebody saw an infestation in the restaurant, and then they knew enough to report it, and they knew who to report it to, and they understood the process. But then all the other thousands of restaurants in the city would go unnoticed, perhaps where people might not be cleaning their hands or what have you. There are 3,300 apartment buildings in Toronto. There is no way that we can ever put enough tax dollar resources into MRAB to be able to do the sort of inspections that are necessary to cover all of these buildings. As we heard a moment ago from Mr. Sraga, they actually determined, rather than just sort of look at 200 a year, to actually focus in on the ones that they believe are the most important to inspect when they become aware of them. Here's the challenge, though. We hear from tenants, and I speak to you not only as representative of so many tenants in my community, but also as our council's chair of the Tenant Issues Advisory Committee. We have heard from so many tenants who live in buildings that have been kept in a state of disrepair, not only for a year, not only for 2 years, but for decades. We have heard from tenants who are so humiliated by their circumstances that they don't even want to invite their family or friends to come and visit them. That includes our moms and dads. That includes our kids. That includes young families with toddlers. That includes, these are our neighbors. And they're living in conditions that not one of us would want to be living in, nor would we want our own families to be subject to. So we want to enhance this program. We want to improve this program. We want to make this program work. But the next item, and I'll speak specifically to that item when it's in order, will be another tool that tenants have asked us for and staff have recommended. So I ask you to support not only my motion, but also recognize that within the, and this is, it wasn't sort of mentioned during the questions because there were sort of certain focuses of the questions, but the recommendations also deal specifically with better ways to provide remedial action, to prosecute non-compliant landlords, develop a system that identifies and classifies weights, property standard violations to facilitate the future development of building quality ratings, and also looking for ways to support tenants associations that need us to be witness, for example, at landlord-tenant hearings and have been accustomed to having to pay fees which have been inaccessible to them for far too long. This is an improvement, and I hope you support this, but I remind you that when we get to the next item, please focus on the item at hand rather than perhaps any poison pills or any other suggestions that might come to perhaps try to sidetrack what we've heard from tenants advocates and our staff alike, which is an important tool that we need to be able to support our tenants across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Campbell. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Just a quick question. Sorry, I thought it said enhanced full cost recovery, but maybe that's what you referred to.
Indeed.
So it's not full cost recovery now. What is the financial burden on the city?
Well, it's not about the financial burden. It's about actually being able to receive more funds through cost recovery, through the work we're actually doing, getting it from the bad guys, from the landlords that are not following the law, to be able to cover the costs of the program.
Okay, so really your intention is to figure out a way so that they can staff up at
You got it.
Zero net,
Yeah.
okay.
And to be able to cover more territory.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Councillor De Baermaeker to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting, of course, Councillor Matlow's motion. I was hoping that I would just speak to it and that our staff, as they've been directed to by a unanimous vote of this council, would come back to us and do what we actually told them to do. I get a little nervous when our executive director says, well, we'll try. But I know when she says she'll try, it's going to get done, because I hope she senses the will of this council. Whichever other reports come forward, this is the one that's first in line, that was approved by this council to come back at full cost recovery. And Madam Speaker, I think the reason we have to do this and get it off the tax base is because we have a staff complement of 16 full-time equivalent people that are out there doing mostly reactive audits. Like staff have said, they usually respond to a councillor's office or a residents association or a tenant advocacy group, or just a person who picks up the phone and says, I've got all sorts of things wrong with my apartment building. But it's reactive. It's not proactive. They don't have enough resources to be proactive. And at the rate they're currently going, in a best case scenario, you might say that every building in the city will be audited once every 2 decades. That's the best case scenario. More likely, you will be audited once every 3 decades. Councillor Matlow's young daughter will be certainly graduated from university and finished her PhD and probably be sitting here in the council chamber as an elected official by then. So we should be auditing buildings more often than once every 33 years or so. I think that we need to increase that number. I would double the number, but I will leave that to staff to figure out what we should go to. And that's why the benefit of Councillor Matlow's motion is to say enhanced. What we have today isn't sufficient. It's on the tax base where it shouldn't be. It should be on the landlords and the owners of the building, because they're the only reason we have those inspectors. If every building was a good building, we wouldn't be talking now. We wouldn't need those inspectors. In fact, they'd be focused on other important jobs that they have to do. But they're not, because those 16 people are occupied full-time, going all across the city, trying to protect people who are the most vulnerable in our society in terms of the scale of who you may be. We have 6 full-time equivalents of people, our staff call them in-suite inspectors. So again, when we do these audits, and my frustration as a councillor is I love the SWAT team. The SWAT team comes in and it does the common areas. That is fabulous, because there's a lot of problems with a lot of common areas. But when you actually get tenants saying, my bathroom stinks, there's mold here, my cupboards have fallen off the wall, there's a long list that we've all dealt with. The MRAP audit team, the SWAT team, can't deal with those, or it's very difficult to deal with those because they're often one-offs or two-offs. The whole building might not be in bad condition, but you may have 3 units on the very top of the building under the water tank that are having problems. So we need to help those people as well. We need to do a component, and I hope our staff will include, I'll call it an education and outreach component. Because when you look at society, I don't have many millionaires that live in my ward. I represent Scarborough Centre. It's the centre of Scarborough. It's a working class community. If there are any millionaires in my ward, they're not living in the rental buildings that are scattered all across my ward. And the most affluent of my people are living in very nice 3,000 square foot homes in my ward. The people who live in my apartment buildings tend to be lower income, less educated, less engaged, and less confident than other people. Not all of them, but in general, when I go into my buildings, I have whole buildings that are not from India, but from one province in India. So when I go into that building, I say, oh, you're all from India. No, councillor, we're not from India. We're from Gujarat. And when you talk to those people, they don't know that they can call their councillor's office and the councillor's going to be on their side. They don't know what 311 is. You ask them what 311 is, they say, oh, we only call 311 if there's an emergency. And I say, no, that's 911. You can call 311. They have no idea what 311 is. So I think it's up to us as a council to help the people who live in buildings, who need the most amount of help, and who currently are getting substandard service because not every landlord is a good one, and we should identify the landlords who are good, and we should reward those landlords by licensing them, by advertising them on websites, whatever scenario we want to do, but we should reward good behavior and punish bad behavior.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I too will rise in support of the recommendations that came from committee, and will be supporting the recommendation from Councillor Matlow. We began this process of MRAB in 2007 initially, before we actually began. But it was in response to a request from our tenants community right across the city to have a licensing mechanism in the City of Toronto. That was the demand. And we said, let's instead operate within, well, actually what happened was we did not have the authority under the City of Toronto Act, and subsequently got that. But in the intervening period, we said, let's use the tools we have. And the only tool we have is the Property Standards Bylaw and the enforcement related to the Property Standards Bylaw. And the committee, the department set out to do a pilot, to do 50 per year, as Councillor de Bearmaker said, and then expand to 200 per year. 50 per year was pretty good. We got to 200, and 200 per year could not be achieved. In fact, we took on inspections, and then what happened was we never got back to do the re-inspections. And so some of those original inspections took many years before they finally saw compliance on the deficiencies that were identified in the audit process. So no doubt we need resources. And I agree, as Councillor de Bearmaker said, that it is the property owner who fails to bring their property into compliance, even with quite flexible timelines in some respect. Many of us, in fact, the tenant community who is here, and I want to thank them once again, they're here every single time that we talk about MRAB or licensing or apartments. They are here. And they're here because they pay rent and they want decent buildings. And there are thousands of tenants in this building where that is not the equation. So 2 of the top worst offenders are in my ward. 2 of the case studies in this report are in my ward. And MRAB has been successful at improving the quality through going the full gamut from notices, orders, hundreds of orders, and then remedial action. But this should not be the way that landlords operate in the City of Toronto. And I am not saying that all landlords, and the landlord lobby, and they're here, look at them, they've been here for 3 days. And the landlord lobby's lobbyists have been here for 2 days, yes. They'll be here for 10 if we're here. For 10, hopefully we're not. And they're here because they are fighting it, what we're doing. They like MRAB, and they came and said, use MRAB. Only MRAB, only MRAB, because most of the landlords are good in the City of Toronto. Well, MRAB has its limitations, and I'm going to at least identify some. We tried to put up notices. This is the state of this building. There are 85 deficiencies still outstanding. Stick them on a wall, put them in a case, tell your tenants. No, no transparency. We can't do that. We can't force a landlord to do that. We aren't able to require them to give notification to tenants if they're going to cut off their water. We don't require them to say, hey, we're fixing the boiler and you will have no heat for 3 days. We cannot require them to do many things. under MRAB and the property standards bylaw. But what we do, we are improving. But I have to say that those same landlords in a couple of those same buildings, we could audit them every year and we would continue to have deficiency after deficiency after deficiency. And we need resources to do it. But we need a snapshot of the whole city and the quality of housing. They cannot answer the questions about
Councillor
what
Davis?
proportion of buildings have violations because we need
Okay.
another tool.
Thank
And
you.
we'll get to that in the next report. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very sorry about the negativity of Councillor Davis. I mean, I'm looking at some of the work of MRAP.
I'm not negative. That's not fair characterization.
Well, I withdraw it. Can we
Councillor
say
Pasternak.
more of a downer speech, or
No, just continue.
Listen to my
I withdraw the comment.
Okay,
I mean,
thank you.
I would urge her to look through some of the positive things that
I understand these buildings.
Okay, Councillor Davis, please allow Councillor Pasternak to speak, please.
Well, I mean, I'm bringing to your attention to many of the members of council, reading various key items in the annual report that was given to the Tenant Issues Committee, and I quote, "In 2015, MRAB staff conducted 193 pre-audit assessments and 84 audits of multi-residential apartment buildings. Staff conducted 1,917 re-inspections, closing 575 orders and rectifying 6,607 deficiencies." It goes on to say, since 2013, MRAB program has undertaken notable operational changes, including increased engagement with building owners before and after audits, and the implementation of an action plan process.
My
The
timer.
program has also identified the opportunity to improve response time to audit requests from 10 days to 5 days. To reflect these operational changes and enhancements, staff have reviewed and identified the following standards, and then there's a list of more positive response. As a result of this engagement with TCHC, which was referenced earlier, the compliance rate for deficiencies in TCHC buildings has increased from 61% at the end of...
Down to the pit. You lost your mic.
It wasn't me, it's everything. Okay, I think it's working now. So Councillor Pasternak, you were speaking, but I can't get your mic on. I think you, Robert, I think you were just finished, right?
I think it's very important.
Okay, it's on, it's
Yeah,
on.
no, I think it's very important as we go forward that we want the building industry to build rental units. We need to encourage market entry to make sure there's more stock in the marketplace. The more barriers that various councillors or government create to market entry and creating more apartment rental units, the less likely builders are going to come and take the risk and build. At the same time, the journey to full cost recovery is something we can examine, but a word of caution. Full cost recovery usually means expensive, very expensive fees that tend to hurt the viability of various buildings. They hurt owners, they hurt tenants, and once again, they can be a barrier to market entry to make sure that we have appropriate rental housing stock in our city. Moreover, when it comes to TCHC, earlier in this council meeting, we approved another $42 million in various retrofit funding for TCHC buildings. That will certainly alleviate a high percentage of the complaints that come in regarding various energy efficiency and resiliency issues in TCHC buildings when it comes to windows and doors and roofing. The preemptive, the state of good repair that we're investing in our stock will certainly take the pressure off of MRAP. Certainly when it comes to property standards, amendments of the bylaw to strengthen it are a more reasonable approach than licensing, and certainly preemptive state of good repair is the government's responsibility to make sure that the largest landlord in the city, which is us, do the right thing and make sure our building's in good repair.
Thank you. Now, the problem is I can't shut it off now. Okay, it's off. I don't know. Everything was fine until Councillor Carroll to speak.
Very quickly. Without a mic.
Turn Councillor Carroll's mic on. Thank you.
Very quickly, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't intend to move an additional motion. I'll be supporting Councillor Matlos. I simply wanted to comfort the previous speaker, my colleague, Councillor Pasternak. The issue of we have to be careful what we do today, lest we discourage developers from building apartment rental stock in new builds, is something we don't need to worry about. You may have missed an earlier report earlier this year from P&G, but I can tell you from my own experience, and you'll experience yourself soon, where transit is being built, that in fact developers have learned that we have in fact in many areas of town got the condos we need. I'm dealing in my ward with 2 condominium approvals that are now back at Committee of Adjustment turning into rentals. We are seeing conversions from condo approvals into rentals because our rental relocation policy has netted a very interesting phenomenon where we've required them to build rental apartments alongside condos to replace rental units. Lo and behold, they turn a pretty penny. Those new apartment buildings make a lot of money because our existing rental stock is in such bad shape that people are willing to pay $1,800, $2,000, $2,200 to live in a decent rental apartment in a new build. And so they've become highly profitable affairs, and people are now converting their approvals over to build rental stock anytime it's near transit. And of course, as you know, we're beginning to embark on suburban transit in higher orders. And so you will see that rental conversion as I'm experiencing at Don Mills and Shepherd. So what we've got to do, what we must do, is give as much resource as we can afford to MRAB to make sure that the existing rental stock is not left behind. As that new rental stock is sprouting up, we will begin to see in our cement slab apartment buildings of the 60s demolition by rot, even as people are still living in them. That is what some of the case studies in this report are talking about, and it's why Ms. Cook is telling us we've got to continue to invest in MRAP. Because if you start to see demolition by rot in thousands of buildings, that will not be a proud moment for the city. That will not be the world-class city we brag about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So let's, we have the one amendment by Councillor Matlow, recorded vote. Okay, the amendment is on the screen. We're in the middle of a vote. Please, let's wait until after the vote. Recorded vote. Oh, it doesn't work? Recorded vote. Just one sec. Vote.
Councillor DeBaremaker, please. Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Grimes. Councillor Ainsley, please. Thank you.
Councillor Doucette, please.
Members, we are voting.
The motion carries 34-2.
Okay, clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher. Where's Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Cressy? Councillor Cressy, yes?
Just on a point of personal privilege, there is a baby in the room, and I just had a quick comment on this, if you don't mind.
On the baby?
So I'm rising on a point of personal privilege to pay tribute to a member of my extended family. This is Phoebe Layton, who has joined us here. Now, the context here I want councillors to know is that when I was born, my mother was a sitting member of council. And she was sitting in the hospital room after giving birth, and Councillor Joe Pantalone and former Councillor Joe Piccinini rose to congratulate their colleague Joanne, my mother, on naming her firstborn after them. Now, according to Councillor Layton and his fabulous partner Brett, Phoebe is named for the Greek goddess, and I'll get this right, who was the protector of women, girls, and nature. And so I think it would behoove us to note that, in fact, maybe even to move a motion to recognize Phoebe Layton as the Greek goddess of bike lanes on Bloor. And I want to let people know that I have registered the Phoebe for Mayor in 2052 URL, and I will be out in the members' lounge after if you want to get on that train early. But congratulations to Councillor Layton and his lovely Phoebe.
Members of council, Councillor Wong Tam.
Madam Speaker, on a point of personal privilege, I'd like to reopen the last vote. Our colleague here voted in error.
The other parent.
What?
I know, it's my bad.
Are you referring to the amendment?
Actually, I'm hoping.
You're referring to the amendment?
Yes.
You can do that.
Okay. We want to reopen it, so on the amendment. Yes. Councillor just said, all in favor? Carried. So on the amendment by Councillor Matlow, recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please.
Is Councillor Shiner around? Okay, bring him down.
Councillor Crisanti, when you're seated, please.
The revote on motion number 1 for item LS 11.3 carries 34-1.
Okay, thank you. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Oh, jeez. Recorded vote. Okay, just want to remind members of council that we have a number of items on the agenda. Yes. We're getting at the point where
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Robinson. Thank you.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Okay, members of council, we're going to go back to page 4, the PG 12.8 Mimico Judson Secondary Plan. Where we left it is that Councillor Grimes was meeting with the staff in redrafting his motion, and then Councillor Wong Tam was up to speak. So Councillor Grimes, and then we'll go to Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So staff have revised my motion to make it reflect what I want to do. So my understanding is I have to revise my motion 1B, and I'd like to withdraw the supplementary 1A. I'd like to withdraw 1A. And I think Councillor Wong Tam is going to be moving that.
Okay?
So I guess motion first to withdraw my motion 1A.
Okay, so motion to have Councillor Grimes withdraw. On favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, so now we have Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm rising to speak about the Mimico Judson secondary plan. Obviously, there has been, oh yes, I do, and I do have a motion which has already been advance circulated. Thank you, Councillor Perks. And because it's been advance circulated, I won't read through the motion again, but I wanted to just try to provide some clarity over what happened at Planning Growth Management. So we had heard a range of deputants who came forward who expressed their opinion. Their opinion was formed largely after a 3-year, very broad consultation process, because that's how long I think it took for them to come up with the secondary plan. We also heard a range of stakeholders, whether it's residents of the local area as well as business owners and significant property owners. And oftentimes you don't necessarily hear what I think is broad consensus, but broad consensus I think was largely reached in the neighborhood. I do think that there was value in having additional consultation because that's what we have before us as a supplementary report, is that staff did work with those affected property owners to make sure that any other concerns that they had were going to be addressed, which is why the supplementary report is before us. What I also think is important for us to note is that in 2013, a part of the Municipal Comprehensive Review of Employment Land, City Council decided that the Mimico Judson area was going to be a part of the regeneration area designation. So they wanted to go forth and study that area, work with the local stakeholders to determine whether or not there is a way for them to provide some guarantees on how land use development will take place in the neighborhood. And this was a big, broader strategy on how to protect employment land across the City of Toronto. So what you see here before you is obviously one secondary plan affecting one area of the city, but is part of a much broader discussion and a broader overarching strategy and policy on how to protect employment lands across the city. And we know that it's important for us to do so. In order for us to have a city that is going to be prosperous, you're going to have to give land use to very specific uses. And what I find interesting about this particular report is that there are 7 blocks that are contained in the Mimico Triangle, and there's a range of employment lands and a range of mixed use areas. And so that came out of broad discussion, that came out of policy reviews, that came out of probably some overarching high-level view of how to deploy different types of uses to different blocks. What we don't generally see are rapid and unannounced changes that sweep entire sections of land and redesignating them on the fly at the Planning Growth Management Committee. And I think that's why we want to take another look. And I'm asking council members to support my motion, which will essentially strike the recommendations out of the Planning Growth Management Committee and to re-adopt the staff recommendations, including those in the supplementary plan, in the supplementary report, because it's absolutely the right thing to do. We don't want to compromise the integrity of this council. And I think that it's important for us to note that if we move ahead and adopt the recommendations of the Planning Growth Committee, that's specifically what you're doing. We would have taken an entire area of land that would have been designated and properly designated and planned for employment area, and then we turn that on its head and say, we've changed our minds, we're going to do it differently. That is not good land use planning, and I think that's going to run contrary to the objectives of the municipal comprehensive review of employment lands. And so let's just take a look at what's contained in the secondary plan, and I want to highlight on those four guiding principles. One is that we had to retain and expand business use through land use certainty and provide flexible mixed-use regeneration. It has done that. The secondary plan also supports the unlocking of underutilized lands for transit-supportive mixed-use development. This plan does that. It also protects and supports existing operations and future expansion opportunities at the Willowbrook Rail Maintenance Facilities. And you've heard about the $500 million that Metrolinx has already invested. This plan does that. And it also, the fourth principle, fosters a connected and complete community. This plan does that. And it did so with consultation, and I think that's why we need to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Councillor Shiner.
So, members of council, you have two options today. You have the option presented by Councillor Grimes and the committee, which was to support mixed use on a small portion of the land on the west side of Royal York. I'm trying to get my streets right out there. And in his hopes to get rid of a cement plant. And you have the staff recommendation on that piece to not permit residential use and mixed use on that. At the committee, the vote was 4-2. I voted with my colleague to send it on to council, but in particular, it wasn't just that piece. I wanted to get the whole report here because the part on the eastern side of Royal York has quite a number of different landowners now. None of them are happy with the new plan as they'd like to intensify with residential and not have the employment uses, and this will only get settled on that part at a board hearing because I know it will be appealed. There was no way to resolve it. If there was, I would have tried to sit down with people and do it. I don't think it'll happen. So we are all supportive of the part on the eastern side. In either motion, we'll deal with the eastern side of Royal York to support the staff recommendations. So in front of you now, you have the concern that my colleague, Councillor Grimes, has brought up. And his concern is that he has a cement plant. He's been trying very hard to get rid of that. He thinks that the method he has here to give the mixed use on that site might be the encouragement to allow the individual to sell the property and to make it mixed use. My colleague, Councillor Wong Tam, is supporting the staff recommendations and are asking you to support that because the staff don't believe it's an appropriate spot for residential homes. They believe it's too close to the train tracks, that there's ongoing noise, and you shouldn't do that. And that's exactly the problem I had at committee. So I thought we should send it here, and I would support my colleague sending it here, but allow each of you to make your own decisions when it's in front of you. It is not easy either way. The real answer here is that Metrolinx, from everything we understand, will need this land in the future, and they're the noise next door that's causing the problem. We actually asked them to step up and speak about it and say, if you need it, say so. Why do you want to wait and take a chance of council making this more expensive or more valuable land? But the problem is, we're not really getting an answer. And most likely, as I heard from the chief planner, they'll probably appeal this, no matter what we do with it. So I can't see whatever we decide on today being a final decision. And you've got to make your choice now, whether you believe that what my colleague, Councillor Grimes, is trying to do will be helpful and is trying to help his community to get rid of a cement plant, or whether we have to support the planning staff in their regard to the integrity of our employment lands and the fact that they don't believe that we should be changing this piece of employment lands to residential use. Mixed use on the site. That's what you're down with. Either way, it's going to the board. I am not giving you a recommendation on this because as a chair of the committee, I'm somewhat obligated if I'm in support, if I'm there to look at what it does on a citywide basis and to support the issues that are out there on a citywide basis for our employment lands, which we've tried to protect very hard. But I do know that I think if I was the councillor on the site, I'd be working very hard to try and find some type of solution to get rid of the cement plant, which I know my colleague has done and tried to work with economic development and tried to get rid of it. And some of my other colleagues have cement plants as well and find them a complete irritant in the community. So I'm sympathetic to those needs as well, and I want you to each consider it on its own merit and make the decision that you think is best for the site.
So which way are you going to vote?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Okay, members of council, we're going to vote. Ring the bells.
Which way are you going to vote?
You have to decide how you're going to vote.
No, I'm asking you.
Our first, members of council, take your seats. Our first motion would be Councillor Wong Tam's motion. No, yours is. The clerk just told me this one goes first. Okay, can the clerk respond to Councillor Grimes? He claims that he was told that his was going first.
Madam Speaker, the way the motions are currently worded, we recommend to you the motion by Councillor Wong Tam go first because it preserves the most number of options for council. That is a standard principle of ordering motions for debate. So council deals with that first and then proceeds to the second.
Councillor Shiner?
Would it completely mess things up if I moved a motion to allow Councillor Grimes' motion to be voted on first?
Yes, exactly, I am. No, Councillor Shiner, you can't do that. We're in the middle of a vote.
I asked.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're in the middle of, well, actually, we were just ringing the bells. We're not in the middle of the vote yet. So on Councillor Wong Tam's motion, let's put it on the screen, and we'll get ready to vote. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please.
Motion number 2 does not carry. The vote is 17 to 19.
Okay, now we vote on Councillor Grimes' motion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Motion number 1B carries. The vote is 20 to 16.
Okay, thank you. Item is amended, recorded vote. Councillor Fletcher will do yours next.
Councillor Crawford, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Not low back. Where did DeGiorgio go?
He's on his way back.
Okay. Where's she? Oh, sorry.
Councillor Carroll, please.
The item is amended, carries. The vote is 21 to 15.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, on page 3, ED 12.1, Mayor's mission to Los Angeles. We're ready for that? Okay.
The
let's
mission possible. Thank you. And I'm going to show a little video just a minute or so in. The staff are getting ready, and I would just note that our technical abilities in the chamber are quite limited when it comes to showing.
Okay, so are we ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
you wanted to show this morning?
I wanted to show this, but getting it set up has been an issue. The mayor, as I'm sure he'll tell you, he's got an amendment here, traveled to Los Angeles with stakeholders in the film industry, and from all accounts, it was an extremely, extremely important trip. It signaled to the industry in Los Angeles that the City of Toronto is open for film business, that we have a stable and mature industry in the City of Toronto. And backing that up, of course, is our council's position, as well as the film industry position of the importance of tax credits. And you'll remember a couple of years ago there was a blip in tax credits, and unfortunately they were clawed back. Our council, under the leadership of our Economic Development Chair, Councillor Thompson, went to bat, as did the film industry as a whole, and they were stabilized. So the importance of a mission of this nature should not be underestimated. The number of people who went, the film industry people, the studio owners, and now our job is to make sure that we continue to grow this industry, which is $1.5 billion direct dollars and $2.5 billion overall, and a growing industry as far as digital is concerned. And in order to prepare for the trip, staff from our film office, fantastic film office, and our film commissioners here prepared a short video, and I really wanted to share that with you because it's very exciting. So the rest of my time will be XOTO film, because we love film and film loves Toronto. Please roll the video, if that's possible. Pardon?
You described this film differently.
No, this is a different one. This is the one that they think we should have had. Ooh. Could you turn my mic off, please?
Thank you. Mayor Tory?
Well, I have a motion, Madam Speaker, and just a couple of remarks, but the motion is simply, if it can be put up, I think the clerk's table will have it. It's just to add a date, because this report that's going to come back to us is a very important report in the context of what we were told on the trip that we needed to do to stay on top and to do even better. And so I was just concerned at the lack of a date. And so we've put this motion here that says it's to be no later than November 2016 to the, I guess it'll come back to the Economic Development Committee. I'll just say this. First of all, I want to say thank you to our staff who work within the Economic Development and Culture portfolio, especially Zabe Sheikh and Michelle Alasanak. They organized this trip, and I start off, generally speaking, as a bit of a skeptic on these trips in the context of sort of how much time do you spend and what do you do while you're there and who do you see and what results do you get. In fact, when I was in China, I said I wouldn't come back unless we had substantial, progress to report in terms of activity, economic activity going both ways. And in this case, I'm very happy this report is going forward because this is at the heart of what it's going to take to respond to what we were told. The context of the trip is really quite simple. No mayor of Toronto had been to speak to those who largely control our destiny with respect to a $1.5 billion or $2 billion industry that Councillor Fletcher referred to since 2009. And we went with a view of saying thank you for the production activity that you undertake in our city, which creates thousands of jobs. What can we do to do better to make sure you do more business in our city? The first thing we were told, and Councillor Fletcher made reference to this, as did the video, is don't mess with the money. This is not surprising in the context of capitalist free enterprise film production companies who were still nervous about the fact that the Ontario government tinkered with the film credits a couple of years ago, and were still apprehensive about that possibly happening again. And we were able to reassure them that I had had discussions with the Premier about this and others, and that I think they learned a lesson from that experience as well. After that, they told us the three things that are in this request for a report. One, we need more infrastructure, and Councillor Fletcher and I were just discussing that this morning, and that is something where the sooner we get on with, the sooner we get back this report, the sooner we will be able to, I hope, provide some degree of support in some way or other to those who would want to expand our physical infrastructure in the city. Secondly, we needed to address the issue of training in the context of saying that they said to us, we have a large number of really terrific AAA players, if I can call it that. AAA meaning really top-notch players. And we have a second quite large group of people who just need more experience to get themselves up into the absolute sort of top category. And what can we do up here, given all of our educational and industry resources, to better train those people to get them all up into that very top category. And then finally, a series of issues to do with customer service, to just make sure that a job they acknowledge we do in an excellent manner, and they did, studio after studio. And believe me, this was no junket. I mean, we visited 11 studios, I think it was, in 2 days, but they all had a consistent message that we do a great job, but there are some things we can do to do just a little bit better. So I just wanted to put the amendment forward to make sure there was a date that wasn't too far off into the future, again allowing a reasonable time for our public servants to do the work on the report. And I want to say thank you to the members of council who are great supporters of this industry as well, and that includes Councillor Fletcher, who put the video up, and others, and to say that I think these people really do respect and admire Toronto, but they don't expect us to rest on our laurels either. They spent a lot of time telling us who our competitors were. And it's Vancouver, and it's Montreal, and it's London, and it's Atlanta, and it's Louisiana, and a lot of it is with money. But we do a good job and have smart people here, and I think that's going to keep us in the game if we don't mess with the money and do some of these other things they suggested. So I'll leave it at that, and hope that you'll support putting this date in, because I think it's important to get this work done. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the amendment that's on the screen, recorded vote.
Counselor McMahon, please. Counselor Perruzza.
The amendment carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Okay, item as amended, on favor? Carried. Okay, so we'll go to page 4 now, the top of page 4. Okay, page 4, top of the page, LS 11.4, proposed framework for multi-residential rental property license. Councillor Matlow, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Yes, Councillor Matlow, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, through you, Madam Speaker, we just dealt with MRAB on the last item. Now, this item is on recommendations to move forward with consulting on landlord licensing. Is that right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct.
Are you familiar, and I'm bringing this up for the attention of some of my colleagues who may have been subject to emails about this. The landlord lobby, the Greater Toronto Apartments Association, represented by Daryl Chong, who's sitting right there, hired, I believe, a consulting firm, and subsequent to that, there has been a campaign out there that now is calling landlord licensing an apartment tax. Are you familiar with that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I have been made aware of the program.
So they've been putting like some door hangers out there, and in my view, there's been a lot of misinformation in there, and I just wanted to confirm that. So based on what has been proposed as far as the consultation process and the framework for it by Mr. Schrager and yourself, one of the things they're telling everybody is that this will increase rents, absolutely increase rents. In fact, they're saying it's an apartment tax on renters. Is that true, or is it false?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that would be wholly false.
It also says that it would increase red tape. That for example, let's say you're a good landlord and you've got a plan and you maintain your building. Would this create a laborious, onerous process as the landlord lobby is telling renters and councillors, or not?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to note that the relationship we have with the groups representing tenants as well as the group representing apartments is very important in the context of the entire program. We need to have a meaningful conversation about the regulatory framework that's governing the manner in which our rental properties are operating. The fundamental principles around this is not to unnecessarily add administrative burden, nor is it to unnecessarily add financial burden to either tenants or the property owners. So this report speaks about a framework to go out and have these conversations with these stakeholders and find a balanced approach to accomplish our goals of quality standards of living for people, property operators knowing what the rules are and how to meet those obligations and do this collectively. So I think it's unfair.
So in no way is this meant to be punitive. In fact, is it possible that the outcome of the consultation could be that if a landlord has a good plan and they've done all their work and they've done their due diligence, you would accept that plan and they wouldn't have to go through any more paperwork?
Through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely.
Another thing that the landlord lobby through their campaign is telling tenants in this city, along with councillors, is that the program will increase taxes paid by tenants. Is that true or false?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can't put words into the mouths of people who have purported this.
The website.
Agreed. Or what their intention is or where they're drawing their conclusions from. We know that the rent is generally governed by the Residential Tenancies Act and the guidelines set out by the MMAH. We know that apartment operators in particular can apply for an above guideline increase, that there are rules around that above guideline increase, including those relative to municipal charges and taxes. I can certainly say that our effort here is not to unduly or unnecessarily financially burden anybody, but is to have an appropriate regulatory framework so we can address people's obligations. So, the increase in taxes paid by tenants, I don't agree.
So to be clear, it wouldn't be City Hall at all imposing any tax. At the very most, a landlord would have to deliberately go to the Landlord and Tenant Board to ask them to add maybe like a $1 a month kind of fee. But is there any assurance that they'd even be successful, or do we have information to suggest that it would be difficult for them to do so in the first place?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the Residential Tenancies Act does provide the guidance on how a property operator can apply for an above guideline increase. It speaks to, in respect to municipal charges and taxes, that the increase must be greater than the guideline plus 50% before they could apply to the Landlord and Tenant Board, and then it's ultimately the Landlord and Tenant Board that would accept whether or not those charges and taxes are applicable under that section.
But they would have to bundle it, right?
I would presume they would have to bundle if it is not in excess of what the guideline permits.
Right.
Or the rules permit them to even apply for the increase. And there are certain aspects of municipal charges and taxes that cannot be considered part of the extraordinary increase.
So you could put together a final report to us after consultation that could actually even avoid that matter altogether.
That was your last question?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, as I said, sir, our goal here is not to unnecessarily financially burden anyone, not to set up a system of excessive red tape. It's about setting out reasonable regulations, balanced authorities, people understand what their obligations are, and the minimally intrusive way to get there.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, questions?
Indeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So Councillor Matlow, in his questions there, spoke to some of the so-called concerns that are being raised about licensing, landlord licensing. I want to understand better some of the benefits. First of all, for context, what percentage of Torontonians are living in rental housing? Not just multi-res, but rental housing. Do we know? Is it over 50%?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would presume it's more than 50% based on some of what we've heard.
Okay. And so more than 50%. Would it be fair to say that there are many, certainly not all, but many non-compliant landlords out there, based on your experience?
I believe that's true.
All right. So is the current audit and complaint system a proactive one, or have you found it to be reactive?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it was intended to be proactive. It generally is more complaint-driven. We do, as mentioned in the prior item, we do respond to complaints, and we have enough of those to keep us busy.
So in experience and in implementation, it's become more reactive. Is the landlord licensing system, as you proposed, a more proactive system?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the report is outlining a framework that we would consult on and then come back with what that proposal would look like. But certainly it's about specifying what those obligations are, making very clear accountabilities on people. So when people know what the rules are, and also helping them turn their minds to how to run a proper building and what they need in order to do that. The good operators will have this all in place. This will set out a requirement for those who are not the good operators to get it in place. And it will also, ultimately part of the goal here is from a consumer protection standpoint, is to ensure that people who are either tenants or prospective tenants know what they're walking into. You don't get a chance to test drive a rental apartment like you do a car. So, laying out a reasonable set of standards, obligations on landlords, give access to that information to tenants from a consumer protection standpoint, they can make an informed decision, and then everybody knows where everybody stands, and hopefully someday we won't need MRAB.
So from a consumer protection standpoint, then, the framework which you would consult on, it would include what? Notification for service disruptions, a maintenance plan, cleaning. What are some of the initiatives within this framework?
Actually, quite a number of these aspects are things that have been identified within the industry as best standards, best practice standards as well. So certainly cleaning plans. And one I think that's important is working with the property owners and making sure they've got a plan for state of good repair for capital. Not dissimilarly to what the Condominium Act does for condominium owners. That does not seem to exist in the residential rental world. So having them have a plan, so they're looking forward on the maintenance, and as Councillor Carroll referenced, we don't have demolition by deterioration, that there's a plan and not the sudden onset of big capital expenditures. So that's helping them be more proactive as well.
And I think in terms of the intention, that's the framework and the response that we would hope to see. In terms of the intention, this is very much to bring non-compliant owners into compliance. It is not to close or dehouse people.
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Speaker, just be very clear on what reasonable obligations and accountabilities are. We do, as I said, there's sure a lot of good operators who do have all these things. This is of no issue, right? That sets the standard, but there are many who do not, and they are not required to do so. They do so voluntarily. So this is simply saying that the standards responsible for a person operating a residential, multi-residential rental property have certain conditions that must be met, and we're codifying those.
Now, you'll forgive me because often in licensing and standards we get into the weeds and the details, and you're very good at that. Let me just boil it down to a bare bones synopsis for me. I mean, will landlord licensing improve the quality of housing for Torontonians?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we believe yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you very much. My colleague Joe here had my first question was his last question, so that's a good way to segue. I have a few questions. One is other jurisdictions. What is best practices out there, and how does it work in other jurisdictions? I noticed that you have an appendix, and your answer to Councillor Cressy's question was that it will improve. You believe that it will improve. In your professional judgment, this will improve the quality of life of tenants in Toronto. From your assessment of what's happening in other jurisdictions, is that the case?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's a very fair question, sir. The document I have in front of me has not delved into the extent to which the programs have accomplished that success. So that is something that we would have to get back to you on.
Okay, fair enough. I have a question I asked with the last issue around insurance companies. I was in a jurisdiction where there was a license, and actually it applied to not just units over, apartments with over 10 units, but houses with even 2 units or 3 units. And to get a license, you basically had to have a fire inspection, and you had to have a city municipal standards inspector come in. And then you get the license, away you go, and then you can rent out in this case it was a house, the units. That seemed to be a pretty straightforward, proactive, rather than MRAB, which is somewhat reactive. Do you think it would be a thesis, do you think there's any merit in the thesis that this will actually save on the MRAB work because it will catch people and allow for a state of good repair system out there, expectations are clear, and you're in there very quickly to make sure that these units are up to a good standard?
Through you, Madam Speaker, and I did make that reference previously, sir. I mean, the ultimate goal would see the standards of all rental housing, rental properties raised, so that we did not need an MRAB enforcement program. So making sure that everybody's got those standards, they're maintained, tenants are aware of, and have mechanisms to use to address issues. Our goal is to see throughout all this the quality of living conditions raised across the city, not just select random property owners.
Right. Fire. I want to ask one question around fire because it has to do with the basic requirement that we have as a city to provide a safe dwelling from the point of view of fire protection. I can imagine that the bylaw will have something to do with fire. Would that be fair to say?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think we would have to look at where it would be necessary, if it would be necessary, if it's not already captured under the FPPA or other legislation. So the goal is not to redo everything, but that is part of the consultative work that we would undertake, and that's what this report is solely talking about, undertaking consultation and developing that regulatory proposal.
Well, I can imagine a system that you don't get a license unless it's been inspected by a fire inspector sooner or later, or in the process of getting that license.
Through you,
and
Madam,
if there's something not working, that fix that smoke detector, fix that gas detector, and then otherwise you don't get a license, therefore you can't rent. I would think that would clean that up real quick.
And through you, Madam Speaker, that's not dissimilar to the regime we already have in respect to rooming houses in the former city of Toronto.
Right, okay. And the same thing with insurance, just linking it back to insurance. Would you see yourself in dialogue with insurance companies as well? Why? Because it might be them that help enforce this as well. You don't get a license unless your insurance company knows that it's a tenanted building and therefore, and the tenant and the insurance company will say, make sure you get a license, because if you don't get a license, we ain't giving you insurance.
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the requirement under bylaw, particularly the licensing bylaw, that operators have insurance coverage has been a condition of all our business licenses and right-of-way permits, et cetera. So again, that would be part of the conversation we would have through the consultative process with our stakeholders and include the insurance industry.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Is the current system of complaint-based investigations good enough, meaning that are the majority of the tenants who reach out to MLS for investigation enforcement, are they mostly walking away satisfied after a call to MLS?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's a difficult question to answer. I would say that in December of 2014, we received a gift from a tenant advocacy group, Acorn, that outlined over 2,000 plus complaints, I'm looking at them, of issues that had not been resolved. We continue to work with them, as we do with the GTAA, to better conditions for everyone. Some people will be satisfied with immediate results, others may not. Some may not be familiar with the processes and understanding that we do have a requirement to give property owners time to make repairs as well. So again, this is about working with both parties and setting reasonable expectations. But certainly there's work to be done.
So for those tenants who do find their way through to 311 or do find their way to MLS, and I would imagine that a majority of them don't, you already have identified over 2,000 complainants whose grievances have not been remedied. So it sounds to me like there's still additional work to do. Would you agree?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I would say, ma'am, with the program that we have improved the quality of life for tenants in many places. In other cases, not yet so. But this is intended to bring that level of satisfaction and quality living conditions for everybody up.
This meaning the licensing criteria?
The proposal, yes.
Yeah. So when you do find a landlord or property manager that's in violation of the provisions of housing to be safe and accessible, and you are writing them infractions and tickets, do you have the enforcement powers to ensure that those landlords are in compliance with those orders, those maintenance orders, without going to the courts, without having to come back and reinforce and write new tickets?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we have a number of mechanisms to drive enforcement or drive compliance, and that is our fundamental goal, is compliance, having the conditions that are the deficiency remedied. So we operate on the property standards bylaw primarily through notices or orders of compliance. We can follow up with additional orders. We can, as Director Schraga mentioned, undertake remedial action where we make the repairs if there's willful noncompliance. We have a fair number of tools. But I think we can look at other opportunities to drive compliance outside of driving everybody to the courts.
But in the absence of additional enforcement tools, in the absence of cooperation, in the absence of voluntary compliance, what other enforcement tools do you have outside of the courts? Let's say you've done everything you can, you've hundreds of phone calls and emails have been exchanged, your team has gone back repeatedly to try to bring the property owner or manager into compliance. What else are you left with?
Do you have anything with injunctions? Yeah. Through you, Madam Speaker, the ultimate tool we would have is subject to the property standards bylaw is our authority to undertake the remedial action. Beyond that, we don't have a charge for being willfully non-compliant under the current regime, if that's the question that's being asked.
So it's entirely possible that tenants will, while we're trying to bring someone into compliance, the tenants' complaints will continue to exist. The condition that is causing them difficulty or discomfort or perhaps a unit that's not inhabitable, that will continue to exist.
Through you, Madam Speaker, if we do not undertake the remedial action and the property owner does not address the deficiency and is before the courts, then yes, the condition exists and continues to exist.
So let's talk about the above rent guidelines and increases, the AGIs. Would it surprise you that legal opinions that I've sought have said it's very difficult to pass along the licensing fee to tenants through an above rental guideline increase.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would expect that would be the feedback you'd get when I note the Residential Tenancies Act speaks to the above guideline increase for municipal taxes and charges is only where there's been an extraordinary increase in those charges, and that's defined as the guideline amount plus 50%. So it would have to be a quantum greater than that before an above guideline increase could be sought.
Then why do you think property owners and the associations are scaring the tenants, telling them that this cost will be passed through to them and that they can apply to the landlord and tenant board and that they will automatically be given their AGIs according to these folks? Why are they saying such things if it's not true?
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth or anybody's opinion on what this looks like. I think what this is a symptom of is not having had a meaningful dialogue and conversation about what our ultimate goals are collectively and how we get there through these variety of tools. And I would hope that that just comes from not knowing, and that's something that we would work through.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, about the semantic multi-residential rental property, I don't have any tenants, so thank God I have one house, no tenants. But if I have another house and the renting only one family, isn't that multi-residential? Then I don't need to have a license?
Correct. So through you, Madam Speaker, we are proposing in this framework that this would only apply to certain size and number of units of property. I believe what we've looked at is similarly in line, or is in line with MRAB. 3 stories and 10 units is where it would start.
I see. Okay, I think I understand the intention of the whole thing, to provide better quality living for tenants. But if we become too strict, what's going to happen? If we have a very strict, high standard license system, a lot of landlords, what the heck, I'm going to make it condos. So eventually we have less apartment and the rent fee will go up. So intention is good, but maybe we could get the opposite result. Is it possible that could happen?
No, through you, Madam Speaker, I would not propose regulating in such a way that it would impose any potential or negative impact on the availability of affordable rental properties. When we're looking at the proposal on the framework for regulation, it is not to impose onerous or financially burdensome or administratively burdensome obligations. Quite frankly, they're obligations that, as I mentioned previously, are those that have been identified as industry best standards and best practices. So, our intent and the guiding principle to this is to accomplish the goals and without being, negatively impacting everybody in this particular arrangement.
So, like we have a license system for restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
Green, yellow, red. We're going to have a similar system for the apartments, so that when I go to renter and then there's a red or yellow or green, so we know those ranking of the...
So through you, Madam Speaker, that certainly has been a topic of conversation, and there's a pro and con to doing that on a property where someone resides, stigmatism, et cetera, if it's it's a red pass. But the notion around that, why we have the green, yellow, and red, is a visible display of a regulatory framework in restaurants that has been met, a level of standard of cleanliness in the restaurant that has been met, and it's information for the patron entering the restaurant of the level of standards. So the notion around having this type of a system followed by from regulatory obligations is the same intent. So people know what they're walking into when they're walking into it. But I know some people would like green, yellow, red passes, others not. We're not there yet. Right now we're looking at a conversation with all the stakeholders to put together a regime that can help elevate the standards of living for everybody in Toronto.
So the recommendation you have before us is at least let's have a consultation, right?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
So the motion we have before us is to go up for consultation, just so everybody knows.
That is correct.
Okay. No, it's just... Okay, Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And through you, I'd like to find out, there's going to be a reporting system that I understand is going may require 10 reports annually, and it's a pretty onerous volume of reports that can be coming towards your staff. So would you require more staff to handle the reports?
Through you, Madam Speaker, if Councillor Lee, you're referencing some of the ideas around plans and processes that we would be seeking to enshrine in a licensing regime. So certainly a review of maintenance plans is something that we do on an ad hoc basis through our audit program with compliance plans now. I believe that what we would look at is an additional staff of one support person and a manager to actually oversee this entire program. Beyond that we already have staffed, which is our 16 MSOs and MRAB, and the equivalent of 6 FTE we have doing the in-suite work. So it's a negligible increase in bodies for process. We don't believe, and I'll just say it again, the intention is not to make this a paper exercise. I do not want to get into the over-regulation of an important public access to affordable housing. It's about ensuring reasonable standards are there, that people know and have access to information about how properties are maintained, and that the property owners are meeting an obligation of accountability to tenants. So, it's a great question. I think the list of 10 things we would seek might infer that we're looking at making this overly burdensome and paper-driven. We are certainly not. And any good operator or good best practices would have these. So we wouldn't look to recreate anything if they've already got them in place. But it's a great question. Thank you.
Will you be looking at other cities and see what they do in terms of licensing rental apartments?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we did do a jurisdictional scan around other regimes, and yeah, absolutely best practices. But I'll underscore again, the goal is not to become overly regulatory. It's about being appropriately regulatory. So yes, we will take best practices from other jurisdictions, and I think the key to this really is this consultation process with the stakeholders, with Daryl at GTAA, with ACORN, with FMTA, with ACTO, and it's to work through this so everybody benefits. That is our intention. That's our goal. And when we come back, if we're permitted to come back, then you can decide whether we've attained that goal or not.
Thank you very much.
Great questions. It looks like a lot. It looks like a lot of paper. It's not meant to be.
1 second, councillors. I need to have a review of this. I don't see Councillor Lee's name, so I don't know what I'm following on from.
It's gone over. It was on page before.
Oh, okay.
Look at that, Francis just can't let go.
There you go. Thank you. So it's Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, you're next.
Francis.
Thank you.
This is the first time she's up there.
She's been up once before.
Proceed.
My microphone.
One isn't on yet.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, thank you. First of all, this is not called the landlord licensing proposal. Could you just tell us the name of the proposed scheme?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's the multi-residential rental property licensing.
To be known as MRPL in the future? Anyway.
Well, I'm hoping through consultation we can come up with a catchier title.
Good. I don't know, it took me a while to get MRAB, but MRPL kind of sticks. So let's be clear. Let's say it again. What is before us is a request to go out to consult on a number of things, which is a framework for a licensing scheme that has you coming back in the fall with a further report on the results of your consultation, a draft bylaw, fees, etc. There is no decision today that says we are approving a license for multi-residential buildings today. Is that
Through you,
correct?
Madam Speaker, that is correct. The report is proposing a framework, is proposing or seeking direction to undertake consultation. We will come back. This ties very well with the MRAB program and the ask that we just dealt with, the council just voted on. So it's bringing this all back together in a more fulsome review of how we address the quality of living and standards for tenants in the City of Toronto and the various mechanisms that we can use to get there.
So the proposed licensing program going to a vote today is not an accurate reflection, which is on this card that a tenant gave to me that was dropped off at my door at a recent meeting.
No, through you, Madam Speaker, the direction is for us to consult on the notion or the concept of a licensing framework.
Would it surprise you is that tenants are panicking because of this? That they've been thrown into a mode of fear because housing is so rare, affordable housing is hard to get, and they fear that they're going to be charged more and potentially lose affordable housing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's unfortunate, but I also think that comes from, them not knowing or them not being a part of a process to understand what our end goal is and how we get there.
Great. So part of what you're consulting on is you're going to have improved tenant communication, increased, would you say is it fair to say that the reason you want to license in the City of Toronto is to increase oversight by the city, assist in identification, early intervention of safety risks?
Correct.
That the property standards will be sustained over time?
Correct.
You will increase insight by other regulatory bodies like fire, TSSA, ESA, public health?
Which we have started doing and would continue, yes.
And would you then make it clear for landlords what expectations are? Because they complain that we aren't really that clear about the standards that you want in a building.
Correct.
And that you're going to improve communications with tenants about their rights and responsibilities?
Correct.
And you're going to collect information and data on Toronto's rental housing stock.
That is our goal.
And why is it important for us to just have basic information about all of the apartment buildings in the City of Toronto and the state that they're in?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, I think it's around making that information available to everyone, to tenants and prospective tenants. It was a little bit flippant, but it wasn't intended to be. People don't know what they're walking into when they're seeking to rent an apartment unit until they're actually in it, and quite often they've paid first and last month's rent to find out that they got something they didn't bargain for.
Isn't it also just about assuring a basic standard of quality of the rental stock in the City of Toronto?
It absolutely is.
And we first have to know, what is the rental stock? We don't have data. Even tells us how many units exist, where they are, a basic database of every building.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct, and that's very well said. What we seem to get is the data around where we're doing enforcement and where the problems are. And the flip side of that is it doesn't give due credit to all those places where we don't have these problems, where we can give a more whole view picture of the quality of apartment living in the City of Toronto. We don't have that.
And the purpose of licensing
Last
in
question,
general,
Councillor Davis.
What other businesses do we license in the City of Toronto? Give us a few, and why you license them.
Through you, Madam Speaker, we license tow trucks, we license restaurants, we license bars, nightclubs, we license hot dog vendors, we license mobile food trucks, we license personal service settings, we license taxis, we license, I was going to say it, PTCs, but our foundation and our purpose for municipal licensing is to ensure consumer protection and health and safety, and ensuring that there is that standard that people understand what their obligations are and they're held accountable to those. 100%.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Crisanti.
You made me say taxis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the risk of repeating what Councillor Davis just asked you, so the only thing we have in front of us today is a motion asking you to go out to the public, consult, come back with a proposed framework for a multi-residential rental property license system, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, sir. It's around consultation on this framework, around a licensing regime. We will come back and discuss whether that's an appropriate move to go forward with or not. You are not being put in a position to decide on something in the absence of all the information you need.
Okay. So you're going to take into consideration, well, let me ask you, for how many buildings will this encompass in the City of Toronto?
Through you, Madam Speaker, approximately 3,200.
3,200 buildings. How many inspectors do you currently have?
Dedicated to through our MRAB program, we have 16 MSOs, and responding to in-suite complaints, we have the equivalent of 6 MSOs. So approximately 22 of our enforcement staff are currently wholly dedicated on, or mostly, dedicated on multi-res apartment buildings.
So will your report...
20% of our staff.
Will your report include how you're going to enforce any kind of a licensing system when you don't have the resources currently to do it?
So through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely. This is going to we're going to bring back the entire regime. That's inclusive of the enforcement work we do with MRAB. It's one conversation, in my humble opinion, and how we're going to approach regulating multi-residential rental apartment buildings. And it will include what the enforcement mechanisms look like. It will include what the program looks like. It will include what the obligations and the regulations are on landlords and property owners, and what the enforcement mechanisms would look like.
So, given the current financial state that we're in, do you think this is a realistic approach to currently take and go out and come back and report on something that we may not be able to even afford to implement?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, this is where it gets a little bit conflated. We've just had the item prior on MRAB directing us to come back with a full cost recovery for that program. I've not brought that back because it requires a review on the regime and how we would apply fees and charges. As I referenced earlier, currently the cost recovery on MRAB is confined to reinspection fees, which was $99,000, which was our highest year in 2015. So these are not things that are independent of each other, though they could be. This is an entire regime of what this program looks like, what regulatory authorities or programs or bylaws we need around it, and then how we fund it and how we go forward. Right now it's tax funded wholly. The licensing regime to me is not about the money, it's about the regulation. And licensing does restrict us to cost recovery. So it's all part of the same conversation.
Okay, so in your opinion, you feel that, yes, it can work and licensing is a direction possibly, seriously, we should be looking at?
I believe I do believe there's a benefit to implementing a licensing regime that imposes positive obligations on property owners and operators and landlords to ensure a minimum standards around maintenance plans and capital plans and notifications to tenants. There's a regulatory gap there that tenants don't have access to, and landlords don't maybe know that they're required to or should have.
And what do you say to the tenants who are maybe concerned that their rents are going to go unfairly increase because of a licensing system, and when they should be meeting these standards to begin with?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's why I do not believe that that's the narrative that's a part of this conversation. It's unfortunate that it's been played out that way. That is nobody's intention. Right. It's a balanced approach on regulation. It's ensuring minimum standards. It's holding people accountable. We hold restaurant owners accountable. We hold tow truck drivers accountable. We hold many people accountable by implementing regulations to protect the broader public and provide that municipal purpose why we regulate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Frangidakis.
Excuse me. So we've heard that this is just approval for a consultation. I'm wondering how long do you expect that to take?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe we were being aggressive with our timeline and hoping to report back in the fall. That's our intention. We have had one or two other issues thrust upon us since this timeline was spelled out. But we sense that there's an urgency and an importance, but also it needs to be done comprehensively, and we need to ensure that our stakeholder partners, which includes the property owners, the landlords, are a part of the conversation. So we want to do it right, we want to do it comprehensively, we want to do it fairly and balanced. I would like for the fall. It may take us a bit longer.
Okay. Would it surprise you that when tenants call into my office about the flyer that was referenced earlier by Councillor Davis, and we explain what's actually going on, that they support having the consultations that you recommend?
They do support it.
Would you be surprised to hear that?
No, I think this is something that tenants would want. They want to know that the quality of the property they pay rent in is being maintained. So that's nice to hear.
Okay, great. Some people have compared this to the Dine Safe program. Do you think that that's a fair comparison?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there was that reference earlier. Both are based around setting a level of regulation and a regular set of obligations to meet a certain standard. You know, there was talk about rent safe, live safe, and all the rest. Really, it's just about providing transparency so tenants and prospective tenants know what it is they're entering into. So if we want to draw a reference to something else, it's all about informing the public and them having access to information that they don't have right now.
Okay. So we're talking about people's homes here, and your report states that currently, quote, do not necessarily promote building maintenance strategies that will sustain minimum property standards over time, end the quote. Might we, through this program, be encouraging better building maintenance strategies?
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Speaker, one of the items we've identified is that property owners ought to have a state of good repair plan. I mentioned previously the Condominium Act has that protection for condominium owners where your condo corporation is required to do a reserve fund study every 3 years, and that is long-term capital planning, so you don't get sudden special assessments. So certainly working with them, having them put their minds around the maintenance and planning for their building. That's absolutely the goal of this, is to have it done, require it to be done, not just voluntarily if they so choose.
Okay, some people say that good landlords have nothing to worry about this program, so I go out to buildings in my ward on a fairly regular basis with your staff, and I think this will actually help the good landlords. Do you think that's possible?
Through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely, and that's the goal. You know, we always go in and look for willful compliance, participatory compliance. You know, we have enforcement tools for those who are willfully non-compliant, but setting out a bunch of standards or regulations and obligations so people are clear on what they're required to do, I would like to see it. And I would actually like to see this advance to a point where the buildings are proud to indicate that they have met the standards of the city. And that's something that they can promote broadly to their tenant or prospective tenant base. That's what I'd like to see this go to.
Can you elaborate on the maintenance program condos are required to have that this would bring to rental apartment buildings?
So I just actually referenced the Condominium Act requires all condominium corporations to do a reserve fund study. So you're actually taking a 25 to 30 plus year view out on the state of your common elements and the anticipated repair times. So that's what is required by provincial statute for those who own condos. This is not, we haven't fleshed this out yet, that's necessarily what that would look like. At its simplest term, this is simply saying you need to have a plan on how you're going to address maintaining and or state of good repair of your capital assets. So you don't have demolition by deterioration. You have a garage collapsing because nobody knew or thought of ensuring that it was being maintained or reviewed. So, you know, whether we would draw directly exactly like the Condominium Act, I can't speak to that, but the notion of forward planning, and maybe for those property owners that don't know that that's a good thing to do, an obligation to do it may help.
And my last question is, there are some good landlords in my ward, and I appreciate them, and I see a lot of seniors and new Canadians and young families in those buildings. I was wondering if you could tell me how this might help tenants regarding service disruptions or how to submit service requests.
So through you, Madam Speaker, that is part of this regulatory framework we're looking at, where we can impose some type of a regime, some requirements that tenants are advised. So that would be part of the consultation process. Like how can property owners better engage their tenants? Unfortunately, some good ones do really well, others don't do it at all. So embedding that as an obligation and an accountability will help bring clarity to here's what I can expect from the person who owns the building or runs the building that I'm living in. So that's the goal.
Great, thank you very much. That's my 5 minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just very briefly, I've just put a list together of some of the regulatory framework that we currently have in place to protect tenants, including the Landlord and Tenant Board, the Landlord and Tenant Act, the Residential Tenancies Act, MRAB, which we've talked about today, the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations, Tenant Hotline, as well as the Electrical Safety Authority, Toronto Fire Services, and the Technical Standards Safety Authority, and of course, Building Toronto. Do we really need another layer of government when we have so many current layers across provincial municipal jurisdictions already?
So through you, Madam Speaker, some of those acronyms, sir, relate to advocacy groups. MRAB is a program within MLS that relies on the Property Standards Bylaw. Thank you. It's a great program. No, I don't believe this is unnecessarily adding regulatory burden. We identified that there are some gaps in some of the basics we believe that ought to exist in residential rental property buildings, and we've laid those out. So certainly the idea would not be to layer on or to conflict or to be overly burdensome, but there are some pretty basic things that are not being done generally. As I say, they are voluntarily by good operators in many cases, but they're not in other cases. So requiring that as a positive obligation is the goal, not to supplant or replace any other legislative authority that exists.
So the current regimes that I've just listed are not getting the job done.
Through you, Madam Speaker, MRAB is the outcome of these other regimes not ensuring that property owners keep their properties up to standard. That's why we had to create the program. This proposal looks at embedding what we do from an MRAB perspective, plus adding some additional obligations around what I think are some pretty basics that ought to exist, but simply aren't, and are contributing to problematic properties.
You've made passing references to looking at other jurisdictions and best practices. Are there other municipalities that have a private sector apartment rental licensing regime?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, sir, there are. Attached to the back of the report, we've done a jurisdictional scan across North America, a little bit into the UK as well. So there are a number of different regimes that cover different types of rental housing. We've actually had a rental housing licensing regime for years in the context of our rooming houses.
Would we include TCHC buildings as part of the licensing umbrella? Would they also be licensed?
So through you, Madam Speaker, that would be a part of the consultation to determine, and certainly the discussion at Council, on how we would wish to address TCH. The requirement to meet the obligations, I would say, would apply, but we'll take it from there and determine how we want to deal with that.
Now, you mentioned other things that the city licenses, barber shops, taxis, restaurants, bars, and so forth. But a 30-story tower, hundreds of thousands of square feet, what kind of departmental resources will you need to conduct full-length inspections to issue a license?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the program that we have and the FTE count that we have and how we would foresee this program, we believe we'll be able to deal with our existing complement. We're not looking to create an army. We're looking at maximizing the use of the bodies that we have to undertake the inspections. I think an annual inspection on a very cursory level, review of plans, is very different than a full-on building audit that requires a lot more resources and follow-ups on deficiencies and notices to comply. So we believe we've done the assessment on what it would take, and we believe we have the bodies, absent one support position and a manager.
Could a landlord take an order to comply for license eligibility and apply for above statutory rent increase in any given calendar year?
A notice.
Could a landlord take an order to comply to be eligible for their license and apply for above the statutory limit of a rent increase on an annual basis?
No. So through you, Madam Speaker, the Residential Tenancies Act, under this section governing defines municipal taxes and charges, indicates what municipal taxes and charges does not include. One of the things it does not include is charges for inspections due to breaches of housing or maintenance standards, charges for work done, charges for emergency repairs that the municipality's done. So penalties, interest, late payment fees, or fines are also not eligible as part of municipal taxes and charges under the above guideline increases.
And would that include the cost of construction itself, or?
That was your last question.
If we undertake the remedial action, no, they cannot pass that through.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may ask, how many buildings fall within the catchment of what's envisioned for this? This is over 3 stories, 3 stories and above, and 10 units, roughly.
Through you, Madam Speaker, we believe it's about 3,200.
3,200, and how many units?
We estimated over 250,000 units.
Okay, and how many landlord contacts? Understanding that landlords might be managing more than one building. contact points?
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, that's something that we don't know. That's something that a licensing regime would actually give us.
Okay, so somewhere 3,200 or less, I guess. All right, over to the information that we're going to collect. Service request process, waste management, maintenance plan, cleaning plan, and I thank you for the analogy on the reserve fund. What are we going to do with this information once we've got it?
So through you, Madam Speaker, this is a proposed framework. It's a discussion with the stakeholders. It's not about us collecting paper. It's more around ensuring that they've got a documented plan that can be accessed by tenants. So that's something we would work through to get to a point where it's not overly administratively burdensome.
And that's important for me to understand because that really affects the resources that you'll need. So there's a difference between saying, yes, you've got it, check, versus what does it say, and is that meeting a standard?
Correct. And it, depending on the circumstances, it may be one or the other. But that's part of the conversation. So certainly when we end up at an apartment building where there are deficiencies, where we have orders to comply that we have to issue because of deficiencies, this is a process we undertake with them now, working out an action plan. How are they going to remedy things? Right. So it really depends on a case-by-case basis.
Is there a regulatory body or a standards or an ISO out there that we can point to that helps us understand what a waste management plan is, what a service request process is that would be acceptable to you?
Through you, Madam Speaker, some of the thoughts on this proposed framework actually flows from an industry group and the Certified Rental Building certification program that's voluntarily out there as identified as industry best practices. So that would be part of the conversation we'd have ongoing.
Okay, and the attachment 1 is very helpful, thank you. It talks about all the different jurisdictions. Can you tell me, if we filter out the examples of the jurisdictions that fall below our bar, our threshold of 10 units, 3 stories, because some of these talk about really small instances. Can you tell me empirically, are we capturing the information that these other jurisdictions are capturing today already in a roundabout way, just not crisply as we would in a licensing system? Like contact information of the landlord, the location, some basics about the building floor plans, maybe we've got those in our...
Yeah, so through you, Madam Speaker, we definitely have an absence of that available information. That's why we're always having to give estimates.
Fair enough. Can you tell me, for the apartments or units that fall below the bar, do we have any idea how many there are? So buildings that are less than 3 stories, basement apartments, those kinds of things.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think that ties to a question I was asked earlier about the total number of rental units.
Right.
I would not know. We don't ask people to register second suites. We know we're dealing with the rooming house issue, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, so rooming houses aside, do those other suites fall within your jurisdiction in any way? To inspect, to deal with deficiencies, complaints, that kind of stuff?
So, yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, our property standards bylaw applies to every property in the city, so we would have that. We don't get into the tenant-landlord arrangement and rental secondary suite scenarios.
So the other jurisdictions zoomed in on those types of locations. Is there any plan for the future? I know we're discussing the taller, larger buildings. Is there any faint hope in the future that there will be something to address those types of situations where you've got that one-off landlord and they're dealing with 1 or 2 units? And
so through you, Madam Speaker, that is certainly not my intent, sir. I don't think that there has been an articulated problem that we would need to address, whereas in respect to the multi-residential, larger scale buildings, we have identified, obviously through the implementation of the MRAB program, that there is a need for that more focused enforcement, but I do not intend on proposing licensing every rental basement apartment.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So would we be able to revoke a license at all?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we're not there yet, Councillor McMahon. As part of this process, it would be to look at what the appropriate jurisdictional guidance or oversight would be. So it would be too premature for me to say what an enforcement outcome would look like before we've got the regime in place.
Do we revoke, do we have the ability to revoke other licenses?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the Toronto Licensing Tribunal is the authority granted by City Council to deal with licensed businesses. In most cases, and I'm sure there are a number of councillors here that can attest to this, revocation is an extreme. Typically, it's a suspension or conditions that are put on business licenses. But we do have that authority. It is granted under the licensing bylaw 545. We don't know and don't believe that that would necessarily be the venue for this type of approach, but that's something we would come back on.
Because I guess the concern would be if we do revoke their license, and we do want to, you know, come down heavy-handed with negligent landlords, but if we do, then what happens to those tenants?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I believe we do reference that the intent is not to dehouse people, but revocation is an extreme in any circumstance. What we would look at through this process is what other enforcement authorities or tools might we have. Administrative penalties, that type of an approach is what we would be exploring relative to this topic.
So like a sliding scale of penalties?
If we need more than what we have already, which I believe there are opportunities for us to have more enforcement mechanisms here, but we've got to come back and say what those would look like. But absolutely, the goal is not to rip people's licenses and dehouse people. Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good work, Emma.
Well, I just kind of curious.
Councillor Ajamari.
Councillor Ajamari.
My question was answered by the questions to Councillor Holiday.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on an answer that you gave a few moments ago. There is currently a voluntary certification program that the industry runs.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, there is. The FRPO has the Certified Rental Building Program.
The FRPO, and they came in deputed.
Yes, sir, they
yeah.
did.
And as I recall, they currently charge any building that is under their program an amount of money, and it works out to several or a few dollars per unit.
Through you, Madam Speaker, my recollection of the deputant, sir, was he said it was anywhere from $3 to $5 per unit for their voluntary program.
Okay. And we asked him, do you do all buildings? And the answer was no. They only do buildings that they feel would qualify. Is that correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, it's a voluntary participatory program, so it's only buildings that want to participate. We did meet with them. I think they gave us a number of approximately 1,350 buildings, not in Toronto, but in their program, and they are across Ontario and British Columbia.
Okay.
So they've said 970 in Ontario. We don't know how many are participating
Probably
in Toronto.
a lot of them would be in Toronto, though.
I'm not so sure.
Not so sure? Okay. And when we asked, how come it is that you don't go into, some of the buildings that have problems, what was their answer again?
Well, I don't recall exactly, except that they're not an enforcement or audit program. They're a voluntary certification program if property operators, landlords want to show that their building meets a certain standard, and they do have a pretty decent package as far as the standards go. If every building we had in this city maintained these standards, which are similarly to what we're proposing in this licensing regime, we wouldn't have to have our MRAB program necessarily. So the problem is it's voluntary, and it's the good operators that do what good operators do.
And during the committee, I asked them if they'd be willing to provide advice to us as we set this up, and they said they'd be willing to consult with us on this.
Absolutely, through you, Madam Speaker. I think we have had a meeting. Director Schraga has met with them, as well as Director Grant. So absolutely, they're part of the stakeholder group that we want to discuss the program with and get to a place that's balanced for everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We thought it was 3.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
It's on their website.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask some questions. So you said you didn't want to create a system that had excessive red tape.
That is correct, sir.
It seems like that's almost like a...
Well, actually...
There's no such thing as non-excessive red tape.
Through you,
or
Madam...
is there some red tape that you like?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, actually, I didn't use the red tape reference. I said we don't want to be overly administratively
Excessive red tape,
burdensome.
I heard you say.
Administratively overly burdensome.
Oh, okay, so let's go with
Tape
that.
of a light orange isn't so bad.
So I'm looking at, so you're suggesting that some of these things that people would have to have is a waste management plan, yes?
That's one of the things we would speak to them about, is whether it belongs in a regime or not. Yep.
So that's one.
Yep.
Maintenance plan, yes?
Yes. Some of those
That's
ideas.
two. A cleaning plan?
Yes.
So a cleaning plan would be a plan that basically says you're going to vacuum the carpets every so often, you're going to dust the furniture in the common areas every so often?
So that's something we would speak to them about, is what is that industry best standard, which this voluntary program we just referenced also recommends good operators have. So do they clean the hallways once a week? Is it twice a week? What is their plan? Do they have a plan? That's the important piece. So we find in a lot of cases it's very ad hoc.
So one would assume that if you're going to have a plan, that you're going to send around people to check to make sure that they're dusting the furniture every so often.
Through you, Madam Speaker, our intent is not to do their general housekeeping.
What's the purpose of having a general housekeeping plan if you're not going to enforce it?
So part of this is understanding what their approach is on their building maintenance, work with them to ensure it's there, but also make that available to tenants and prospective tenants so they know what's going on in the building that they may be seeking tenancy in.
Even though there's no enforcement mechanism to make sure that they're, I don't know, pulling the weeds out front.
Well, we do actually. We have the grass and weeds bylaw that governs that. But through you, Madam...
And from all the dandelions and weeds that I see, I see how well it's being enforced.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's only the noxious weeds. But certainly this would be part of that conversation and what the expectations are. The goal is not to be nitpicky and enforce against...
Of course not.
Right? No, we're not about that.
No, so state of good repair, capital plan, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Property owner information, because you don't have that.
Correct.
That would be 5. The description of the property, 6 documents. Oh, here's an interesting one. Description of the common elements. You'd like to know the type of windows they have?
Potentially. Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly I think our tower renewal program people would also have an interest in that. But this is not
the... what type of laundry facilities they have?
They're required to provide, yes.
Yes, and so what you know, so you want to know whether whether they, what type of, whether they have what type of washers and what type of dryers?
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, we might not get into that minutia, but simply the existence of the laundry facility and how they maintain it.
All right.
Through the chair, to the councillor, to be clear on that, there is a requirement to maintain facilities. So right now, we don't have a database where it tells us what they have in place. So years later, if they remove certain facilities, right now we don't have that database. This would allow us to ensure that they're maintaining and fulfilling their obligations to maintain instances such as laundry facilities and rooms, even indoor swimming pools, for instance. We find buildings now that have removed indoor pools that years ago had them, and we weren't aware of that fact.
And so you weren't aware of that, and so?
There's a requirement that they have to maintain and provide those facilities going forward, so this would help us in...
There's no requirement that they have to keep the pool, is there?
Yes, there is.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Thank you very much. So let me see. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 things, and you're saying not administratively overburdensome.
Correct.
There are 3,200 apartments. That's somewhere around 25,000 documents. And you're saying this is not overly burdensome?
Well, so through you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would say that the last 4 of these things are information that will be provided on an application form. The other plans for those those property operators that are good operators, they're going to have these.
And so
they're already going to have them. So this is about requiring those who don't to have them.
And you're going to need $3.5 million to do all this.
Cost neutral.
Yes?
Through you,
$3.5 million.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's approximately the grand total of all of the costs that are currently sitting on the tax base.
I want 15 seconds left.
Deputy Mayor, please, don't interrupt.
I just have one question. I don't mean to interrupt her. She's providing useful information. I'm thinking one of your enforcement officers costs about $100,000. Wouldn't you rather have 34 more officers to conduct MRAD investigations?
That was your last question.
And manage all this red tape?
So that's a great question. Through you, It's a great question. Through you, Madam Speaker, this estimate of $3.5 million is inclusive of the approximately $2.3 million that is already being funded on the tax base for MSOs that undertake this work, as well as the additional costs. The actual incremental cost to implement this program is we're looking at 3 positions, one being a manager, one being a support position. And just allocating and identifying the 6 FTE MSOs that we pull out of our districts to this program, it's capturing them in that bucket. So, but it's a great question. I'm glad you let me clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move along. Councillor Mammoliti.
I just love my job.
We are effectively the largest landlord the third largest landlord in North America, that being TCHC.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I know we were substantial. I didn't know it was the third in North America.
Do we plan on licensing ourselves?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, that was a question asked earlier. Certainly the standards we would expect to be met. Whether we would charge a city-funded program a licensing fee. When we proposed this, we proposed no. When we were looking at licensing...
So the answer to that question is no.
But that's ultimately up to council. So, we proposed moving money from one pocket to another is not necessarily for the greater good.
But the more important part of this equation is you had suggested earlier that standards become better when you license. That's what I think I heard.
So we believe, through you, Madam Speaker, through the implementation of this regime, it allows us to impose obligations and accountability on property owners to ensure those standards are brought
I heard
up.
the word standards.
Yep.
You believe that you're going to increase the standards if we license.
That's our goal.
Then how do you expect to do that with TCHC? Because all of us in this room have a hard time getting anything done with those units when we send our inspectors.
So through you, Madam Speaker, and that is a challenge the city has on both hands. I think
on one hand, we want to license private landlords to increase their standards. On the other side of the equation, we don't want to license ourselves, and it becomes a very difficult task to increase the standards in our own buildings.
So through you, Madam Speaker, what I would say to that, sir, is this, that this City Council has the authority to govern how it deals with TCHC, as does the TCH Board. Private landlords and the tenants that live in private landlord buildings don't have that access. They only can rely on the laws that are in place to govern how those properties are run. So TCH, and we can certainly have that discussion. If council feels that TCH ought to be subjected to a licensing fee as every other landlord,
how else can you implement a standard such as the one you want to introduce through licensing and expect everybody else to follow those particular standards, and then us being the third largest landlord in North America not being licensed and not subject to the same standards?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, I think there's 2 pieces. Expecting that TCH meets the same level of standards, absolutely. Expecting that TCH is held accountable to this regulatory regime, absolutely. The only place where it would differ was whether or not we applied or waived any licensing fee that was applicable, and that would be up to council. But as far as meeting these standards, which I believe TCH would.
Our TCHC units are full of mold. They are broken down. There are windows that haven't been replaced. There are bathrooms that are in a complete shambles, and most of us have attempted to try and get those standards properly addressed to no avail. So I don't know how licensing private landlords is going to help the largest problem we have in this city, and that being our own units in TCHC.
So through you, Madam Speaker, we have an authority, City Council has an authority over TCH and directs how money is spent and where it's deployed. So, there is mechanisms there for tenants in TCH, but we also do the enforcement on TCH and hold them to the same standards. So, if you're asking me, is a licensing regime going to fix TCH? No, it's not.
With all due respect, and I swear to you, I'm doing this with all due respect, because I do respect you and your staff. You don't have enough resources to deal with TCHC as it exists today. We are told that regularly that it's too big to manage, and it is. I don't care what anybody says. And yet we're hearing all kinds of wonderful things about our program and going in and making things happen. But it seems that, and only seems this, I'm not trying to upset anybody. It seems that we work harder to get to the private landlords and to make sure that they adhere to everything that the legislation says it should. But yet when it comes to with our own landlord, we leave them the hell alone. And I don't think we should.
So, through you, Madam Speaker, that's a great question, Councillor Mamalidi, because we have been criticized that we go too easy on TCH, and quite the contrary. We hold TCH accountable to the same standard as every other private landlord. We issue orders against TCH, and we work with them on an ongoing basis to bring those standards up. I take your point. I did not present this report as an answer to fix the TCH problem, but it is giving a mechanism for tenants in the private landlord system.
Last question. I'm not speaking on this issue. But very clearly, we license, and this goes to your particular comments about increasing standards based on what we license. We license a ton of other things, and I don't see any increase in standards with respect to some of those. We've got brothels coming out of our yin-yang in the city of Toronto, and we license them.
What is
your question? The standards have not gone up. There's still brothels even to this day.
Thank you.
So through you, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, we do issue licenses to 25 body rub parlors, and we do have an illegal body rub parlor problem in this
Tracy,
city.
you don't have to.
You're absolutely correct.
Tracy,
we don't license brothels.
Okay, Tracy, can somebody give Tracy a glass of water? Oh, you have water. Okay.
Needs gin.
You think it's water.
Councillor Holland to speak.
Yes.
I mean, to question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I'll ask much more civilized questions, don't worry. To Ms. Cook, thank you so much. And again, I love the MRAB officers and great work that they do. And you know, many councillors in this ward have very problematic apartment buildings, as do I. And I actually moved the MRAB motion at Budget Committee a few years ago, as you know, to increase the numbers. And so, explain again, I know you were explaining to Councillor Min Wong, Deputy Mayor, on the difference between increasing the number of MRAB officers and going to a licensed model. So explain why one is better than the other, why your preference is that.
So, through you, Madam Speaker, great question. Thank you, Councillor Holland. The intent on licensing is not to address any staffing issue. Right? It's about implementing obligations and a regulatory framework on landlords, property owners, that they're meeting certain standards. The MRAB program, as we have it, is wholly tax funded. All of my MSOs in Director Shraga's group are wholly tax funded. So when you ask to increase staffing on a wholly tax funded program, then that's an increase there. So this is tied with the asks that we have had to look at cost recovery on MRAB. There's that component. But this is around, as I mentioned on the licensing, is identifying these gaps that we have regulatory-wise, opportunities to improve from a consumer protection standpoint through obligations on landlords. And you know, someday if we can bring that up and people are meeting these standards, we may not need MRAB. So I think I went right off your question.
Perfect.
I think I just went somewhere you weren't asking.
That's okay. I'm glad that you expanded in that manner. But it's great to know that. And the second part is, since much of this in the regulation, a lot of it falls with the province, what should the province be doing? Is there something the province could do in this arena?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the Residential Tenancies Act does have a fair amount of things. It really governs around rent increases, even though only for buildings pre-1991, and other requirements. What we've identified here as opportunities in a licensing regime is to address those gaps that are not covered in any other regulatory framework. These are things that the good operators and good for them do on a voluntary basis, or in reference to Councillor Perks' question, voluntary programs where they do these things. Those good operators, this ought not to be overly burdensome to them at all, but it's implementing an obligation so that everybody has access to information around how buildings are maintained. So that really the goal is to pick up where there's a regulatory gap, not rely on voluntary goodwill, and impose some positive, reasonable regulations on operators. We don't want to dehouse anybody. We don't want to cost anybody too much money. We just want to have decent regulation and people have a proper place to live. That's the goal.
Okay. And just one final question in regard to the framework. You had the list, I see the list, the A to J. And in terms of that framework or the model, have you looked at other jurisdictions? What jurisdictions are you looking at in terms of the licensing?
So through you, Madam Speaker, there is a variety of them in Attachment 1. Vancouver is probably one of our closest municipalities, so digging more deeply into what they're doing. As well, Washington, D.C., Minneapolis, Philadelphia. So we're going to have some more conversations. And again, this is about a proposal, a framework to go out and consult. So it's with the industry, it's not to the industry. It's talking to other jurisdictions, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and finding a right balance of getting to the goal that we have, the outcome we want, and not, and again, being balanced in the approach. So if we find out that a certain thing in Vancouver has proven to be very problematic, problem for the government, problem for the property owner, then maybe we don't need to go that route or we can do it differently. So definitely leveraging off the other jurisdictions where they've been doing this for a while, what they've learned, we will embed in our approach, for sure.
Okay, great. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to speakers. So, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the reason that the Tenant Issues Committee and the Licensing and Standards Committee have recommended to move forward with consultation on apartment licensing is because while we recognize the good work that is done through MRAB, and especially the good work that our staff do, we recognize, as do our staff, that the tools we have are not sufficient. In fact, as much as we would try to enhance or improve MRAB, it simply doesn't have the ability to provide the administrative penalties, the real consequences that we need to be able to ensure that not the good landlords, but the bad landlords follow the law and respect their tenants. Tenants are half the population of our city. They are the families, they are the friends, they are the neighbors who we represent along with the rest of our community. Yet far too many of them live in not only substandard conditions, but humiliating, unsafe, unhealthy conditions, and they're looking to us to use every tool in our toolbox to be able to move forward in supporting them. And I first of all want to acknowledge the chair of our committee, Cesar Palacio, who has demonstrated leadership and courage and support for tenants in our city. I also want to acknowledge my colleagues for demonstrating the same spirit. I want to thank ACORN and FMTA and other organizations, along with individual tenants, who have for so long been advocating for this licensing program to be able to better protect themselves, their friends, their family, and their neighbors too. In fact, if it wasn't for their advocacy, we wouldn't be as far along as we are today. But allow me to be crystal clear. Today's vote is not about moving forward with the program itself. It's about consulting on moving forward. It's consulting with the tenant advocacy groups, with the general public, with tenants across our city, with the Landlord Association and their members to come forward with a fair and practical and functional program that will be respectful and will work. Because while there are very good landlords in the city, there are far too many landlords who treat their tenants like simply a source of revenue. They don't recognize that they have a role and responsibility to recognize that they're responsible for people's homes. If people could just quiet down for a moment, I'd really appreciate it, because it is a little hard to hear as I speak.
Yeah, if I can please have, it's really noisy in here, very, very noisy. And I don't even see members of council sitting at their seat. Do we have quorum? You're freezing. I don't know.
Okay, quorum call. Quorum call.
Quorum call. Because Really, and nobody is sitting down.
Members, the voting panel is open. Would you press one of the buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber?
No, pieces amongst.
Just hold the operation to cut down on the AC because people are complaining that they're cold.
Yeah, okay.
Members, the voting panel is open. Would you press one of the two buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber?
Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Matlow, can you please press one of your buttons?
Councillor Cho, please. Okay. Madam Speaker, quorum is present. There are 32 members in the chamber.
Okay, Councillor Matlow, you can continue.
Thank you. So, for those of you who weren't present, I was thanking the chair of the licensing committee, Councillor Cesar Palacio, the members, all the advocates out there who have been so critical in bringing this initiative forward and reminding us all that this is about moving forward with consultation and hoping that there will be a program that all of us can support when it comes back, we hope in the fall. I also wanted to thank staff again for the good work they do, both on MRAP, but also on putting together this tool that will be so critically important in supporting half of Toronto's population that don't have the support that they need now due to the dearth of tools in our toolbox to protect them the way that we believe we should. But I want to point out that the recent lobby by the landlord lobby with this apartment tax stuff and even before a final report has come back, seeming to try to convince tenants to advocate against their own interests, I believe is nothing less than shameful. We should be having a debate and discussion based on the facts, based on what tools we know we need to support tenants, but not manipulating people into thinking that something is being considered or discussed, or that our staff are proposing something that they never proposed in the first place. That's wrong. And I hope that as we move forward with the consultation, that all parties will have an honest, respectful, and sincere discussion about how to support the people who we all should be caring about. Lastly, I don't expect that there are any other motions today, but I hope that you would simply support the committee's recommendations moving forward. And I look forward to working with you all as chair of the Tenant Issues Committee, but also as your colleague on supporting tenants, because I know that we as a council, no matter what part of the city you're from, want to support our tenants because they are residents who need our protection or support, and some more than most we know. So thank you so much.
Thank you. On the item, all in favor? No. Well, I mean, we can do that if we want. We can save an hour. Councillor Cressy?
In the interest of time, I won't make remarks.
Councillor Holliday, we'll save some time.
All right, do you want me up next?
Well, your name's up, but you don't have to speak.
Oh, I see Councillor Wong Tam there, but
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Wong Tam?
We're good? Okay, so apparently I don't have to help run the clock.
we're good. We're good.
In case we tire out some folks who might leave the building, I'm also going to remove my name from the list then.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday?
Speaker, I promise to be very brief. I just want to play a sound of something here. I want people to listen to this. That would be the proverbial roll of red tape. Remember this sound. This is what we are doing. I appreciate this is a request for consultation, but we are going down a path of red tape.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Holliday. And Councillor Holliday, we do have scissors. We can cut that tape. Councillor Mihevik,
Yes, I know what I'm doing.
in the interest of time,
I will remove my name from the list as well.
thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Speaker,
Okay, come on, Councillor Perruzza.
Speaker, I shall be far, far briefer.
No, but be a team player here, come on.
I shall be far, far briefer than I should be. Just simply to say that this is a wonderful step forward for tenants. I just wanted to basically add my accolades to Acorn and all of the work that Acorn have done over the past 10 years or so in moving the yardsticks forward in the fight to gain for tenants decent places to live.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Speaker. I will be supporting this, and I
you.
hope you do likewise.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you're okay, right?
Yeah, I would just simply say that this is going to be a boondoggle in which government is out of control. We have the Landlord and Tenant Act, we have the Landlord and Tenant Board, we have the Residential Tenancies Act, we have MRAB, we have the Federation of Metro Tenants Association, we have the Electrical Safety Authority, Toronto Police Services, and the Technical Standard Safety Authority. If we have a problem and we want to protect our tenants, we make these institutions and bodies better.
Thank you. So our next one is Councillor Carroll. You're okay?
No, Madam Speaker, I'm not taking my name off the list, not after the last speaker and the last few. I'm sorry, but this has turned into a very comical joke. During questioning and during the speaking, we're all having a very good time. While people are in their apartments lifting up shelving paper and finding thousands and thousands of cockroaches, while people go down into parking garages that are not safe, despite MRAB, work orders are not filled, tenants live in filth, and pay $1,200 to $1,500 a month for the pleasure of doing so. And we're all finding it very, very funny. And so I just had to say, I'm not taking myself off the speaker's list when something this dire to so many Torontonians has become one big comedy. I want to see this report. If there's another tool we can put in the toolkit, I'd like to see Ms. Cook's report. I'll be supporting the committee recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Fragadakis, you're okay?
I'll be really brief. Can we call the question?
Okay. Thank you. The question has been called. Recorded vote. Calling the question. And Glenn, you're going to bring some of those cookies over?
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Cole, when you're seated, please.
The motion to end debate carries. The vote is 32-6.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Crisanti.
The item is adopted. The vote is 33-6.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a couple of quick releases you want to do. We can get that out of the way.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I have, I'm sorry I can't, the page, give it
It's
to you directly.
page 5, page 5.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Page 5, CC 19.6, potential acquisition of 450 paved, and I'd like to defer that item indefinitely, please.
Indefinitely?
Do we have, there's a motion there. The staff have to, that City Council defer the item indefinitely? Who said that? Oh, Councillor Mamalidi still wants to hold it, so in your name, Councillor
Thank you.
Fletcher?
Hold it in my name. Thank you.
Okay.
And then I have another one. I believe it's been circulated.
Yes, T 16.9 on page 5.
Yes, and there's 3 motions, which should be put up on the screen, Speaker.
Okay, it's on the screen and it has been circulated. 16.9.
1, 2, and then there's a second one, motion A and motion B. There
Yes,
they are.
motion B is to adopt the confidential instructions.
That's correct.
Okay. So we'll vote on number A first. All in favor? Carried. On motion B, all in favor? Carried. Clauses amended, all in favor? Carried. How about T 16.7? You can release
Pardon
that
me?
one?
No, I'm not prepared to release that.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any more releases? Councillor McConnell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. City solicitor and the chief planner and the local planner have been working with me for 2 days to try and resolve some issues that were brought up at the last minute. Sorry, it's on page 5. It's TE 16.4. It's the final report on the Lower Young Precinct. It's the official plan amendment, a precinct plan, and it is a statutory planning act. And what I'd like to do is to put up some amendments that people have helped that I think resolve the issue.
Okay.
Sorry?
If I can
okay, that's fine. The first one is just to acknowledge that this is really about this official plan amendment. It's not about adjacent precincts because we're in the Ontario Municipal Board on those ones. The second one is with regards to the noise and odor and air quality assessment that we have, which has not been distributed to the local landowners. I'm asking that the city planning release that immediately. And secondly, that they meet with the area landowners, sorry.
Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, and that they continue to meet with the area landowners with respect to further matters of concern related to compatibility with Red Path Sugar, And should there be a report, any further report, that they report directly to council. And with that, I would suggest that we approve the bylaw and the precinct plan and move forward.
Thank you. So it's on the screen. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cressy, please. Mayor Tory, Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton.
Councillor Crisanti, when you're seated, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor
Cole.
Councillor Perruzza, thank you.
Councillor Robinson, please. And Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Shiner, can we please have your vote?
And Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Davis, may we please have your vote?
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Councillor Wong-Tam, quick release.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 6, CC 19.9, 10 St. Mary Street, zoning amendment application, demolition of designated heritage property, request for directions. And I have two motions. The first one, the clerks can put that on the screen, is that City Council adopt the following recommendation contained in the supplementary report. On yellow paper, it's circulated and it's on your desk, June 7th from the city solicitor, and City Council is directed that the information contained in the confidential attachment number 2 is to remain confidential. So that's the first amendment, which we will have to vote on, and then I'm moving a second amendment, which will be moved, which is the peace in public. And that is also known as attachment number 1 contained in the supplementary report, and that City Council is to refuse the issuance of a demolition permit for the heritage property at 10 St. Mary Street in accordance with Section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act. If the owner appeals City Council's decision to refuse the issuance of a demolition permit under Section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act for the heritage property at 10 St. Mary Street, City Council authorized the city solicitor and the necessary city staff to attend the Ontario Municipal Board hearing in opposition to the appeal.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
members of council, you've read the amendment that's on the screen. Is everybody fine with it? Okay, so we'll vote A. We'll vote on A first, recorded vote.
You can claim now that you've taken down the Liberal Party.
I've taken them.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Doucette, Councillor Carmichael-Greb. Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Pasternak, may we please have your vote? You're good.
Motion A carries 36 to 1.
Motion B, you want a recorded vote on that as well? Recorded vote.
Councillor Holliday, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Motion B carries 32 to 5.
Item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Davis, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Lee, may we please have your vote? Councillor Layton, please.
The item as amended carries. The vote is 34 to 3.
Councillor Shiner.
I don't think Alan's going to be very happy.
Madam Speaker, I held
Oh, look, the firefighters. And
I held MM 19.35, request for attendance at the Ontario Municipal Board, appeal of Committee of Adjustment decision respecting 5 Bermondsey Road and 1200 O'Connor Drive, or as I understand it is the Cookie Factory. And I had some questions of the local councillor to be sure that she was in full support of what the recommendations are here, and she is, and I am more than happy to release it.
Okay, so Councillor Shiner's releasing on page 11, members' motion 1935. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Palacio. Shiner, I believe you have a motion you want to introduce.
Yes, I do. I have a notice without motion that the clerks have that I'd like to introduce. Whatever I wanted to say, I hope staff wrote it up so I can read it off the screen.
You said you have a notice.
I have permitted to add to the agenda to today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning appointment of Director of Deputy Chief Building Official. The reason for urgency is that the Chief Building Official asked me to do it today.
That's a good reason.
Councillor Palacio, you want to release members' motion 1941.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
MM 1941 has been circulated on your desk. It was introduced earlier today. '41. There it is, right there. Okay. On favor? Is there? I don't see any hands. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, thank you.
Councillor Crawford, please. Councillor Holliday.
Councillor Davis. Oh, sorry, thank you.
The item is adopted unanimously, 38 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis, we have your name.
Councillor Shiner, were you going to release the other one?
We can close down music.
MM 19.35?
Councillor Shiner.
I'd like to stand up to release.
No, Councillor Shiner released 1935. We voted on it.
Just a no. Good. Okay, I have
But Councillor Davis, what I will ask you to, because...
I want to release the other one that I held.
Yes.
Which is MM .34, I believe. 34.
MM 1934.
Yes,
okay?
there were two that were mine, and...
Yeah, so you like to release MM 1934?
I would like to release MM 19.34.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Members' motion 1934. It's members' motion, page 11. It's on the screen. Councillor Mammoliti, it's on the screen. We had it earlier and Councillor Davis held it down. She's releasing it. Are we okay with it? Here, on favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Yes. Would you like to release your member's motion, MM 1937?
She has a video she'd like to show.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is releasing her member's motion that's been circulated, MM 1937. It's on the screen.
Very good year.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Wong Tam, it's already been introduced. No, hold on. Oh, okay, you want to do 40? Okay, 1940, Councillor Fletcher. You want to release that one?
Sorry, we voted on it.
No, hold on. This is not, what it is that these are members' motions that were introduced earlier today that were not circulated. So they're just being moved.
Yes.
No, now they are.
No, they are an emergency. We just voted on it.
Don't entertain.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, would you like to release 1940? Would you like to move that one?
Yes, I would like to move that in support of all those poor homeowners that bought a condo, got told they could move in 11 times, and now may lose their homes.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Wong Tam, you have two that you've introduced.
Yes, thank you.
MM 1938 and 1939.
Yes, I'd like to move 1938, following that, 1939.
Okay, if we can put it on the screen. Section, that's Section 37 money. It's on the screen. You have a question? Okay, so we'll hold that one down. Did you want to hold the item down, Councillor Campbell? Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, can we just do the other one and then, okay? Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Campbell. Yes, your point of order.
So the question, you know what, I'll take it offline because it's not really a point of order. It's something that I need clarification on in terms of the rules. I'll just ask later.
And I know what you're going to ask because I asked the same thing.
Let me ask the question then. All right, let me ask the question.
No, come on. We'll do it offline.
No, I don't want to do
All right,
it
I'll do it.
offline. I want to ask the question.
I'll let him take over.
I would like to ask that question.
So,
Well, what,
Let John do it. Yeah, that's better, that's better. We'll let John do it.
Councillor Campbell.
so the question is that these motions have come to us today. You have deemed them urgent for reasons that Councillor Matlow, Councillor Matlow, please. My address is to the Speaker. So you've deemed them urgent for reasons that are not specified, and they're not subject to referral. So I just would like I would like a ruling on that, if you don't mind.
No, that's not a ruling.
Councillor Campbell, if you look at the back of 1939, the back page, the last paragraph,
right? Okay.
and
so
the reason that this motion is urgent is that they're scheduling the work to be done over the summer.
All right,
So you need to release Section 37 funds so they can do the work.
So I
Okay.
get that.
Okay.
So what about motion 19.37?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, do you want to comment then?
Don't make him read the motion.
You can comment if you want.
Madam Speaker, I was just going to point out to council that when council votes to add these motions by votes of 30 votes, the motion is displayed on the screen with the reason for urgency, and this council considers the matter about whether you wish to add them to the agenda. So at that time, council is considering whether it agrees that the matter is urgent and should be added to the agenda. So these have all been added today through that process.
And if you don't agree to add it to the agenda, then you don't vote for it. Councillor Mammoliti.
How does something become urgent this afternoon? Because that's when this was placed, the one on the guns that Councillor Fletcher had moved. And then 2 hours later, it's not urgent anymore. How does that happen?
Well, what do you mean 2 hours later it's not urgent?
Well, she only moved this thing just a couple hours ago.
Right.
And now all of a sudden it's not urgent anymore. So what is it? Are guns urgent or are they not urgent in the city?
But I don't understand, Councillor Mammoliti, who told you it wasn't urgent? I don't understand your
Well,
comment.
it's an emergency motion. That's how it was introduced.
But your motion was emergency as well.
Exactly, and it
Yeah.
was an emergency, and some chose not to accept it as an emergency. But in this particular one, you introduced it as an emergency, and 2 hours later, it's disappeared.
Well, that's because Councillor Mammoliti, the councillors voted to waive referral, and it was introduced.
I just don't understand. That's why I'm asking the question.
When these motions come forward at every council meeting, they're posted on the screen, and every member of council has the opportunity to vote for it or not vote for it. You can ask for a recorded vote if you want. So, MM 19.39, Councillor Wong Tam, are you just releasing it? Okay, on favor? Carried. I would suggest that members of council pay attention when we're voting, so you know what you voted on. Shiner, the motion that you just introduced, where's Councillor Shiner? Oh, so this motion was just introduced by Councillor Shiner. Okay, members, yes, you voted to introduce it, but we haven't voted on the motion. So, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Mammoliti, we voted on this earlier. So now we're voting on the motion that Councillor Shiner introduced. Recorded vote. Motion is on the screen.
Counselor Palacio, please.
Counselor Perruzza, please. Counselor Cho, please. Counselor Lee, please. Counselor Layton, when you take your seat, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 37 in favor.
Okay, thank you. On page 4, PG 12.7, mid-rise building performance standards. Councillor Shiner, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Councillor Mihevik.
I just have one question, and it's very quick. Performance standards, I know a lot of it has to do, frankly, with built form, but there is an outstanding request to also look at, frankly, Section 37s and redo that part of the bylaw that says under 10,000 square feet would not be required to have Section 37 payments. That isn't in this report, at least as far as I could see. Is that report coming, and shouldn't, I don't know, I think one could have made an argument that it should have been in this report as well. Is it?
Through the Speaker, that request is currently being processed. It is going to be coming forward in a separate report later on in the year. This report deals specifically with the application of the guidelines, but that request and that component is continuing to advance, absolutely.
And it's on schedule for the fall of this year?
I'm not sure if it's the fall or if it's a little bit later, but it will be in 2016.
Great, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
I know.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner, questions?
To the chief building official. In the report that's in front of us, committee decision, advice, and other information, there's a request of city planning to consult further on mid-rise building performance standards as part of the 5-year review of the official plan and the staff proposed policies with respect to mid-rise buildings, including, among other matters, criteria for determining appropriate building heights to be incorporated into the official plan. So we're talking about actually having numbers. Can you tell me when we'll see a report coming back on that? It said request city planning staff.
Through the Speaker, we will be coming back in 2016 with draft policies with respect to amendments to the official plan in order to respond to making building heights specific. However, they will be draft. We expect we'll bring them forward to council. There'll be a robust conversation, and the process will continue to unfold following that.
So the intention that we have is to incorporate mid-rise building standards into our official plan throughout the city. There's a decision that came down recently in the ward I represent, which is not an avenue. However, the standards were used at the hearing by the applicant, and the member reviewed them, looked at them, used them to approve a height that was wider than the width of the road, and then said, but they don't apply here. So, totally abused the policies or the policy that you had put in place, and we didn't and weren't able to properly defend that. So in English, he said, it's 36-meter wide roadway. Your mid-rise says in the city you can do a 36-meter building. I'll do 38.5. That's okay. It's not an avenue, but used the provincial policy statement of intensification and said, city policy, provincial policy is intensification. And then it said, it's a mixed-use area. If it's a mixed-use area, that means you should have a lot more residential use, so it's a great thing to do. Hey, I'll approve it. So in other words, he did what we continue to do to fear is to take the work that you were trying to do to have policies to work on, and city staff had recommended refusal of the application because it was too tall and too dense, and then use the mid-rise policies as his basis for considering it, acknowledging that it didn't even apply to the area, but said it was a great thing. It was like it was a ridiculous way to review it, but it's the concern that we continue to hear from residents groups that came out, ratepayers groups, and people that came out to the committee to say, great, you have a policy, but it's being abused. How are we going to be able to fix that?
Through the Speaker, it's important to note that the mid-rise guidelines are not in fact policy. As guidelines, they are not an enabling tool like the official plan or the zoning bylaw, which in fact enables and gives permissions. The guidelines are intended to be the basis around which negotiations around expectations take place. They are one step between having nothing and having policy. They do serve a purpose in that regard, and we are seeing buildings that are conforming and are in keeping with the guidelines. But to your earlier point, the objective is to take the components of the guidelines that we believe are working and are important to entrench in policy and to put them in the official plan, precisely because of the situation that you describe, where they were used inappropriately.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Francis, I'm done.
Councillor Layton.
Madam Speaker, my line of questioning was frighteningly similar to that of my colleague, Councillor Shiner, and I didn't quite get the last part of your answer, partly because I may have been distracted by others in the room. This notion of, because I had a very similar example on Ossington Avenue, where the height of wasn't designated an avenue, although it is an avenue, it wasn't designated an avenue, and developers and planners immediately went in to apply the mid-rise guidelines to a future right-of-way width, which because of heritage buildings will never be reached. And we struggle, when we did an area plan, it actually came up that perhaps the mid-rise guidelines weren't appropriate, and we should have a sort of hybrid depending on the sites. And I'm curious what your advice would be to how can we ensure that these non-avenue streets, or character designated character areas, that we can ensure that the the mid-rise building guidelines are applied correctly, or as they're intended to.
Through the Speaker, it's important to note that the first step in the process is to determine whether or not we are dealing with a mid-rise site. In some instances, we have a proposal come forward for a mid-rise building and the guidelines are applied, but it isn't in fact a mid-rise site. So that's the first component. The second component is that in the context of Attachment 1, we have identified specifically the applicability of the performance standards. The reason we've done this is to add further clarification to the instances where mid-rise standards are applicable and where they are not applicable. So, for example, we provide clarity that in instances where there is a secondary plan, that the secondary plan takes precedent over the mid-rise guidelines because the secondary plan is a more detailed layer of policy and it is, in fact, enabling policy. We've also identified under the section maximum allowable height that where there is a planned right-of-way width identified in the official plan that is not yet achieved, which is the scenario that you are identifying specifically, the existing right-of-way width should be considered when calculating the maximum mid-rise height. I believe that speaks specifically to the issue we're raising, and it's clarified now in the context of the guidelines you have before you today.
It does, and I'm sorry I didn't pick that up when going through whatever attachment that last one was, but thank you very much for picking that up.
My pleasure.
Councillor Ainsley? Councillor Ainsley?
Yep, sorry, couldn't get out of my seat. Sorry, so I want to ask for
the chief planner about in the report it talks about flexibility, for example, about building heights. And in my ward on Kingston Road, for example, where we had an avenue study done, I have a number of vacant lots. So as we review these guidelines, for example, I have an avenue study where there's a maximum height of 8 stories, which runs right along Kingston Road. So when you talk about reviewing flexibility in these guidelines, so at one end I have a GO train station, for example. So when you talk about flexibility within the guidelines, is that height restriction going to be reviewed at all, taking into like a transit hub or a GO train station?
Through the Speaker, it's important to note that these guidelines apply when it is a mid-rise building site. It may, in fact, if it is in a transit hub or a transit node, depending on adjacencies, depending on the scale of the site, it might, in fact, be a tall building site, and then the tall building guidelines would apply. If it is deemed to be a mid-rise building site, then the allowable heights as identified in these guidelines are in fact applicable. It's also important to note that we've added to the guidelines a minimum of 3 stories in order to address the issue that I know you've had concern with along Kingston Road of having townhomes being built along an avenue.
I'm having trouble hearing you. Councillor Davis? Sorry, Ms. Kuzmat, I missed the part after 3 stories.
Through the Speaker, we've added a minimum height as well in order to address the issue in the zoning, in order to address the issue of underbuilding along the corridor, which I recognize has been an issue with townhomes being built on Kingston Road, when we would like to, in fact, see more intensification.
Right. And so these mid-rise building guidelines, as opposed to an avenue study that was done in the same area, and you mentioned earlier that these are guidelines as opposed to policy, and that would apply to the avenue study as well, or?
Through the Speaker, it's critical to note that the mid-rise guidelines are to be utilized when there is no avenue study. If an avenue study exists for a given area, the avenue study prevails, and the avenue study is in fact enabling policy as opposed to simply a guideline.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Madam Speaker, I just want to confirm attachment 1 is the one dated April the 20th, 2016. That is the most recent document, is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Just because we've gone through 3, 4 attachments, one since August.
That is correct.
Thank you. On our paper here, I just want to confirm, so what we're looking at today are some changes to the mid-rise policy which were brought in 2010, and the idea is to use these changes as an interim policy until you do the final mid-rise guideline in the 4th quarter of 2017. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. The only point of clarification is that these are not policy, they're guidelines.
Sorry, I wish they were policy. I'm getting ahead of myself. I just want to ask you, in the last 8 months, since August of last year, what consultation has planning, through Mr. Speaker, what consultation has planning and your amazing team done? I just want to make sure that councillors here understand what consultation you have gone through.
That'd be great.
Through the Speaker, we have in fact brought this recommendation to PGM 5 times. So it's been at PGM at 5 consecutive meetings. The objective of, in fact, council approval today would be to be able to take the document out to consultation.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is not the final, even which we wish in some respects we were there. There are still going to be some tweaks and changes done to this, but this will just give councillors when application and planning, when applications come in, some revised guidelines to make better buildings and better developments in our wards. Can I sort of phrase it as that?
Speaker, that's correct.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, questions?
Whoops, the April 20th appendix will apply to all applications currently being reviewed?
Through the Speaker, yes, as guidelines, they will be used in the review process. We frequently use guidelines when they're in draft form because they're not policy. We frequently use them to test them on applications. These changes will be used in part because they add a greater level of clarification.
I just want to be really clear. It's not future applications, it's applications currently being reviewed where there are mid-rise where the mid-rise guidelines currently apply.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. Where that's possible and appropriate, they will in fact be used currently and of course in the future.
Okay, so there isn't some sort of magic line date where an application has come in and now it applies to those that are currently under review.
Through the Speaker, no. As a point of clarification, prior to bringing the tall building guidelines to City Council for approval, we actually went through a 6-year process where we had draft guidelines that we used in consultations with the development industry to test the guidelines, to see what worked, to see what didn't work. We went through a process of refinement, and we got feedback on them through that process from City Councillors and from the community before they were, in fact, approved at City Council.
I'm not talking about the tall building guidelines.
I'm talking about the process for guidelines. It's a similar process. I was referencing a process that you would have been a part of in the past that's similar.
Just want to, I think you said yes, which is that the applications right now that are being reviewed by planning, that are mid-rise, will be using Appendix 1 to review as their, in addition to the mid-rise guidelines.
Through the Speaker,
These
that's
refinements.
correct. These refinements refine the
Yes.
2010, and they will
Yes.
be used today, yes.
Currently, right now?
Yes.
Okay, and for instance, the Danforth study that we will be undertaking in the next year, we will be using these refinements until such time as there is another set, until there's a policy that goes into the official plan, which is intended to be when?
As I indicated in response to Councillor Shiner, that will be in 2017.
Right.
But you're absolutely correct that until that policy is in place, this is what will be used.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any speakers? Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by saying it has been a pleasure to attend every Planning and Growth Committee meeting since August the 28th of 2015, when this mid-rise performance standards was first on the agenda. I want to thank the Chair, Councillor Shiner, for inviting all councillors to attend and participate at these meetings, to attend briefings provided by planning staff, or to contact him directly regarding any concerns over these proposed changes. This has now gone on for an extra 8 months of consultation, where many resident groups, particularly my ward, have come to these meetings and provided suggestions and comments to staff and to the committee. Since August, I have met several councillors at the Planning and Growth meetings, and they have provided input, suggestions and changes to these mid-rise standards, which have been in place since 2010. As developers are coming into our wards, we have found that the one-size-fits-all, which was put in 2010, doesn't work. Proponents are not abiding by the setbacks from other buildings, windows or property lines, balconies are overlooking residential neighbourhoods, Rooftop gardens are not always having privacy screening. Mechanical rooms are being used in a way not intended. Pedestrian realm is not being respected. Corner lots had issues. The one-to-one right-of-way became 1 to maybe a 1.5 or even a 2. Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? Because I can't hear myself. Okay. During this process, I am sure that many councillors like myself have had applications come in, and we would have loved to have these guidelines in place to help us make better developments in our ward. I could go on and on. I'm at 2 minutes. I could go on for another 3 minutes about the changes we've made, but I won't. But I will just say a really, really big thank you to staff. Some are here today, and I know there's some who aren't with us in a different department now. Thank you for being patient with myself and other councillors, with our residents, and for making so many edits to Attachment 1, which is why I had to confirm which attachment we're talking about. I feel this has been a wholesome process. I believe it is now time for Council to approve what we have before us. However, for those who have read Attachment 1, April 20th of 2016, you will see that this isn't a finished product. We have heard that we're still going out to consultation. We will still be making some changes. This is going to be going on until 2017. But I truly hope that the councillors in this chamber tonight will approve this today, allow us to have more tools in our pockets when developers come in to do applications. And then I encourage everyone to join Planning and Growth for the next year while we continue this process. And if Councillor Shiner did not hear me before, I wanted to thank him very much for accommodating me at his committee and with all the committee members. So I truly hope that you will support the work, the hard work which has gone over the last 8 months, and we will be doing more work in the future. So this isn't finished, but please support it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to rise and thank Councillor Doucette for her work on these mid-rise guidelines in going to the committee on behalf of councillors who have wards like ours, which are really having a lot of development pressure on our main streets. And to thank you on behalf of councillors who will probably be getting that type of development as things progress, particularly as we add more transit routes. So those areas that have streetcars are particularly attractive to developers. Queen Street East, very attractive to developers. Bloor Street West, very attractive to developers. And having guidelines, unfortunately, fortunately, most developers adhere to the guidelines. Sometimes they don't. And that's when we run into trouble, when they want to go to the OMB. So our neighborhoods in these quiet residential neighborhoods, people don't oppose having development. They wish to be respected by the development industry and have appropriate buildings in their neighborhoods. And unless that's possible, then that's where we will get a lot of friction. When Queen Street East was removed from the mid-rise guidelines in 2010, I thought that we would then, at that point, be able to rely on zoning, because if developers aren't using the guidelines, technically, we should be very hard on them with the existing zoning. We gave them guidelines in order to make it simpler for them to build. I was disappointed when developers at the round table for the mid-rise said, oh, they're not tall enough. Build them bigger. Do more. We need more flexibility. That is not what our communities are asking us to do. Our communities are saying, when we're going to be having development in stable residential neighborhoods, which we will accept, We want respect. We want the character of our neighborhoods to be preserved. And we are not interested in overdevelopment. So, Councillor Doucette, the development that you have, or the initiative of creating neighborhoods of character, or being able to say this is a character neighborhood, are very, very important steps. And I'm glad this will come back. We will continue to refine it. One of the things in these neighborhoods under pressure that we've really looked forward to having are planning studies on the street that embed in the official plan your height, your density. There's no guessing game. We should be able to anticipate where those pressure neighborhoods are a little better. I'd like to thank planning staff for the Queen Street guidelines that we've had. We've had very good success with most developers. They have simply agreed to maintain the character of our streets. Unfortunately, some haven't, and that is very disappointing when that happens. So thank you, Councillor Doucette, for leading the way, and I look forward to your stamp of approval on the final product.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Councillor Shiner. Councillor Shiner? Last speaker.
Madam Speaker, before my remarks are out there officially on this item, I do want to take the time to thank Harold, Maddie, and Allison, and the staff in the planning department that have put in an awful lot of efforts to try and help us understand what's here. It's been a very difficult and frustrating process, and a lot of concerns were expressed, as some of my colleagues said. They had problems with this in the first place, and the problem I have is that the best intentions of our staff to try and give us some guidelines to help us with intensification along our major avenues is so often misinterpreted. And having a guideline instead of a real policy isn't cutting it, because this one-size-fits-all isn't working and it's being abused. And today, in fact, I was reviewing a decision which I asked on earlier about up on a portion of Bayview Avenue, where it's not an avenue, it's a little standalone gas station site that was left over. Applicant came in with an application staff thought was ridiculous for it, and yet at the hearing, they used the guidelines to support a building that was even greater than that. And the member spoke about the guidelines being there and acknowledged it wasn't an avenue, they shouldn't be there, but we had guidelines, used them to support the application in a spot that was completely inappropriate, and then said, but they don't apply there. So he did exactly what the residents have complained to us, that they have, that the guidelines themselves are so misunderstood and so abused. And on a personal basis, I kind of wish that they weren't here. Because what really should be in place are official plan policies that say the heights and the types of buildings that we'd like to have along those city and along those corridors. And this is only a half an answer, and it's not doing it. And that's why I asked the question, are we going to have more appropriate building heights and more methods to determine it, to entrench this in the official plan, so we'll be able to decide what we want, give guidance to what we want when people buy properties along it so they know what is appropriate. So residents and ratepayers living nearby also know what's expected and what's appropriate, and we don't get abused as we are right now, because I'd rather not have it at all. But we have it, and we can't take back what we've already set out. And staff have worked very hard to try and find some changes to it to make it better, but it's not going to stop the abuse that's ongoing of it, and it's not going to stop people using something they shouldn't be using in the wrong places. So my thank you for the hard work that you've done. We had a committee a number of times. We went out of our way to invite everyone and go through it. We actually went through every different change at the committee so people could ask their questions. And at the end of the day, I think some of our eyes were still rolling trying to understand what we were adopting. So we're adopting something that we think we understand. What I have to ask really is that between our planning staff and our legal staff, when this is abused, or when people try to do it, you do the very best to impress upon everyone what it's meant to be and not what they're thinking it's meant to be and abuse for that process, because that's really the suffering that we have. And if we can't do that, then bring us the policies that allow us to go forward and build out the city the way this council would like to see it built out, and residents understand what should be in place, and those people buying property also understand what their rights are in it. So everyone is working on a level playing field. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, recorded vote.
I'll go. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
The item is adopted by a vote of 36 to 1.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you wanted to, okay.
Place a motion to extend until we're finished the agenda. I think there's 8 items left.
Okay, members of council. Okay.
Only a little bit.
Now, hold on. Okay, if I can just... Okay, hold on. Ho- Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll, please. Okay, Councillor Holiday has moved to extend to finish the agenda, but just hold on. I just want everybody to know. We have 7 items left. 6 of them are just items that were held down by members of council that need to be released. This is the only one that we need to debate. So what's the wish of council? Because the rest are just items that were held down by members of council holding down to be released. So we have a motion by Councillor Holiday to finish the agenda. Recorded vote. I just wanted councillors to know how many more we have, so before you vote. And maybe we can do, Councillor Carroll, you're holding 2 items down. You can release it. Yeah.
Councillor Holland, please.
Huh? Yeah. We only have the 1 item. The rest are releases.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion to extend the meeting to finish the agenda does not carry. The vote is 20 to 15. The required 2/3 majority has not been obtained.
Okay, so we won't start on that item, and we'll just do the rest. Well, we didn't have 2/3. Okay. Councillor Carroll? Okay, hold on, please, one at a time. Councillor Carroll is going to release 2 items, so we've almost got the agenda done. Councillor Carroll? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I held 2 of the notices of motion. I'm working from a different blue sheet. I think the first one was MM 19-9.
19.19.
Yes,
held that
that's the
item
portion
down.
of 205 Wilmington Avenue?
No, 19.9, yes, okay.
Yes, yes, 205 Wilmington Avenue, yes. Mr. Romoff answered my question, so I can release that one, and I'll be voting in favor.
Okay, all in favor of MM 19.9? It's on the screen. Carried. Your next one is MM 1919.
If you get rid of
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I thought it was 33. Is it not? I think it's 33.
Yes, 33, but 19 you held down as well.
Oh, that would be an error, Madam Speaker. I did not hold it down, so there must have
Oh, you
been some
didn't?
miscommunication.
Okay.
So do we need to take the vote on it?
No. The tree pits. That got carried. All right. So 1933. Go ahead, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, yes, thank you. I can release that one as well. Mr. Cresswell will answer my questions, and I'll be voting in the affirmative.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor McMahon, point of order.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move to, that we continue to 10 o'clock tonight? 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock it is.
There's a motion by Councillor McMahon to extend to 9 o'clock. All in favor? Recorded vote. Councillor Perks, are you ready to release yours? And Councillor Layton, you have to release yours, the liquor license.
Councillor Grimes, please.
And Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher, if you release your two, then we've got the
Matlow,
agenda. We
please.
only have one item left. Okay. Okay.
Councillor Davis, please.
The motion to extend the meeting till 9 p.m. does not carry. The vote is 24 to 14. The required two-thirds majority is not obtained.
Okay. Okay, members of council, we have about 10 minutes, so do we want to start the cycling network? Okay, please. Councillor Perks, are you ready to deal with the T 16.53 downtown streetcar routes?
So I can let it go with a 30-second comment.
Okay.
I can let's go with a 30-second comment. I had intended to bring the general manager to the floor. The King streetcar? Oh, you want to hold it? Okay. Anthony wants to hold it.
Because he wants to speak.
It's the next item. We're at it. Peruzza, what would you like?
Yeah, you do what you want, Anthony. It's all good.
Councillor Peruzza, do you have a problem? Like, do you want to say something on this?
No, Speaker, I thought, well,
We're at the item. We're doing the item.
Yeah, I thought you're doing quick releases. Quick releases is just a
No.
release and not comment,
There's
right?
no quick releases. We're at the item.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. All right.
Okay, Councillor Perks, you're just moving it?
Speaker, I am going to support it as written. I just wanted to take 30 seconds
Yes.
to speak to it very quickly. My intention had been to bring the general manager to the floor. He and I have been consulting at length on this. This is where we took some parking off King Street in order to make the streetcar move faster.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Carroll, what are you doing with the selfies? We're in the middle of council. Like, please be respectful. Like, I don't understand. I know. Yeah. Yeah, oh, sorry, Councillor Mamalidi, point of order.
Madam
Yeah.
Speaker, Councillor Carroll sitting there with her camera doing selfies in the middle of the council chamber. Well, we've got Councillor Perks is trying to speak right in front of him. Where are we going here? We should just be...
Going home.
Let's just come back tomorrow. It's getting ridiculous. How do you allow somebody to take a selfie in the middle of council chamber?
Could we let Councillor Perks finish?
This is the biggest tweeter in the world. I wonder if she's going to tweet this.
Could, on a point of order, Councillor Kelly isn't here to defend himself. He, in fact, is the biggest tweeter. I take issue with that because I believe I was ranked
Councillor Mammoliti, you're absolutely correct, and that's why I asked members of council to please stop it. Councillor Perks, okay, Councillor Perks, let's just do this item and we'll go home. Okay, Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks?
Okay. So for the third time, Speaker, this is the item having to do with the results of our efforts to speed up streetcar service on King Street. I think it's important for us to just take a quick moment to acknowledge the tremendous success of this. We have been able to save how many hours? Many hours of travel time. Pardon me? Hundreds of hours of travel time for Torontonians. And the thing that is interesting about this is the cost. The cost to the city, because there are some operating costs of running extra service and so on, is about... Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. You're helpful as always. The cost to the City of Toronto per hour saved is about 50 cents. And I asked the General Manager informally, is there any other measure we have ever undertaken that has been so cheap in terms of improving the travel times of Torontonians? The closest he could find was the changing of the signal timing on some of our downtown streets, which he says costs about $1 per minute saved. Per hour saved, sorry, $1 per hour saved. I just think it's important for us to remember that from evidence, the most cost-effective way we have been able to find to date to reduce travel times for Torontonians is to improve the efficiency of our streetcar network by removing parking from downtown streets. It's not many of the other things that have been put in front of this council chamber at different times. And I ask you, when different ideas come forward, reconstructing big pieces of infrastructure, for example, we might be mindful that there are much better ways available to us to improve the travel times for Torontonians, and that once and for all, the myth that streetcars slow travel in the City of Toronto is undone.
Thank you. Thank you. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Layton, your item for the liquor license endorsement of events, do you want to move that one? And then we'll do the bills. T 16.70.
I've put a call into one of the people who have put a letter forward, and if it's all the same, I'd like to speak with them before I put the motion forward.
All right. Well, we have to come back. Okay, so who's got the motion for the bills? Pardon? Councillor Pasternak, okay. So we have 3 items left for tomorrow. No, nobody's ready. Councillor Layton's not ready and Councillor Fletcher's not ready. Well, Councillor Fletcher said she's not ready to reduce. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 19 on June 7 and 8, 2016.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Mihevik.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Bailao.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Will be passed and declared as a bylaw. Recorded vote.
Counselor Crawford, Counselor Grimes, Counselor Holland, please, Counselor Cole, Counselor Havoc, thank you.
Counselor Carmichael Greb, Counselor Shiner,
Counselor Palacio, thank you. Counselor DeBaremaker, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bylaw carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
I'd especially like to thank the staff today because it's been very stressful today for the staff, so thank you very much to the clerk staff.
Unlike every other day.
And thank you, members of council. We'll see you in the morning.